Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents, introduction of government bills, déclaration,
statements by ministers,
reports from interparliamentary delegations, présentation,
presenting reports from committees,
introduction of private members' bills, première lecture,
first reading of Senate public bills,
motions, présentation de
presenting petitions.
The honourable member for petitions, yes?
Yes, Mr. Speaker,
honourable
I
member
have the
for
honour this morning to present on
Huron-Bruce.
behalf of the good number of constituents of my riding of Huron-Bruce petition dealing with the issue of marriage. They're petitioning this Parliament to reopen the issue of marriage and to repeal or to amend the Marriage for Civil Purposes Act in order to promote and to defend marriage as the lawful union of one man and one woman to the exclusion of all others. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. L'honorable Secretary Parliament.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Stand.
Eat. So ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day. Government bills. Resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-36, an act to amend the Canada Pension Plan and the Old Age Security Act.
This matter was last before the House. The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan had the floor, and there are 8 minutes remaining in the time allotted for her remarks. I call, therefore, upon the honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I was talking about yesterday before the House adjourned, I was talking about the fact that New Democrats will be supporting Bill C-36 to get it to committee at second reading, but we strongly feel that there are a number of issues that need to be addressed in this bill. And I was talking about the fact that many of the seniors in my riding are facing some pretty dire circumstances, and this would have been an opportunity in terms of livability and affordability to look at some other measures within this bill. It was a chance to actually fix some of the problems that are occurring with CPP and OAS. And one of the things that I wanted to talk about was housing. And I've heard some heartbreaking stories from seniors in my riding of Nanaimo Cowichan. I was speaking to some seniors in Lake Cowichan, and they had been talking about the fact that when it comes time for a couple to go into assisted living or long-term care, that in fact what often happens is the couple has to be separated, and one member of the couple has to move to Duncan where they can actually get the care that they need. And so then we have a senior traveling from Lake Cowichan to Duncan on a daily basis to look after their loved one. And these are just one of the many issues that are facing seniors in our country. And we really do need to take a look at where we are investing our energy. Now, when it comes to Canada, the Canada Pension and Old Age Security, there's been a group of women in British Columbia called Women Elders in Action, and they go by the acronym We Act. And they've put together a very good document about pensions in Canada, policy reform because women matter. And one of the things that they talk about in this document is that there's a 250,000 seniors living under the low-income cutoff. And of course, many of us may say, well, what does the low-income cutoff mean? Well, the low-income cutoff is the most consistently used measure of poverty in Canada. Several years ago, Statistics Canada found that the average Canadian families were spending about 50% of their total income on food, shelter, and clothing. They arbitrarily estimated that families spending 70% or more of their income, 20 percentage points more than the average on the basic necessities, would be in straitened circumstances. So, Mr. Speaker, just think about it. 70% of your income would go to what most of us would consider the basic necessities. And we've got a significant number of women in Canada who are living under the low-income cutoff. And in Canada, I would suggest that that's probably something that most of us would find unacceptable. Canadian men and women work hard all their lives, and when they reach the age of 60 or 65, they fully expect to be able to retire with some dignity and to have access to a pension that would ensure a quality of life that meant that they didn't have to struggle to have their basic needs met, their basic needs like food, like security, like shelter. So according to WEACT, from 1990 to 2000, about 65% of people receiving old age security and guaranteed income supplement were women, compared to 35% of men, who tend to rely more heavily on occupational pension plans and RSPs for income. Now, Mr. Speaker, that's 65%. I just really need to re-emphasize that figure. We have a significant number of women in this country, once they reach the age of 65, who are living in desperate poverty. And many of these women are there because they've spent much of their working life in low-wage jobs, or they've been in non-standard employment. And non-standard employment is a lovely word to describe the fact that women are often in part-time, seasonal, contract employment, which has meant that they've never had the opportunity to contribute to a private pension plan. And they are totally reliant on Canada Pension and Old Age Security and GIS, Guaranteed Income Supplement. As well, many of these women have had employment gaps and don't have the full years of entitlement. Now, there has been some provisions made for dropout provision, but many of these women have also been looking after aging parents. They've had the primary responsibility for child rearing. So the fact that they've been in non-standard employment or low-wage employment or part-time employment significantly affects the quality of their retirement years. In addition, women traditionally have outlived their spouses, so they often end up single and relying on substantially reduced pension funds. Now, why would this matter? And I think that I acknowledge the fact that there are many men who retire who are also very poor, but there's a substantial amount of research out there that talks about where the women go, so does the rest of the community. And in fact, in the WEACT report again, according to Epsing-Anderson, there's clearly a strong case for a woman-friendly social contract because improving the welfare of women means improving the collective welfare of our society. So it would seem that it would be critical that when we're looking at this opportunity to look at CPP and OAS, it would seem critical that we actually look at the people who are living in these straitened circumstances in our society. This report from 2004 made a number of recommendations. I think there was actually 23 in total. And a number of these recommendations have never been acted on, and they include recommendations for how the public pension system can be reformed to ensure some adequate living. They talk about some recommendations around private occupational pensions, some taxation considerations, the need for indexing, and then they have some overall policy changes to recommendations around policy changes to support these other changes. And there's a number of things that I think are really important, and I won't read the full detail on it, but they're talking about providing education on all aspects of pensions that is accessible and understandable to women of all ages. They talk about providing problem-solving counselors so that when people have questions or concerns, that there's a 1-800 number that's easily accessible, and I might add staffed, because right now we know that Canadians are struggling to access the 1-800 numbers that are provided by the government services. They often have lengthy delays in accessing information. Provide seniors with a list of government programs for which they might qualify upon making application to receive the pension, and ensure that all future changes to pension policy in Canada include an analysis of the differential impacts on men and women. We also need to look at things like affordable childcare, adequate paid maternity, parental leave, and so on. But we also need to look at pay equity so that by the time women reach the age of CPP, of receiving CPP and old age security, that they've been in jobs that recognize the value of women's work. And so the very important pay equity report that came out a couple of years ago and has never been implemented. It would be timely to revisit that. So, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, although New Democrats will be supporting this going to committee, we see that there needs to be some substantial changes to this piece of legislation in order to ensure that fairness and affordability are there for all Canadians when they retire. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? No questions and comments. The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to speak on Bill C-36, an act to amend the CPP and the Old Age Security Act. It gives me the opportunity to speak on behalf of many seniors in Victoria whom I met during the January and last December. Seniors who advocate on behalf of other seniors, like the Greater Victoria Seniors Organization, or seniors at the James Bay New Horizon. These seniors are worried about their pensions and their ability to cope with inflation. In Victoria, seniors make up 18% of Greater Victoria's population, approximately 55,500 seniors. And of that, there are approximately 5,600 living in poverty, largely women. It's disgraceful that our seniors in Canada, in Victoria, have to live month to month, Mr. Speaker. That should not happen in Canada. This bill is largely a housekeeping bill to modernize the administration of benefits, with several clauses on payments on interest of amounts owing to Her Majesty. It is a lost opportunity to make substantive changes in the lives of seniors, Mr. Speaker. It was an excellent opportunity to fix some of the problems facing the seniors, and I would like to speak to a few of these issues that were raised with me. Speaking about the bill's provisions on amounts, on the interest on amounts owing to Her Majesty, there's nothing in this bill about the interest on amounts owing to pensioners from miscalculations on old age security, the guaranteed income supplement, and CPP between July 2001 and March 2006, when it was fixed, as my colleague from Hamilton Mountain pointed out to the minister. For that, it seems, we're going to have to wait and continue to badger the Conservative government to get action for redress. There are over 4 million seniors who rely on OAS, GIS, and CPP for their incomes. And while past changes and some increases in payments have helped alleviate some of the most dire poverty faced by many Canadian seniors, there is still too many falling between the cracks of our support systems in Canada. In fact, 165,000 seniors who have no income other than OAS and GIS benefits. I also want to raise the issue of income disparity between men and women that my colleague has just referred to. The income disparity throughout the lifetime is, of course, reflected in their retirement income. Women's lesser wages and varying degrees of participation in the labour market affect their contributions and thus payments from CPP. As an example, I would like to stress data demonstrating gender differences in coverage show that the average monthly retirement pension paid to pensioners aged 65 to 69 for men was $533 and only $299 for women in that year. Nothing in this bill addresses this issue. And there have been many reports providing some solutions to this problem, as has been pointed out by many speakers before me. Nothing in this bill to address the undersubscription of OAS and GIS. It is necessary still to apply for these benefits. Many seniors who are either not able to apply or who are not well enough informed lose this important source of income. And this is not insignificant. The sums in question are considerable. The 50,000 seniors who were eligible for OAS but did not apply in 2004, for example, sustained a total income loss of $250 million per year. And it is often women who fail to apply for these benefits. Last year, Parliament adopted the Seniors' Charter. If we want to do more than pay lip service to the rights enshrined in the Seniors' Charter, we must begin to explore all possible means of creating better income security and well-being for those who've worked hard all their lives. Recognizing some of the problems faced by seniors in BC and their ability to advocate on their own behalf, 15 seniors organizations formed the Seniors Advocacy Steering Committee in British Columbia. Echoing the Seniors' Charter, they passed a motion asking for the establishment of Seniors Advocacy Group. And we asked the Conservative government to support this motion and begin by creating a Seniors Advocate, as already approved by Parliament. This is simply complying to the will of Parliament. There is a demonstrated need for public education and awareness initiatives on the rights of seniors, as we've already pointed out. There is a need for an ombudsman for seniors with respect to all government services and programs. We know, for example, that there is a need to better coordinate between provinces and federal programs. And I'd like to give a specific example from Victoria. Some of my constituents report that they're regularly advised by the provincial government to apply for federal CPP disability instead of the provincial disability program. However, people on CPP disability have been refused access to at least 2 programs that are available to those on provincial disability. For example, the homeowner grant that helps to pay a portion of property taxes and the monthly bus program. This illustrates that an ombudsman or a seniors advocate could help to bridge those gaps. Seniors should not be denied these services just because they're either on federal or provincial disability. And it is, as I said, cases like these that demonstrate the need for a seniors advocate. We must put words to action, Mr. Speaker. We recognize older Canadians as creative, active, and valued members of society. We know the contributions they make in each of our communities to social cohesion, family support, mentorship, community volunteering. We have enshrined the rights of every senior living in Canada to income security. And I believe that it is time to pass to action through amendments at the committee level. I hope that the committee will review some of the problems that have been raised and take them seriously and review, for example, the existing process for receipt of income support. It is also time to act on a national home care program. I know from speaking to some seniors in my community, they want to live as independently as possible for as long as possible. And the absence and the cost of home care is prohibitive for many people, forcing them into higher cost facilities or at the hospital. So it is time for the government to not just pass to simply administrative housekeeping bills and really give way to and really follow up with serious action and to redress and correct the reality that many seniors in Canada are living in poverty, in isolation, and that should not happen. Their contribution, Mr. Speaker, calls for more fairness for all. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver North Island.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her remarks on this important issue. And I just was lucky enough to attend a meeting the other day with number of seniors who are talking about health care and pensions, and some of the things that they told me about their personal experiences and others that they represented were how primarily women seniors were living in poverty, were having hard times paying for their medications, were looking for affordable situations to live in. And some of the things that they talked about were home care, which is so desperately needed in our riding and in this country, as we have heard from other speakers. And so I like to thank the member behind me for mentioning home care and how it relates to assisting seniors and some of the costs that seniors have to face. So, and with women especially who are traditionally lower paid, we know that women earn 73 cents for every dollar that men earn still in this time. And so would improvements to our pension system, opportunities to access it in a more timely fashion with respect to the GIS, if the member could maybe elaborate on some of those things that would go a long way to assisting seniors and also helping them to live a dignified life into their old age.
The honourable member from Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question, because clearly economic vulnerability is not just about insufficiency of income, but also about loss of dignity, about isolation, about social inclusion. And I remember very vividly an older man whom I met in January. I stopped by at his house and knocked and felt bad because he had such difficulty coming to the door. And he said, no, he wanted to speak. And it seems that he was struggling on a very limited pension to remain independently in his home and suffering from arthritis, very serious arthritis, and with difficulty to move. So that's an example, Mr. Speaker, of where a national home care program could allow seniors to live out their days in their home with support. It would also act in a preventative way. With someone coming in the home from time to time could really prevent more serious problems from occurring that are far more costly to the system and would allow seniors to remain in good health for much longer. Thank you.
Further questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just would like to ask the member if she realizes that we're talking about what we're talking about here. We're talking about trying to get a bill that will make it easier for seniors in the future to access some of the benefits. And we seem to be getting carried away about the situations that some of the seniors are going through, and the situations that somehow she is trying to bring into this bill, some situations she's talking about, are situations that I hear a lot about in Blackstrap. A lot of the people, the seniors, are indeed, they don't have good access to health care. There are some stories of seniors who for years lived in a community, and when they were going to be put into a home, into an old folks' home, they couldn't be because of the amalgamations of the health districts, and so therefore they are swept away into a community that is over 100 miles away from their families, and the roads in between, because of Saskatchewan's NDP government, we don't have very good roads that these people can even visit their relatives. So I'm talking about their counterparts in the province that the health care that she's describing, that's true. It is there. The seniors are indeed having some day-to-day struggles. But in our province, Our provincial government is responsible for that, and many of the seniors are very upset because of some of the conditions that they are living under, some of the communities that they've had.
We have run out of time, but I'll give the member from Victoria just a brief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to hear the member raise some of the issues. For a while, reading the bill this week, I was worried that the Conservatives were living in a parallel reality. So I'm glad they're hearing some of the same concerns. There's a lot in this bill about interest on amounts owing to the Crown, but very little on amounts owing to pensioners. And we know that due to miscalculations, pensioners are owed a very large amount in Canada, and yet this Conservative government refuses to address that issue.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Repentigny for his first speech in the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank you for giving me this opportunity to join colleagues who have been talking about Bill C-36 since yesterday. I would particularly like to thank the member for Laval who spoke yesterday. I listened very carefully to her speech, and as she had been looking after this issue for some time, I'm happy to take over from her. I'd like to take a few moments to thank my constituents from the riding of Repentigny, which I represent here today. I'd like to wish them a very happy new year and ask your indulgence. I have a bad cold and my voice is a little off today. I would also like to assure my fellow citizens of Repentigny that I will never spare the slightest effort to represent them properly in the House, to defend their rights, and to work with other colleagues from the Bloc Québécois to strenuously defend the interests of all Quebecers. Today, I am happy to rise to speak on an issue that is as important as this bill on seniors. Before joining the Bloc Québécois, in my former life, I encountered people of all ages every day, but particularly seniors dealing with the issue of poverty. Very humbly, with the means I had at the time, I tried to help them. I started by listening to them. I provided what comfort I could and understood more about their difficult situation. A lady came to see me where I was working as a pastor. She wanted to leave the house of her niece who ill-treated her, but she didn't have the funds and she was on a waiting list for her own home. I couldn't solve her problem, but just being listened to, I think, was helpful to her. Poverty is something one suffers. I would wonder why there was so much poverty among older people and why governments had not, to date, succeeded in recognizing poverty as the problem it is and trying to redress it somewhat. I think that the elderly have all their lives worked to build Quebec and Canada, and why aren't we giving them more help, I wondered. In this House, I'd like to quote an excerpt from the column of La Folière in La Presse last week concerning the death of Abbé Pierre. Abbé Pierre was the last of that race of good people. With Abbé Pierre gone, there are just people of property, not people of such good hearts. I know that Folière recognized and still recognizes today that people with property and wealth are numerous in our society and that there's a growing inequality. But Abbé Pierre added indignation to the mix. Without indignation, we become used to doing good instead of instituting social justice. We mustn't only do good, we must also be indignant about the ill that is done. I don't claim to replace Abbé Pierre. I don't claim either to be as saintly as he is. But I do think that it is the principal reason that I've entered politics. I'm very indignant at the existence of misery, particularly when it affects the elderly. If we can, with the support of our colleagues, improve the lot of our fellow citizens, my time here will not have been without use. During the last election campaign, I did the first rounds. In my riding, I visited community organizations and older people's homes, seniors' residences. I participated in a number of dinners, and like every good candidate, I went knocking on doors. I was well able to see that many elderly people do not live in luxury, far from it. And these people who are so deserving live with so few means, knowing that the government was concealing additional income to which they were entitled is something I found profoundly shocking. I am and remain quite convinced that my decision to enter politics was a good one, and that with my colleagues in this House we can find ways to help vulnerable people, those vulnerable people whom seniors are. I took the time to speak with them. I informed them of the voluntary omissions by the preceding and current governments. I informed them about their rights to apply for the guaranteed income supplement. I promised them to do everything I can with my colleagues from Le Bloc Québécois, who have been fighting for so long to preserve and improve the interests of Quebec, in order to force the government to move in this direction so that everyone, every elderly person, can obtain the guaranteed income supplement and any other amounts to which they are entitled. I said I would guarantee my efforts personally. For many years, the Bloc Québécois has been making every effort in this House to remind the government of its responsibilities and duties towards our seniors, those people who are often the most vulnerable people in our society, the people who built the country in which we live, the people whose quality of life so often depends on the care they can receive. And that quality of life is so often dependent on their income. In 2001, the Bloc Québécois deplored the government's actions with the income supplement program. We established a huge operation that so far has found over 42,000 of the people who were entitled to the guaranteed income supplement, who were often in the most need and who all too often were deprived of amounts of money that they would have been entitled to under the GIS program. That effort alone has counted for over 190 people distributed to some of the most disadvantaged people in our society. Since then, the BQ has been asking the government to accept responsibility for its mistake and to reimburse retroactively the people who were deprived of those amounts. Reimburse them in full and not only in part. In December 2001, under the Liberal government, the report of the Human Resources Committee on the GIS was concurred in. In its report, the committee had set up a very good overview of the situation and submitted a number of recommendations. I don't want to come back on the committee's recommendations, or come back to them rather, but even though the Minister of Human Resources had been aware of the problem since 1993, the problem remains, and this is 2007. It's unfortunate that for 14 years, Human Resources Development Canada, HRDC, could have and should have helped thousands and thousands of people who are among the most disadvantaged in our society. It preferred, however, to turn a deaf ear, ignore those people who are in such great need. Voluntary inertia. Now let's look at the problem of the GIS itself. The very reason such a program existed in the first place was to provide additional funding to supplement the income for low-income people on pensions. To receive the GIS, Canadians have to apply for it every year with the income tax statement. That has been a serious root of injustice. Many seniors cannot complete the forms in question or even understand what it says. And this bill amending the Canada Pension Plan and Old Age Security Act brings redress to the problems that our seniors have been facing for over 14 years. It raises a number of yet unanswered questions, however, questions that mean we, the BQ, will remain vigilant. I and my colleagues in the House are happy to examine Bill C-36, a government bill which, on the whole, leads us to believe that the government is aware that our seniors have for many years been hard done by. In Bill C-36 as a whole, the primary goals are to ensure that amounts due to all beneficiaries are available and accessible. But we are bitterly disappointed to see that the Conservative government is making no commitment to reimburse seniors retroactively for funding they should, for amounts they should have received. But when a Canadian citizen owes the government money for any reason whatsoever, we know just how far the government is prepared to go to get its money back. Why wouldn't it be just as committed to give seniors who have been deprived for so long their money back? We in the Bloc Québécois believes that a responsible government would reimburse all sums that its predecessors retained, voluntarily or not. A responsible government would, by that fully legitimate action, recognize the problem that it itself created and would also recognize the extraordinary contribution our seniors have made to Quebec and Canada through their hard work and dedication. Moreover, a Conservative government, by voting for this bill, would establish a variety of categories of Canadian citizens, different classes of citizens, but I'll come back to that later. Mr. Speaker, the government is giving every Canadian, except in Quebec, where we have our own pension plan, a federal pension plan, the Canada Pension Plan. Moreover, the first component of the pension system is the Old Age Security Program. When the GIS and allowance, which are generally provided to people who are over 65, kick in.
The GIS is a monthly non-taxable benefit paid to low-income old age pensioners, and this will usually dwindle to nothing when the income increases. So we must ask ourselves, who is entitled to the guaranteed income supplement? Those who are more than 65 years of age, who live in Canada, and who are Canadian citizens, or someone who is allowed to remain in Canada when the pension is granted, and someone who has been in Canada for at least 10 years after having reached the age of 18. Mr. Speaker, this bill will facilitate access to guaranteed income programs for low-income seniors. They will no longer have to make an annual application. There will be an automatic renewal of the GIS, and it will go to those who make a single income tax return. So this will allow seniors to apply for GIS based on an estimate of their pension and other income. It will clarify certain parts of the Old Age Security Act so as to correct any inconsistencies. And, Mr. Speaker, there will be certain measures to amend Canada's pension plan. This will not affect Quebec and its constitutional jurisdiction. But how could we agree with broadening restrictions affecting new Canadians and immigrants? For the Bloc Québécois, there cannot be different categories of Canadian citizens. However, they may have come to live in Canada. Why would the government limit a retroactive payment to 11 months for those who receive the Guaranteed Income Supplement? We're asking the committee to take a look at the obligation to pay a full retroactive payment for those who were eligible from the very start, and we will ask for the Privacy Commissioner to speak to third-party participation whose information and the information of the pensioners could be provided to these third parties, and we hope that the regulations won't restrict access to the GIS. The Bloc Québécois undertakes to continue its long struggle against the federal government so that it will implement all of the necessary provisions that will allow seniors entitled to the GIS to receive these payments. In the case of overpayments, the Bloc Québécois will ensure that the program will be fair to all taxpayers. And finally, the Bloc Québécois will ensure that the right to recover overpayments will be proportional to the time during which this amount was received. The federal government doesn't want to allow full retroactivity. However, it does not show the same concern when it comes to recovering overpayments. There is poverty in our world. We have to accept that, and we have to accept the fact that this is a daily reality for people in Quebec and in the rest of Canada. I have known poverty myself, and not that long ago when I was a parish priest, and I was indignant to see this poverty and to see that it continues and affects the lives of so many people, particularly the most vulnerable, that is, our seniors. If my colleagues haven't realized it yet, they simply need to take a walk through the towns and they will see that these people do exist. They're in their ridings, and if they don't want to do it in their own ridings, they can come to my riding and I will show them around. Let's take a moment, Mr. Speaker, to think about our own parents, our parents who worked their entire lives, who raised often very large families, and if the life we have today is thanks to these people, and let's think of these seniors who have done so much for us, for our nation, and ask ourselves whether or not they should not be given more respect by their government, and if they should not at least have a minimum from their government. These are not people who are being given any luxuries. These are people who have worked hard their entire lives and who've always had a hard time making ends meet. These are people who very often did without in order to provide for their families and their children, and these people deserve a minimum amount of respect from their government. So because of the dignity and respect and recognition that our seniors deserve, I would ask the government to take into account the recommendations made by the Bloc Québécois, because they're only fair to our seniors, and we must never forget that justice is the first value. It comes even before love. You can't love someone if you're not fair to that person. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for listening to me so carefully. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bordois. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would first like to congratulate my colleague Frédéric Montigny. I'd like to thank him also because he has provided us with an analysis and his experience was expressed so eloquently. The member for Repentigny gave us an outline of the situation in which seniors find themselves, seniors who are affected by this unfairness that is being committed by the federal government when they are being deprived from access to the guaranteed income supplement. And my colleague explained how the government ensured that these people would be disqualified from the benefit. Now, I would ask my colleague to tell this House about the impact that this has on the least privileged of our society, because when these seniors are deprived of this supplement, the first criteria for having this supplement is that you have a low income. So this means that those who can least afford it are the ones who are being deprived of this supplement. And C36 will allow them to have access to the GIS from now on, but $3 billion was stolen from these people. And I don't think I'm being too harsh in using that term. So I would like our colleague to remind us of the impact that these measures have had on seniors. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to respond to my bloc colleague. In my parish visits, I often went to homes where there were seniors who were truly living in poverty, sometimes in basements, and they were insecure. They couldn't even pay for hydro or for their expenses, and they lived with a nephew or sometimes with strangers, and they lived in great poverty, and I often had the feeling that they were being abused as well, because they were receiving some benefits, but it was possible for other people to take these benefits from them, and it really hurt me to see this. And I think that people might have even died from this poverty, because I often celebrated the funerals of the people who died in this way, and I've seen so many widows and widowers. It really isn't very good for one's health to live in a basement day after day. I used to see these people, and often they were upset, they cried, but they didn't want to disturb anyone, and they would say, please don't tell this person whose house I'm living in, because it will be worse for me. And I can remember what Lacordaire said. He said that when people leave us, you have to remember them, and there are two ways to remember these people. You can remember them in your mind, remembering past events, but Lacordaire said, well, you can forget events. But if you remember with your heart, then you will never forget, because your heart is where love rests, and your heart helps you to make people immortal. So when you think of all of these people who died in poverty, I often quoted Lacordaire and said, you mustn't forget these people. You have to remember them with your heart so that they will remain immortal. And I think this can have an impact on all of society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Other questions or comments? The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would also like to thank our new colleague and congratulate him. I think with his life experience and the empathy that he has for people, I know that Quebec and Canada will benefit from his experience. And I'd like to tell him that what caught my attention in this bill is the exception for new citizens, for immigrants who are welcomed here by our government, but they are excluded and they aren't entitled to the GIS. And I think this is a great unfairness because we regularly welcome new Canadian citizens to my riding, and I'm sure it's the case for all my colleagues. And they have had to work very hard to find sponsors, to immigrate to this new country, to prove that they have the necessary income. And do we want to penalize them further? I'd like to ask my colleague what he thinks of this exception for new Canadian citizens who have been recognized as new citizens. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that when this bill is referred to committee, all of these matters will be studied. They will no doubt deal with the exceptions. If there are seniors who are immigrants or seniors who were born in Canada, they will take a look at all of these injustices and find a way to remedy them, because if seniors are vulnerable here, they're vulnerable when they come from abroad as well. And I imagine that at committee they will take a closer look at these cases. So we hope that amendments will be brought to the bill in committee. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to note the performance, the wonderful performance of the colleague for Repentigny who preceded me. And as the member for Alfred Palan said, I think this will give this House a type of sensitivity that perhaps wasn't here before, and we hope that this type of debate will be more harmonious for it. And I'm pleased today to have an opportunity to speak to Bill C-36, which corrects in part one of the greatest injustices to seniors in Quebec and Canada. I'm pleased about this for many reasons, particularly because the Bloc Québécois member who was before the member before me in Saint-Maurice-Champlain, Mr. Marcel Gagnon, had fought this battle for seniors to give them the guaranteed income supplement, and I'm delighted to see that today his efforts, his numerous efforts over the years mean that this issue is being discussed publicly, and we now have a bill which of course can be improved upon, but addresses the situation to which he wanted to draw our attention. And according to statistics, 42,000 out of 68,000 in 2001 can now receive the GIS, and this often represents up to $6,600 per year per person. And another reason why I'm extremely pleased that this is being done now is because the riding that I represent, Saint-Maurice-Champlain, was at the end of 2005 identified as one of the 10 poorest ridings in Canada, and it's a riding where the number of seniors is constantly growing. So if these people were impoverished because they did not have access to a program that would help them to improve their situation through the GIS in part, then this caused even greater poverty in the riding that I represent, more poverty than there should have been. This situation could have been corrected, and the Liberal government, the previous government, in what they did, caused this situation to continue. It was never corrected, and it's troubling to see this lack of action by the Liberal government, because they knew since 1993, and I refer to the Department of Human Resources Development, they knew that there were a large number of seniors who were eligible for the program, but they hadn't applied for it, and they weren't receiving the amounts to which they were entitled. And I said earlier that there were 68,000 in Quebec, and these were people who had not applied. They didn't know they had to apply. This is scandalous when we know that, or at least when we say that we live in a democratic society. It's scandalous when we see, because this was in '93, and even still today, we have seen so many scandals, and we saw some of this in the riding that I represent, that is Saint-Maurice-Champlain, friends of those in power who received millions of dollars through a program that we called the sponsorship program. Everyone's aware of this, and it's not a bad idea to remind people about it, because they wanted to buy the conscience of Quebecers, and the same party that knew that there were people who weren't receiving benefits to which they were entitled, and yet nothing was done. Money was spent, millions of dollars were spent and given to friends of the party, who then gave the money back to the party, and there were seniors who helped to build Quebec and Canada, and they were cast aside. It was felt that they didn't need the money because the money was going to their friends. It's awful. It's terrible that there was this double standard. Other people were not provided with these benefits for various reasons. In some cases because they were illiterate, or because they had physical limitations. There might have been a language barrier, difficulty integrating society, people who were homeless, who lived too far away, or who were part of an Aboriginal community. These people did not have access to the Guaranteed Income Supplement. And the current government, the Conservative government, isn't free from this either, because when you realize that illiteracy is one of the reasons why people didn't have access to the GIS, then recent cuts to literacy programs could perhaps give rise to the same results for this program or other programs, because seniors can be illiterate, and I wonder whether the cuts to the literacy programs might have some effect, and I would ask the government to reconsider their cuts, because this can cause a great deal of unfairness, as we have seen with the GIS. Another paradox when we talk about the Guaranteed Income Supplement, I have a feeling that when you call a program a Guaranteed Income Supplement, well, that's just for show, because for years people did not have a complete guarantee that they would be receiving this supplement to help support their income, and we know that seniors' income is precarious. It was called a guaranteed income supplement program, but many people were not given this guarantee. So why use the word guarantee if it wasn't to be universal? When you say that a program is guaranteed, it's because it should be universal, and people who are responsible for implementing the program should have taken all of the necessary steps to guarantee that these people who were entitled to it, Canadian citizens, people who were 65 and over, whose income was below a certain level, and we know this is related to the tax return, they had to ensure then that all of the people who were eligible would have access automatically.
So why call it a guaranteed income supplement program? I'll come back to that. Universality has been a problem. It wasn't made easy for the program to become universal. The people who were most disadvantaged in our society weren't helped to obtain that supplement. I will conclude, Mr. Speaker, by coming back to a number of recommendations, particularly those made by the Human Resources Development Committee. Recommendations on retroactivity, that the supplement be reimbursed to people, it should be reimbursed retroactively. The Bloc Québécois will keep putting pressure on the government to ensure that the supplement is reimbursed fully, retroactively. People weren't deprived in part, they were deprived in full because of that lack of income. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for having heard me. I believe once again that the Bloc Québécois has done excellent work here and will continue to do so in the next few months to ensure that this legislation is amended as it should be. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Congratulate my honourable colleague on his presentation on this issue, and of course we in the New Democratic Party as well are concerned about opening bills like this without substantive changes that can make a difference to Canadians in all places in the country. My experience in discussing these issues of Canada Pension Plan with my constituents in northern and remote communities is that the system is not working for us there. Quite clearly, the cost of living being so high in these areas and the fixed income that seniors, pensioners have under Canada Pension Plan without the ability to recognize the geographic differences that come in the cost of living to individuals is a real question of fairness. In the community of Tuktoyaktuk, where the cost of living is probably 200% that of a city like Edmonton or Montreal, our seniors are in dire straits. I don't know if this fits with other rural communities across the country, but I'd like the honourable member, if he could respond to this and say, do you really think that this pension system is working fairly across the country and that it is fair to Canadians who inhabit such a large geographic area that where cost of living cannot be always equalized? How does my honourable member feel about this?
The Honourable Deputy de Saint-Maurice.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice Champlain. I'd like to thank the member for his question. There's no doubt that there are many issues of unfairness in this country, particularly in Quebec. The guaranteed income supplement issue, a pension for the elderly, has been the source of some unfairness. And the equalization system is a source of great unfairness for Quebec. We know that there's a huge fiscal imbalance at the moment, a fiscal imbalance that the Bloc Québécois would like to see dealt with as quickly as possible. The greatest unfairness, I believe, stems from the equalization system, which is unsatisfactory to all Quebecers, not only for the elderly. But if to that we add unfairness that may have an impact on the elderly, we should certainly be wondering about a variety of programs that are intended to distribute wealth in Quebec and Canada.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. When I hear the members talk about that they would like this legislation to be looked at further for substantial amendments, I wonder if the members understand that that isn't so easy when it comes to making substantive changes or amendments to the CPP, because you have to have 3/4 of the provinces or the orders in council and 3/4 of the population to agree. So to get all of these provinces together to make these changes would be somewhat a formidable task. That is why we are anxious to move with this legislation, because that has been done to get the provinces to agree to this point to bring these changes to the Act. And I wondered if the member would like to comment on that to answer that, to think that substantive changes should be done, if this would be so easy, because I believe we still have to, even at this point, go back, even if this legislation passes, we still have to go back to the provinces. And I would just like him to comment on this, please.
Honourable Deputy de Saint-Maurice.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. I'd like to add to my previous remarks that what I would like is improvements to be made with respect to some of the recommendations. The recommendation on retroactivity, for example. I'm well aware that this represents an initial step, that this bill will eventually make it possible to go further and provide more support to seniors. I firmly believe that this bill has some very good parts to it. It is a good first step, but we shouldn't believe that once it's passed, we can stop there. I believe the Human Resources Committee must continue an in-depth study to determine whether there are not other ways to improve the lot of the elderly. Other questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank and congratulate the Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain for his remarks. I've been here almost a year as a member of the Bloc Québécois. I was a social worker formerly. I'd managed a community organization that dealt with seniors and vulnerable disadvantaged individuals. We assisted the elderly in filling out their tax returns, and we were very surprised every time, since volunteers were quite well trained, to see we had to inform seniors that they could apply for the GIS. To my surprise, I met dozens and dozens of seniors who had been entitled to the GIS for years and who had simply not acquired the right form. When you meet seniors, quite often you deal with their anxiety. A government logo on a letter can strike fear into them, and they don't really know how to communicate with offices or access forms and so on. So this is a very tangible way of demonstrating how necessary this legislation is. It's very important to institute full retroactivity. Many seniors were affected by the fact that information wasn't properly communicated. The Honourable Member for Saint-Maurice-Champlain. Thank you for that question. The retroactivity issue is indeed one that the Bloc Québécois considers a priority. We know that seniors are among the most vulnerable members of our society. They're vulnerable, first of all, because of social pressure, pressure of government organizations for them, makes it very difficult or complicated for them to complete applications. They think they're not entitled to things, or exceptions don't cover them. Sometimes because of their unfortunate experiences in the past, they don't have the right reflexes. They don't turn to others for help and enjoy the money that could help them and that could be available. It's important that they be reimbursed retroactively in full. There are people who had been entitled to the GIS for many, many years and did not receive it. We know that seniors are much more fragile. Their health is more delicate. Better income often has an impact on health. Better income often means better health because they can enjoy additional services. Seniors sometimes deprive themselves of medication they need because they don't have the income to cover it. So it's very important that the GIS, first of all, be paid to all those who are entitled to it, but also be reimbursed retroactively to those who would have been entitled to it and had been entitled to it for years.
To the Minister of Human Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak to Bill C-36. This is an important legislation proposal. The amendments to the Canada Pension Plan and the Old Age Security Act, and I wish to speak to the impact of the proposed changes to the Canada Pension Plan for people living with disabilities in Canada. Canada's new government understands the need to ensure that people living with disabilities are given the support that they need. People with disabilities are our friends, they are our family, they are our constituents. We campaigned and we were elected on our commitment to stand up for Canada. Canadians were offered the priorities of our Conservative government and found we hold all the same values dear as they do. We all want a government that makes careful use of public resources to ensure that they are there to help our family and friends who need it. And this new government is getting things done for our friends and for our families with disabilities. For instance, Budget 2006 committed enhanced assistance for persons with disabilities. This was done by increasing the maximum annual child disability benefit to $2,300. We expanded the eligibility for the same benefit. We boosted the maximum refund for the medical expense supplement to $1,000. And HRSDC has put together labour market agreements and the Opportunity Fund for persons with disabilities. Canadians want what we're all looking for, a government who understands that the federal government and provinces need to work together constructively. Canadians can take heart. This legislation comes as a result of a healthy and renewed relationship that our new government has forged with our provincial partners. Most Canadians recognize the importance of the Canada Pension Plan to their income security. Along with old age security, the Canada Pension Plan provides Canadians with a foundation upon which to build their retirement income. Together, Canada's public pensions deliver about $54 billion in benefits to Canadians every year. But the Canada Pension Plan is much more than a retirement pension. Through its disability program, the Canada Pension Plan provides basic coverage to approximately 295,000 Canadians with severe and prolonged disabilities and to 90,000 of their children. Indeed, the Canada Pension Plan is considered the largest long-term disability insurance program in Canada. Every 3 years, the Ministers of Finance review the Canadian Pension Plan to ensure that it remains financially sound and to make any necessary adjustments. The triennial review also provides an opportunity to see that the Canadian Pension Plan evolves to meet the changing needs of Canadians throughout their lives. It also exemplifies that the CPP's accountability and transparency is there for Canadians. The most recent review, completed in June, confirmed that the Canada Pension Plan is on solid financial footing, but the review also showed that together we could do all a better job of recognizing contributors with long-term attachment to the workforce by making their CPP disability benefits more accessible. Federal and provincial finance ministers understood that it is time to address an issue that has been raised as a concern by people living with disabilities, their representatives, and members of this House. The ministers listened to the people who came to them. They took the issue on. They showed leadership that had been lacking by pursuing this change. There's always been a minimum qualifying period for CPP. Disability benefits since they were first issued in 1970. Over the years, this qualifying period has been amended on several occasions. For example, from 1987 to 1997, applicants needed contributions in 2 of the 3 years or 5 of the last 10 years to qualify for disability benefits. In 2003, Parliament heard from long-term contributors who were ineligible for benefits because of the change requiring contributions in 4 of the last 6 years that was introduced in 1998. What followed was the Chief Actuary prepared a study on Canadians with a long history of workforce attachment. Those who were denied CPP disability benefits on the grounds that they had insufficient contributions. The study found many of these applicants had contributed for 2 or 3 years of the minimum qualifying period, but had not done so for a 4th year. And without that 4th year of contributions, they could not qualify for benefits under the existing rules, despite, in some cases, more than 30 years of overall contributions. Mr. Speaker, imagine a woman who has worked steadily for 25 years, and she has contributed faithfully to Canada's pension plan, including for 3 of the last 6 years. She feels that these substantial contributions will give her access to disability benefits when she needs them. Suddenly, a major medical condition takes her out of the workforce, and then she discovers she does not qualify. She needed to contribute to the CPP for 1 more year before she could qualify. Imagine her sense of disappointment and frustration, Mr. Speaker. Despite her lengthy contributions to the Canadian workforce, her Canada Pension Plan disability benefit was not there for her when she needed it. As I said at the outset, Mr. Speaker, Canadians elected Conservatives to stand up for them. They elected us because they knew we understood them and their concerns. And we are elected because we were elected by Canadians because they knew we would get things done, and we are getting things done. This government is acting to ensure that thousands of Canadians who are long-term contributors to the CPP are not left alone to fall through the cracks. We stand with them, and we're standing up for them. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to say that Bill C-36 is a positive response to the desire for greater fairness expressed by the Minister of Finance. It is an obvious response to the needs of persons with disabilities whose concerns were too long ignored. Under the proposed legislation, applicants with 25 or more years of contribution would become eligible for benefits if they contributed in 3 rather than 4 All other applicants would still have to make contributions in at least 4 of the last 6 years, and of course all applicants must still meet the medical eligibility requirements. What does this legislation mean for Canadians? It means an additional 2,000 long-term contributors with severe and prolonged disabilities would be eligible to receive benefits by 2008. By 2010, the new beneficiaries could total about 3,700. Close to 1,000 children of these beneficiaries could also receive benefits. Mr. Speaker, through this legislation, the Government of Canada is sending an important message to long-term contributors to Canada Pension Plan who are forced to leave the workforce because of a severe and prolonged disability. It says, you've told us that the current disability program does not meet your needs. It says, we have heard your concerns and we are acting on them. This legislation is part of this government's commitment to greater accountability and to action that restores the public's trust in government. It says this government balances the social needs of Canadians within an accountable and transparent fiscal framework. The legislation change is fully affordable at the current CPP contribution rate and will not compromise the financial sustainability of the plan. Mr. Speaker, it does please me that the other members of the House are, in fact, agreeing to support this important bill that will help our Canada Pension Plan. It also tells me that everyone, along with our new government, we do understand the seniors and contributions, that the seniors have made contributions, and they continue to make huge contributions to our country. Seniors know that Conservatives and this House share the same values and concerns as they, and that these are the values and concerns of all Canadians. We all understand that sometimes the world changes and that we need a government that will make sure that the seniors are not left behind. We recognize a commitment to the Canada Pension Plan, Old Age Security, and the Guaranteed Income Supplement as fundamental guarantees of income security in retirement years, and we promise to ensure that seniors have respect and integrity that they deserve. Our pension plan has been integral in dramatically reducing the level of poverty among seniors. Back in 1980, almost 21% of seniors lived on low incomes. Today, because of changes that were made, we've reduced that number to less than 6%. To address presently changing needs of seniors, we are making significant investments across a full range of seniors programs, from health care to housing, from retirement savings programs to assistance for caregiving. We have shown its support in budgeting for seniors $64 billion a year on programs for seniors, including our public pension programs. Mr. Speaker, our public pension programs are something, sorry about that, Canadians can rightly take pride in. Our public pension system is recognized worldwide as one of the best. It plays a vital role ensuring the economic well-being of thousands of Canadians. Today, seniors are generally healthy, they're generally healthier, better educated, and economically better off than in previous generations. Today's seniors are looking for new ways to contribute to their country. Seniors work longer, they volunteer more, and they play an active role in the communities across Canada. As the baby boomer generation marches toward retirement, we need to take steps to prepare for the growing number of seniors. And Mr. Speaker, I am one of those baby boomers, and I am concerned that in the next 25 years, nearly 1 in 4 Canadians will be a senior citizen. The aging of our population means that we cannot take our cherished public pension programs for granted. We understand that the future of these programs is a matter that affects all Canadians. This is why our new government is strengthening our social foundations. Standing up for seniors means ensuring these programs are there for seniors now and in the years to come. As well, Conservatives and all Canadians understand that the retirement income system the Canada Pension Plan, and the Old Age Security are key pillars of Canada, and that these pillars must be maintained and cared for if they are to be counted on to maintain and care for the needs of Canadians. Something also important to Canadians is the changes proposed in the bill that will improve the way governments administer pension programs. Together, these amendments strengthen fairness and accountability. In the past, concerns have been raised that eligible seniors may not be receiving the Guaranteed Income Supplement, or GIS, benefits because they were not aware of the program and did not apply. Much has been done already to remedy such situations. This legislation, however, goes one step further. To explain, under the proposed changes, seniors apply for GIS at the same time as they apply for old age security. No separate application form would be required. In addition, as long as the senior files a regular tax return, he or she will automatically receive the GIS benefit in any year they are entitled to. They would never need to reapply. This cut in red tape makes sense. It is the kind of sensible thinking that our new government has put into creating Advantage Canada. In a nutshell, it means that all eligible seniors should receive the GIS as long as they file a Canadian tax return. Mr. Speaker, the same sensible thinking is what led our new government to propose amendments to Canada Pension that are found in the bill, and I spoke about earlier, making it easier for the long-time contributors to qualify and for working Canadians that are attached to the workforce. Canadian seniors, men and women whose hard work helped build this country, deserve to have this government who stands up for them, and I'm proud to be a part of this government. I am proud that we are taking steps to put in effect the existing full funding provision of the Canada Pension Plan. The new provision adds transparency to the existing provision, which requires any changes to the plan's benefit be paid for in full so that their costs are not passed on to the future. Mr. Speaker, this is what Canadians want to know, that CPP is on sound financial footing, now and for future generations, and this change will help get that done. Our new government will also be further modernizing service delivery to ensure electronic services for pensions are available for seniors across the country. A simple, practical thing in this modern age of technology. But something needed a change to the legislation to enable seniors to apply for benefits online. These amendments also close loopholes and prevent misrepresentation, which ends up costing all taxpayers. Enhancements to our retirement income system are one of the ways we are helping to improve the quality of life for Canadians' seniors. And as I said earlier, this government is doing even more. And let me give you a few quick examples. We are reaching out to seniors across the country, thanks to our new Horizons for Seniors program. Through this program, we are helping to harness energy, skills, and leadership of seniors in projects that make a difference in their communities. Consider the Grand Friends program in Prince Edward County, where seniors are giving back to their community by acting as storytellers to children. Canada's new government promised new measures to provide tax breaks for older Canadians, and we got it done in Budget 2006. Starting in 2007, seniors couples can split their pension income. We increased the age credit amount by $1,000 to $5,066, retroactive to January 1st, 2006. We doubled the amount of eligible pension income that can be claimed under the pension income credit from $1,000 to $2,000 starting this tax year. Mr. Speaker, through these tax measures, we are putting money back to the pockets of our seniors who have already contributed to so much in this country. Our new government is standing up for those who have spent their lives raising families, saving for their retirement, and building up our nation. We are standing up for seniors because we are committed to protecting what is great about this country. With the proposed amendments in Bill C-26, we are helping to ensure that all Canadians, young and old alike, can rely on the Canadian Pension Plan and Old Age Security as key pillars of their retirement income. This important matter crosses party lines, Mr. Speaker, and I am happy and pleased to say that everyone in this House wants what's best for seniors, and that's why I am thankful that the honourable colleagues across and with us in the House and the opposition gave their stamp of approval to this important legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Honourable Deputy.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A number of my colleagues previously mentioned the extreme poverty most seniors live in. Very often this is caused by the fact that they don't even know they're entitled to the guaranteed income supplement. We currently have before the House a bill that would correct some of these flaws in the current legislation. And I listened intently to the Parliamentary Secretary, the member for Blackstrap. I listened to her presentation, and I would ask her to explain why the injustice that this bill would correct doesn't get to the very root of the actual injustice by giving full retroactivity to those who might realize that they were entitled to the GIS. The bill stops short of full retroactivity. It's limited to 11 months. So I'd ask her, what's the logic behind that? What's the accounting or human reason for limiting it that way, for limiting the retroactivity? Because this is money that people owe. When it comes to amounts owed to Her Majesty, that goes back regardless how far back. It goes back the full way. So I'd like her to explain why then, what's the logic behind limiting the retroactivity? Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I like to think that we are talking about prudence in our public coffers and how the money is spent and the programs are delivered. Our chief actuary said that he estimates that the number of beneficiaries will double by 2030, I believe it is. This program here, the Old Age Security, which is not supported by contributions, it's supported by the public purse, by the general revenue. It's $28 billion per year. That is 14% of our total government expenditures. You start thinking of a program that is coming out of taxpayers' dollars out of general revenue. You start thinking about that and putting that in perspective. I would think that we are doing this in the best interest, first of all, of the people who are paying into that fund. And to compare it to the government trying to collect taxes, that's a little different because those taxes are being paid into that fund and those persons are actually getting out of paying into something that they rightfully owe, and that is their taxes to the general revenue. So I would hardly compare those two, but what I would try to put into perspective is what this cost us, and I think it is quite generous to go back 1 year because the Old Age Security and the Guaranteed Income Supplement is calculated in the current year or the current tax year. Can you imagine? I can't imagine. I would like the member to think about it before we study or before we talk about retroactivity anymore, is to start thinking about what would this mean? Why would we spend our resources and time trying to go back? How many years would we go back? How many of these people would still qualify or would have just qualified for 1 year? All of the work that we would have and the resources to go into that would in fact be better spent by continually trying to find good programs and good provisions in this act, which is what is some of these changes are going to cost us some dollars and some tax money. So I'm just trying to hope that he will understand. When we talk about old age security and guaranteed income supplement, we're talking about the general revenue. 14% of the general revenue is spent on old age security, $28 billion a year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further questions and comments? The honourable member for Vancouver Island North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for her remarks on talking about income security for seniors. And I've heard the concern from other members of this House this morning on what they're seeing in their communities with regards to seniors living in poverty, living below the poverty line, and some of the hardships that seniors are facing in this country. And I'm hearing it from many members. And so I'm glad that the Parliamentary Secretary feels that they were elected to because they understood the concerns of seniors and that they didn't want to see any seniors left behind, I think, or the words that she used. But as we're hearing from other members, the seniors are falling through the cracks, and I've seen this myself. And we know that women who earn, again, less than men are doubly impacted, and Aboriginal women are even earn less. So there's a double whammy for them. So I'm concerned because when I read that about 250,000 seniors are living below the poverty line, there is nothing in increases in income for the OAS and GIS. So I'm just wondering if the Parliamentary Secretary can tell me if they will be increasing the supplements to seniors so that they can live with dignity and have better opportunities, because we know that living in poverty also creates more health problems. So I just want to know if the Parliamentary Secretary will commit that the government will raise the OAS and GIS for seniors.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I started to earlier articulate a little bit about some of the scenarios that were put before us today of some of the seniors and some of the conditions they live in. Many of those conditions are the result of some very poor management on provincial government's part. And I just came off of a 3-week tour of my riding of Blackstrap, and I went through rural Saskatchewan, and I went through senior citizens' homes, and I seen our hospitals being closed, and we aren't being heard in rural Saskatchewan by our own provincial. Our own province seems to be ignoring this, and that's why I'm hoping that we can pass legislation like this to at least do what we can. The federal government can only do so much for these seniors. Some of the seniors living in the conditions that are given today are the result of very high medical costs in our province. Some drugs aren't covered in our province. The hospitals are being closed, and some of our seniors' residences are being closed. Some of these people are taken out of the communities. As one of the members yesterday from the official opposition said, sometimes they need support. It's not all about money, and this is what one of the lead critics said on this yesterday, that some of it just means good community, good support. And I would like to take every person from the New Democrat Party to Saskatchewan and take them on my tour to show them how some of the people live under their government there, because I'll tell you, there are some stories that I am now trying to put together to tell their government that they have ignored their seniors and their people in Saskatchewan. So to say that the federal government is not listening, we are listening, and we are by.
I asked the member one. We've got one more question we want to fit in, and this is the Honourable Deputy.
Honourable Member for Chambly-Borduas. The Honourable Member for Chambly-Borduas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask the Parliamentary Secretary to truthfully answer the question put by the member for Alfred Pellat. It's somewhat disconcerting when a question is asked, why would the Conservative government not give the seniors the GIS to which they are entitled retroactively, because there is a right to retroactivity. And then she responded that you have to be careful with public money. Well, this is unfortunate because the main aim of the GIS is to be careful when it comes to seniors' finances, those who are the most disadvantaged, those who should be helped, and she doesn't seem to take that into account. It is a right, it has always been a right, and it should be retroactive because they were deprived of it, because they were isolated and weren't aware that they were entitled to this money. So I'd like the Parliamentary Secretary to answer, or I'd like the member to answer, and perhaps listen to what she said previously, because it makes no sense.
Persons, very briefly.
Well, I think because the question posed was retroactivity to the end of. I'm not sure how far back they wanted to go, but we do offer retroactivity, and this was done in the prudence and the guidance of good, by what our I would say what the general, or what the finance minister and what our department is doing what is prudent with the retroactivity. It's the same as other provinces do. The program is trying to duplicate what other programs do in other provinces, so that's what retroactivity does, because it's in the best interest of those that are making these decisions on retroactivity. So when the member had talked about retroactivity, I understood him to say that it was going back a long time, and I'm thinking, I don't think that would even be possible to, how far back would one want to start giving retroactivity payments? I think that we do that already, and I think that we are trying to look forward. We want to make sure that this doesn't happen again. So I think the positive parts of the bill are going to make it so this never happens again. And I invite the member to help us make sure that this doesn't happen again by finding a way to reach those people who are not registered through the income tax system. So if the member could help with some solutions.
Order. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mamie-Lille, Kabraska-Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some days the work we have to do here is more pleasant than other days, and today this debate is positive and constructive, because a few years ago, many years ago in fact, I saw a member for the Bloc Québécois, Mr. Gagnon, who was from Saint-Maurice-Champlain, take the offensive against a federal government that was insensitive when it came to this whole issue of GIS. And it was found that 272,000 people in Canada, 68,000 of them in Quebec, were not receiving the GIS, not because they weren't eligible or because it had been denied. It's because they weren't given an opportunity to apply for it. And this was because there was a fight to bring down the deficit. What they did to EI was terrible. They increased the number of weeks to qualify, they reduced the number of weeks of benefits, they reduced the percentage of the benefits, all of this in order to take money from those who were in the worst straits in order to bring down the deficit. And the government did something else. They used the GIS, and this was made public. And Mr. Gagnon and all Bloc members or other Bloc members traveled throughout Quebec, and they had meetings in seniors clubs with the Quebec Pensioners Association. They also met with young people to tell them that their parents were eligible but weren't receiving these benefits, and they realized what a disaster this was. And that happened quite a few years ago, and it took the federal government a great amount of time to react. And there are other subjects that they react more quickly on when you owe money to the government for your taxes. Revenue Canada can go back 5 years to recover taxes that are owing. But when it comes time to pay the GIS to those who are entitled to receive it, they only go back 11 months. Now, this bill will improve the situation in many ways, but they continue to deny full retroactivity to people who aren't 30 or 40 or 50 years of age. These are people who contributed to society for their entire lives, and very many of them are in very tight financial situations. These are people who often find themselves in this situation, and I met with some of them. Women, for example, who had never worked outside the home. Their husband was responsible for the family's finances and brought in the paycheck, and when the husband dies, then these women are lost, and they weren't receiving the GIS, even though if there had been some type of automatic system at the time, they would have been receiving the benefits. And often they live in dire poverty for 5, 6, 7, 8 years before they get the GIS. Now, if the GIS were given automatically when someone's income is calculated, they would be receiving this immediately, and we wouldn't even have to discuss this bill today. But at least as parliamentarians, even though we're a few years late, many years late, in fact, because the federal government dragged its feet in implementing these changes, we will finally correct part of this situation through the automatic calculation. This will be quite important and will help to correct the situation so that people will receive the guaranteed income supplement at the proper time. Now, what is the GIS for those who might be listening today and who are unaware of it? In Canada, there is an old age security program so that people have sufficient income once they've reached the age of 65. And there's also the guaranteed income supplement for people who don't have any other income than the federal pension, because we know full well that the basic pension is really not enough to help people live today. Even with the GIS, even with the maximum GIS payment, these people aren't wasting any money. Our seniors, luckily, have grown up knowing how to save, and they can manage to eke out a living with this income. And there are differences between what happened 60 years ago and today. The pension has increased, and luckily so, because these people deserve this money. But improvements can be made, and I'll explain. I'll explain something that isn't in this bill. I realize that the indexing of the old age pension was problematic because they use a grocery basket, which represents what society in general uses, but seniors have expenditures that others don't. In the bathroom, for example, you might need an aid, some type of handle to put on the wall for people who use the bathtub. There are also other types of upgrades for their home that they might need, and this goes well beyond the inflation rate. So when you talk about indexing the old age pension and you come up with a 2% index, well, these people have to adjust, but I don't know if you realize that when you get a check and you see that it's increased by 5 or 10 cents, it's rather frustrating when the bills are coming in for drugs, or when you have a health problem that you hadn't provided for, if there's a death in the family. There are all kinds of things that happen, and this should be taken into account, and I would encourage the federal government to take a look at this. Instead of having the grocery basket, the traditional grocery basket, to represent the inflation index, could there not be a special grocery basket for the seniors, and index their pensions in a way that would correspond to their own way of living and not take into account society as a whole, because this would improve a number of things. And this bill does improve a number of things, but we need to go even further. Now, I'll tell you what's good about the bill. It says that the act will be clearer. Once a first application has been made, there will be an automatic renewal. Now, can you imagine if year after year you have to fill out this application, and this is unlike any other federal program. Every year the person had to make a new application, and these are people who are 75, 78, 80, 85 years of age, and every year they had to file this new application. Now, this is going to be corrected, and it's rather strange to think that it took 5 years to do this, but at least it will be done with the bill that we have before us today. And there are other things in the bill to make the act clearer and more consistent and take into account the true intent of the legislation. I can't understand why this wasn't done earlier. The true intent of the act is to ensure that those who need the income will get it so that they can cover the cost of living. And it's not a matter of saving money for the government or giving people the least amount possible. It's intended to ensure that these people will have an adequate income, and I hope that this is reflected in the bill. And then simplify income tax returns for couples and seniors. For seniors who make an application based on their income and have had a loss of income because their retirement income has dropped, this will help them because they will be able to estimate their income. So there will be a safety net for people who need to adjust their return. For example, you take money from your RSP to pay for something, and this is added to the next year's income, and it reduces the final amount. This happens to people in our riding, and we have to find some flexible way to ensure that people aren't penalized when their income fluctuates. Also, the certain spouses won't have to provide certain types of information on the income tax return. This can be done by one spouse if they are spouses in common, and we have to ensure that this will be done properly and they will all be given equal treatment. Now, what we experienced with the GIS, we also experienced with American pensions. This was at the same time when the government was trying to save as much money as possible and hand out the least amount of money possible. This was in the 1990s, 94, 95, under the previous Liberal government. And with American pensions, they decided that they would tax people an extra amount, and they penalized citizens who found themselves in the same situation. Now, this hasn't yet been corrected, but I hope that the federal government will take a close look at it in coming weeks and months so that these people will be given fair treatment as well. The Bloc Québécois feels that C-36 will facilitate access to the GIS for seniors in need, and there will also be GIS given to couples based on a single income tax return, and this is one of the good points in this bill, and this is why we will be supporting the bill. Also, the bill will allow seniors who have a sudden drop of income, pension income or employment income, to estimate their pension and employment income. This is a positive point. It's like giving some type of credit during the tax year, if a senior has a sudden drop in income, that person will be able to receive benefits immediately rather than wait the following year until they can fill out their return. So they're not trying to hide anything. They simply need the money to cover their daily expenses. When we visit homes in Canada, in Quebec, when we visit seniors' homes, you would be astonished to see what people have to do and what they manage to do with the money that they are given. And if there's a sudden change in their income, if there's an unexpected expenditure for the family or the widow or widower, then they can find themselves in dire financial straits. So this is another positive point. Also, the bill clarifies certain provisions of the Old Age Security Act. It corrects inconsistencies. This is important. And it changes the Canada Pension Plan, and this doesn't affect the Quebec Pension Plan or Quebec jurisdiction, and we are taking a close look at this because we want to ensure that Quebec's jurisdiction won't be affected. So on the whole, the bill will help to improve the situation. However, there are a certain number of things that we would like to study either in committee, or we would like the government to bring in another bill to correct this. And this involves restrictions for new Canadians who have arrived here as immigrants. We have to look at the impact of these measures because the Bloc Québécois feels that there can't be different categories of Canadian citizens, however they might have come to live here in Canada. For example, sponsorship. People who have arrived as immigrants who are sponsored, and we realize that in the calculation for the GIS, according to this bill, there might be situations where they would take into account the amount that should be provided by the sponsor. It seems to me that you should consider that these people are entitled to the GIS because sponsors are not all millionaires. Often you have sponsors working in a plant, for example, who sponsors a parent, and the parent comes and settles here and qualifies eventually to be able to stay. But if you have to take into account the salary or the amount that was provided by the sponsor in these cases, then you're penalizing the sponsor, and you have an older person, a senior, whose personal situation affects the child's financial situation, and this doesn't seem fair and it should be corrected. Also, and this is something that was raised by my colleagues repeatedly, this is something that the government really has to deal with. And this is what we have to do to ensure true fairness. And this is the whole issue of retroactivity. For the time being, retroactivity goes back 11 months. Why 11 months in the case of the GIS, and why 5 years when it comes to recovering unpaid taxes? This is a double standard, and it's not acceptable. The parliamentary secretary earlier said, well, you have to properly manage public funds, government funds. But this is the same argument that we heard from the Liberals whenever they didn't want to change the GIS, when they said, well, if we have an automatic calculation every year, then this could give rise to extra expenditures. We don't know what would happen. We have to be careful. This is taxpayers' money, and there were representations made by political parties, by groups. The Bloc Québécois also was involved, and we managed to dismiss the argument when it came to automatic deductions or automatic payments. And this has to apply to retroactivity as well, because let's be honest, the only reason why the government doesn't want to go back that far is because they would have to pay out huge amounts of money to make up for the deficiencies in the system. But it isn't because it would cost a significant amount of money that you must tolerate unfairness, injustice. You have to find some way to ensure, particularly when we realize, now that we have automatic calculations, if there are mistakes, and if someone is entitled to retroactivity, and if this is due to the automatic calculations, then it seems to me that it would be only fair to give some type of retroactivity that would go back 5 years tops, 5 years maximum if necessary. But this should be done at the right time Instead of having to wait 11 months or 18 months or 2 years, it might not be all that tragic. There should be some way to find some type of system so that the total amount won't be prohibitive. Because today we are experiencing the fallout from catastrophic practices in the past. I think this represents about $3 billion for all of Canada, but if the system is well managed and if we can have an airtight system, then there will be no problems in the future and the amounts to be paid out retroactively will be low. We have to continue the fight and we have to tell seniors, yes, you are entitled to this retroactive payment, and we're going to continue to ensure that all of those who are entitled to the GIS will be able to have it, because the system was developed in Canada to allow these seniors to have these benefits, and it helps the economy. Because remember, when there was no GIS and no OAS, people had a lower life expectancy, and the end of their lives was much more difficult. So part of this was corrected.
Now we have to continue improving the system. That means retroactivity. That means an indexing calculation that's specific to the elderly and seniors. We should also take a closer look at the poverty experienced by women living alone. Sometimes when a widow remains alone, there are additional expenses that have to be dealt with by the survivor. Does the current Survivors Benefits Program deal with that? Couldn't we do more there? As part of this bill, we should look at it. We can't deal with everything, but the committee should broaden its considerations and come forward with suggestions. We will also want to ensure that testimony, privacy, broadening the group of third parties to which information can be transmitted is properly examined. The Privacy Commissioner has to examine the ways that will be used to ensure that personal information will be transmitted to government agencies. Will this be in compliance with privacy legislation, protection of personal information? Why will people be giving information, particulars, and how will it be used? Statements given to GIS, direct link with customs. We have to ensure that if those links exist, they don't in any way disadvantage people, and that people are aware of how their information is being exchanged. And we can therefore ensure that the information is properly used and protected. We want to ensure that amendments don't restrain access to the income supplement. The Bloc is going to be very vigilant on this. We're talking about automatic assessment. That's fine. That's going to be instituted. But the process, the eligibility process, should be made more complicated. Our seniors deserve our respect. Yes, Mr. Speaker, you're telling me I have 1 minute left. So I'll conclude in saying that this has been a long battle. Marcel Gagnon, a former Bloc member, did some extraordinary work on this, and he expects there to be as much fairness on the issue of retroactivity as we do. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his comments. This particular bill is of special interest to residents in my riding, especially the disability eligibility provisions. In fact, this past month, a constituent of mine came into my office, told me a very sad story. Somebody who had contributed for some 25 years into the Canada Pension Plan, then gets hurt on the job, goes on workers' compensation for 2 years, and of course those 2 years don't qualify under the total years worked under the Canada Pension Plan. He then struggles to go back to work for 3 years and is then diagnosed with inoperable terminal cancer. Doesn't qualify for disability benefits. And now in his waning years, he doesn't have this income that he needs to at least make his life reasonably comfortable. And given the fact that this is not an uncommon experience across Canada, and there are many individuals who are in the same position, I'm just asking the honourable member, since he and his party seem to support this legislation, is he and his party also prepared to expedite the passage of this legislation through the committee stage, back to third reading, and then through the Senate?
L'honorable député de Montmagny.
The honourable member for Montmagny, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I indicated in my remarks, and my colleagues did as well, the Bloc Québécois supports this bill. I plan to vote for it. There will be no systematic abstraction or objection. But personally, I would like us to see in committee, to look into it in depth, to hear witnesses who can help us consider the issue of retroactivity, so that people who should have had their GIS for years can get it. Someone who was deprived of the GIS for years and who obviously had a low income suddenly realizes that he or she was entitled to it. I think retroactivity is a natural thing. If there are witnesses who want to appear on this issue, it would be good to hear them. As we heard about the disabled, other people who have difficulties, health problems, there has to be consistency across government policy. The Canada Pension Plan and the Quebec Pension Plan and the Old Age Security Program. We shouldn't withdraw benefits with one hand if we provide them with another. I hope that my Quebec colleague, who fought very hard on this for years, will be pleased. Some of the best moments I've had here as a member was to stand before the government and saying, I have an activity, will officials come with me to come and meet people who don't know what the GIS is and who should be entitled to it? And tens of members, dozens of Bloc members did the same thing, and that provided excellent contact with people who have devoted their lives to helping society. We'd meet 50 or 60 people, and 2 or 3 of them would be in the situation of being entitled to the GIS and not getting it. Some younger people would be saying, let me check, because my parents don't get this and I think they should. This was positive action that provided interesting results, and here is this bill today. We're going to support it, and we hope that the government will continue its work until we come up with a fully fair system which includes full retroactivity. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bordua. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague on his remarks. I think it provides an excellent overview of the current situation. My colleague, among his many responsibilities in this House, has also assumed the duties of critic for social affairs. I know he's been very active in attempting to correct this injustice towards our seniors who are entitled to the GIS. Earlier, the parliamentary secretary stated in her answer that it would be very complex to reimburse people retroactively in full. My colleague raised the point that 272,000 people had been listed in Canada, people who hadn't received the GIS retroactively. 68,000 of them are in Quebec. So it was quite possible to identify who had not received the GIS, since their numbers have been established, they have been identified. There's no identification problem there. My colleague also looked at the recovery aspect. For example, when a Canadian citizen engages in fraud or involuntarily didn't pay the Canadian government its just share, the government goes and gets its money. In my colleague's view, it seems that that there are means for the government to provide justice, ensure justice for these people. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. There is yet another door to be opened. Arguments like those of the parliamentary secretaries should no longer be heard. The government is responsible for ensuring that its programs are fairly and equitably administered. There were 272,000 people who didn't receive the GIS and should have. 68,000 of them are in Quebec. Some of those people were found. They were reimbursed up to 11 months worth of GIS. But people to whom 2, 3, or 4 years of GIS were owed certainly and didn't receive it. Those would have been amounts that would have enabled the people in question to spend their last few years in dignity. We shouldn't have arguments like those expressed. We shouldn't hear them. We have to come to some form of agreement. And customs can find ways, for example, of allowing you to pay amounts over a certain time. If we could come up with some agreement on retroactivity, that would be a good thing. But at the outset, the principle should be recognized, the principle that those people should be paid retroactively, should be reimbursed. There should be a time period longer than 11 months, and the seniors of Quebec and Canada should be treated fairly. We have to ensure that everyone who is owed the GIS receives it. Everyone entitled to it receives it. And the issue of permanent residence should be dealt with, so there's no unfairness. Why not in the next budget, if we need a month or two to think about it, to think about retroactivity? Why not good news on that score? And at that point, we'd feel that as parliamentarians, we had done our work. In a society, you need to create wealth. But the way we're going to be assessed, rated, is the way in which we distribute wealth. And if it's not distributed fairly, those who suffer are those most vulnerable and most disadvantaged. We have, in those cases, a particular responsibility. We want the government to move. We, in the Bloc, will not let go and will not cease to put pressure on the government until people have had the justice, the fair share to which they are entitled. Thank you. Questions and comments? Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Chambly-Bourdieu. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to rise and speak on this issue today. An issue prompted by Government Bill C-36, an act to amend the Canada Pension Plan and the Old Age Security Act. Mr. Speaker, we're very happy to see this initiative. I should say happy in part because, like my colleagues who preceded me said, we are taking the initiative of simplifying and facilitating access to the GIS by making the process to apply for it less cumbersome. This is something we've wanted for many years. We've always been denied this by the preceding government. The purpose of these amendments is also to focus on benefits, pension benefits, and the GIS. The problem that has come up, and my colleagues have mentioned it, is that seniors who receive a low income meet two criteria. They are 65 years old and they have resided in Canada for a sufficient number of years. Those seniors could apply for the GIS provided their income was low enough. That right had been regulated in a way that impeded access, and for many people actually prevented access, blocked access completely. My colleague said that this represented 272,000 Canadians who, for objective reasons, did not have access to the GIS. 68,000 of those Canadians were Quebecers. Our colleague here, Marcel Gagnon, member for Allard Saint-Maurice-Champlain, fought the battle to ensure that a great many of these people would receive the GIS, inform them of their rights, help them to take the steps needed to apply for the GIS. The objective reasons I spoke of earlier are these. When people are told that every year they have to reapply, many people, first of all, didn't know that they were entitled to the GIS, so they didn't apply for it in the first place. Others still didn't know they had to reapply every year. So, who are these vulnerable people? People whose health is fragile. Sometimes they have mental health issues. People with physical disabilities or limitations. We've also identified a number. People who've never worked. People who did not file tax returns and didn't think about it because they didn't have an income or had an income so low they didn't file. Aboriginals were profoundly affected. Residents in remote communities. People with very low literacy. People who don't function well in Canada's official languages, the disabled, the ill, and the homeless. There's a wide range of people who already have a handicap when it comes to fulfilling some obligations to come into compliance with legislation. And an additional complication was added, a complication that prevented them from exercising a right, the right to apply for GIS. In 2001, since 2001, I should say, there's been a major offensive, an attack, a pressure on the former government to come up with some form of redress, and for the past year the pressure's been on the current government. What does this come to in dollar terms? 1993 to 2001, the period when people started to be aware of what was going on, until today, where more people are aware of the issue. It's $3.1 billion. $3.1 billion is the amount of which seniors were deprived, and those seniors are among the most deprived members of our society.
This doesn't appear to move too many members, or to have moved too many members of the previous government. They had years to fix the problem. And in terms of the current government, there appears to be some awareness, some desire to correct the situation for people who are now entitled, but no sensitivity to people who were deprived in the past. So, Mr. Speaker, it's quite a dramatic situation. And the current government, when it was in opposition, some members of the current government, like us, were indignant about the situation. But what happens when you take office, Mr. Speaker? Who are you answerable to for such a shift in attitude? How is it that when you take office and you're in a position to correct an injustice, you don't do so? Both governments, both of the main political parties here in Canada, have taken turns in office. Mr. Speaker, they both seem to have a penchant for attacking seniors. You also have to look at the problem holistically. One problem that persists is the lack of a will to help seniors, to support seniors as they leave the labor force because they're forced to lose their jobs by mass layoffs. There was a program, the POWA program, which was the program for older workers' assistance, which was abolished in 1997, Mr. Speaker. And yet that program supported seniors who were no longer able, they were laid off, they were 55 and over, and they couldn't find another job for various reasons. First, employers aren't generous enough to hire older workers. So age works against seniors on the job market, and often the fact, secondly, that they may have worked for 20 or 30 years for the same employer in a single industry, which makes it hard to find a new trade or profession. So among those laid off currently, 20% on average of those workers are 55 and over. Mr. Speaker, since 1997, when the Liberal government cut the POWA program, we've been fighting for a support program for older workers. So this is an added element, Mr. Speaker. It's an added impoverishment of seniors. Seniors who've retired because they reached retirement age, or seniors who were laid off and wound up in this situation when there were mass layoffs. So the government announced last week, or 2 weeks ago, that they were going to set up a committee of experts to study the situation. Let me just say, Mr. Speaker, that when the budget was examined last year, the government committed, and in fact there was an amendment to last year's budget, which is now 10 or 11 months old. The government committed to do that study quickly, very quickly. As soon as Parliament returned in 2006, they were to report to this House. And what we're finding out today, Mr. Speaker, and in spite of the fact that the previous minister for a whole year had been saying that the study was underway, that it was progressing, that the findings should be known soon, and we found a week and a half ago that this was not the case, and that the government was only now striking a committee to do that study. Mr. Speaker, quite clearly, the House hasn't been told the truth. That's a polite way of saying things, Mr. Speaker. The House was not told the truth here. What we were told was not true. It wasn't true that the study was being done. It remains to be done. The second problem with that committee, Mr. Speaker, is that there's no worker representatives on it. People from organizations that aren't necessarily experts. But another surprising thing is that the Standing Committee on Human Resources and Social Development last fall did a tour of Canada to look into the issue of employability in Canada. And one of the topics that they dealt with was precisely the employability of seniors. How is it that today we're being told that this committee is going to do exactly the same thing without the results of our work even having been released yet, and that should be forthcoming before the spring recess. So it's quite surprising to see the delay coming from this government to avoid its commitment to seniors who've been laid off in mass layoffs. They systematically refuse to recognize their obligation or responsibility to support, to provide income support to those people. So as I was saying earlier, this is just an added element in the government's attack on seniors. Let's come back to the GIS. The Guaranteed Income Supplement, Mr. Speaker, is something that's owed. When the parliamentary secretary says, she said we have to be careful or cautious with the public finances, with the public purse. And at the same time, she added that it would be a huge burden to reimburse people what they were owed, that it would be hard to find the people. Those are two arguments that don't hold water. The first argument shows, I would say, the complete lack of sensitivity and empathy towards the most disadvantaged members of society. When she talks about the public purse and the security, protection of the public purse, well, what about the huge surpluses that the government has racked up over the past 10 years or so? 13 billion last time round, I believe it was, last fiscal year, Mr. Speaker. So the government of Canada has obligations to seniors that don't have adequate income. Sometimes it's not even adequate to get their basic needs met. Basic needs in terms of care, housing, food, and just to live decently. Our colleague from Repentigny this morning gave a very moving testimony of his experience in his ministry in the past, working with those people. He spoke about the isolation and suffering of those people, and that isolation is, among other things, caused by their low income, which doesn't make it possible for them to afford or to be able to be in a position to contribute to society. Mr. Speaker, the other argument was that these people can't be found. Mr. Speaker, we know exactly how many people there are, and if that's true, then that must be because we know where they are. When it comes to seeing to it that there's money in the public purse, in the public coffers, well, there's no shortage of ideas when it comes to that. The means are known. When the GST was set up and provincial sales taxes in Quebec and other provinces, ways were found to find individuals. So Quebec returns its share of the taxes. Now, why wasn't something similar done for seniors? A good number of seniors need to get help from Quebec, either through the QPP or others have to resort to welfare. Why wasn't there a similar agreement to say that the Government of Canada has a way of identifying these people based on income, and Quebec also has lists that allow us to check and cross-check, cross-reference to make sure that the GIS benefits are getting to the right people, to those who qualify for it. So, Mr. Speaker, why wasn't this done? The answer seems clear to me, clear today, as it was in the past. It's a lack of political will, based on the fact that the ideology of both of the main parties is one of giving priority to those who are paying taxes, those who are employed. We know we have a minister who was temporarily prime minister. He had a retroactive benefit for his company that goes back further than the retroactivity offered to seniors. So seniors don't get it, but companies do. When it comes to making exceptions, tax exemptions for companies, ways are found of doing that. So the answers we're given don't hold water. They're completely unacceptable in the context, the current context of injustice to our seniors. Mr. Speaker, to conclude, I said I was going to just stick to that one issue because my colleagues are going to raise potential amendments in order to give a better treatment to our seniors in terms of the GIS. I wanted to focus on the issue of retroactivity because I think if there's no provision in this bill for access to that retroactivity, I think we'll have to agree to that. Basically, we'll be agreeing to the perpetuation of a wholly unacceptable injustice. We in the Bloc Québécois, Mr. Speaker, don't want to get involved in that, and we would encourage the other parties to show that concern for justice and sensitivity. Let's give our seniors, at long last, the right to this guaranteed income supplement that they should have had since 1993 and ever since. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Is the House ready for the question? La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows. Mr. Solberg, seconded by Ms. Oda, moved that Bill C-30
Security Act be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Social Development, and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? On division? On division? Carried. Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Social Development, and the Status of Persons with Disabilities. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day. Government Bills Commons. Second reading of Bill C-40, Sales Tax Amendments Act, 2006.
Ms. Skelton for Mr. Flaherty, seconded by Ms. Georges, moves that Bill C-40, an act to amend the Excise Tax Act, the Excise Act 2001, and the Air Traveler Security Charge Act, and to make related amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Debate. The Honourable Member for Selkirk-Interlake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome this opportunity to begin debate at second reading of Bill C-40. This bill contains a number of amendments to update the operation of our tax system, some of which has been previously made public either by news release or by ways of a notice of Ways and Means motion. Before I outline the measures contained in this bill, I'd like to first point out that the consultative process led up to the introduction of the bill is an excellent example of successful cooperation between government and the tax and business communities towards achieving our common aim of improving our tax system. Adjustments have been made to this legislation as it was originally proposed in response to representations from both tax and business communities. On behalf of Canada's new government, Mr. Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to thank those interested parties that brought forward their views on the many issues addressed in this legislation. Bill C-40 reaffirms this government's commitment to making our tax system simpler and fairer, not only for individual Canadians, but for Canadian businesses as well. I'd like to take a moment now to comment more broadly on how the legislation proposed in Bill C-40 links to this government's goal to ensure that Canada has a fair and competitive tax system. Mr. Speaker, Canada has long been recognized internationally as a country that treats its citizens fairly, one of the reasons that many people from all over the world come here to fulfill a dream of a better life for themselves and their families. Canada's new government believes in helping those dreams come true by creating new opportunities for Canadians wherever they live. That is why, in our first budget, we took action to help families and individuals, as well as businesses, by lowering taxes, rewarding effort, and making Canada a better place in which to live and work. One of our core priorities was to reduce taxes. We did that first by reducing the GST. We also provided other significant personal and corporate tax relief and the investments that will create jobs and boost Canada's economy by improving incentives to work, save, and invest. And we are doing more. As you know, the Minister of Finance recently announced a tax fairness plan for all Canadians. This plan will help restore balance and fairness in Canada's tax system to ensure our economy continues to grow and prosper and to bring Canada in line with our trading partners. Mr. Speaker, families and businesses will still pay too much tax in this country, and our government will continue to reduce taxes for all Canadians. This new government firmly believes that a fair, efficient, and competitive tax system plays a key role in creating a stronger, more productive economy, and the measures contained in this bill reflect that belief. I would like to now outline the initiatives contained in the legislation before us today, and do so illustrate how they support this government's goal of ensuring that we have a fair tax system. This bill is divided into three parts. Part 1 mainly implements proposed measures relating to the goods and services tax and the harmonized sales tax. These measures are aimed at improving the operation of the GST and HST in the affected areas, ensuring that the legislation is in accord with the policy intent. Part 2 contains measures relating to the taxation of wine, spirits, and tobacco. And finally, Part 3 of the bill is related to the air traveler security charge. Starting with Part 1, the GST and HST measures, as I mentioned earlier, a number of these initiatives have been previously announced by way of press release or by notice of Ways and Means motions. The proposed GST, HST measures in this bill fall into a number of main areas. First, health. Mr. Speaker, an important priority for Canadians and for Canada's new government is our health care system. The Government of Canada is committed to providing support to provinces and territories to help ensure that all Canadians have access to timely, quality health care. To make sure that happens, Mr. Speaker, transfers from the federal government to provinces and territories in support of health are at their highest levels ever. Approximately $21.3 billion for the Canada Health Transfer and Wait Times Reduction Transfer. This will ensure stable, predictable, and increasing support for Canada's healthcare system. In addition to transfers, the Government of Canada provides some $6 billion annually in its own areas of responsibility, including First Nations and veterans' health, health protection, disease prevention, health-related research, and medical and caregiver tax credits. Mr. Speaker, the legislation contained in this bill complements these investments by helping to ensure that Canadians receive the health services they need. For example, Bill C-40 proposes to continue indefinitely the GST-HST exemption for speech-language pathology services. It also exempts health-related services rendered in the practice of the profession of social work. These amendments are consistent with the government's policy criteria for inclusion of a particular healthcare service on the list for those that are GST-HST exempt. This is to say, if a service is rendered in practice of a profession that is regulated as a health care profession by the governments of at least 5 provinces, the service is exempt in all provinces. In addition, the bill proposes a tax-free status to the sales and importations of blood substitutes known as plasma expanders. Under the current GST-HST legislation, the supply of blood and blood derivatives is tax-free, whereas synthetic blood products such as plasma expander are not tax-free, as they are not of organic origin. To maintain consistency in our tax system, The proposed amendments will also ensure that blood products such as plasma expander receive the same GST, HST treatment as that of blood derivatives. This bill also restores the tax-free status of a group of drugs that are commonly used to treat a variety of conditions such as seizure control, anxiety, and alcohol withdrawal. Once again, the proposed amendment in Bill C-40 ensures consistency with the government's policy criteria of ensuring that no sales tax applies throughout the production distribution chain in the case of federally regulated drugs that can only be sold to a consumer under a prescription. Another GST, HST area dealt with in this bill is agriculture. Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada recognizes the vital role that farmers play in our economy. To help those hardworking Canadians, the government has established a number of tax measures and other programs that support our farmers. For example, farmers do not have to pay the GST on a list of selected major items used exclusively by farmers. This includes pesticides, feed, bulk fertilizer, and certain farm machinery and equipment. This so-called zero-related list is intended to relieve farmers of possible cash flow problems that might arise between the terms of payment of tax on high-price items and the receipt of an input tax credit. The amendments in Bill C-40 will help ensure consistency between the GST, HST treatment of different farm products that can be purchased, imported, and sold by farmers on a tax-free basis. Bill C-40 also deals with the GST, HST as it relates to business arrangements. Mr. Speaker, Canada's new government recognizes the important role played by small businesses in our economy. After all, they are the main job creators in Canada. Accordingly, we are committed to ensuring a favourable environment that allows these businesses to prosper and expand. I mentioned at the outset that measures in this bill results from consultations with the tax and business community. Time does not permit me to go into all the details, but suffice it to say that Bill C-40 contains a number of provisions mostly intended to simplify or clarify the GST, HST administrative requirements for businesses in Canada. Mr. Speaker, ensuring the efficient operation of our sales tax system is important to this government. To that end, Bill C-40 contains miscellaneous housekeeping changes to sales tax legislation that update provisions, correct ambiguities, or ensure consistency. As well, this bill also contains GST, HST administrative amendments concerning this discretionary power under the Act for the Minister of National Revenue. And finally, Mr. Speaker, as you know, 3 Atlantic provinces have harmonized their sales tax system with that of the federal system. Bill C-40 contains rules related to the operation of the harmonized sales tax. One such example proposes to modify the existing new housing rebate for the provincial portion of the HST in the province of Nova Scotia. As announced by the Government of Nova Scotia, this rebate will be targeted to first-time homebuyers and capped at a maximum of $1,500. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned at the outset, Bill C-40 is comprised of 3 parts. I'd like to now outline the details of the second part. This section contains measures relating to the taxation of wines, spirits, and tobacco. By way of first providing some background, a comprehensive review of the federal framework for the taxation of alcohol and tobacco products accumulated in new excise tax legislation. This new framework modernized the legislative provisions governing the taxation of spirits, wine, and tobacco products and introduced an updated administrative and enforcement framework that reflects current industry practices. The proposals contained in Bill C-40 implement a number of technical amendments to the excise framework. The amendments constitute refinements that will improve operation of the legislation and more accurately reflect industry and administrative practices. The excise legislation is also being amended to implement a minor change to bring into compliance with the specifications of the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control, an international treaty on tobacco control sponsored by the World Health Organization. Mr. Speaker, this brings me to Part 3 of Bill C-40, which deals with proposed amendments to the air traveler security charge. While time does not permit me to outline all of the proposed amendments, it is important to point out that the majority of these amendments come as a result of the consultation process with interested parties. I would, however, like to describe in more detail one of the proposed amendments. This is the one that deals with an exception for the air traveler security charge for charitable flights. Immediately after the security charge was introduced, it was brought to the attention of the previous government that certain charities arrange free air transportation services for persons who otherwise cannot afford cost of flights for medical care, as well as flights of a lifetime for physical, mental, or socially challenged children. Canada's new government has responded to these concerns with this proposed legislation. Specifically, Bill C-40 proposes that the air traveler security charge will not be payable for air travel that is donated by an air carrier at no cost to a registered charity, as long as the charity donates the air travel to an individual, also at no cost, in pursuit of the charitable purpose. Mr. Speaker, this measure will help charities like the Children's Wish Foundation of Canada, which is dedicated to fulfilling a favorite wish for children affected with a high-risk, life-threatening illness. In closing, the measurements contained in Bill C-40 that I have outlined here today propose to refine, streamline, and clarify the application of our sales tax system. At the same time, this bill reflects this new government's commitment to ensure that our tax system is efficient and above all fair. I therefore urge the honourable members to support this bill. Thank you.
Well said. Well said.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to speak in favour of two elements of the bill. First was the last element mentioned, helping poor children in particular go on trips of a lifetime. Who could argue against that? And the second is the excise tax changes, particularly on breweries. We have an excellent brewery in the Yukon, makes Yukon Gold, Chilkoot Amber, etc. And we've been lobbying for this change for a long time, and I'll be strongly supporting that particular change.
The honourable member for Selkirk Innerleith.
I want to thank the honourable member for his comments, and like him, I too am very pleased that we are moving forward in removing the excise taxes and the GST and HST issues that surround things like breweries and alcohol provisions, making things a little more streamlined. But in particular, dealing with this whole issue of charitable donations of flights. And the Children's Wish Foundation is a foundation that I've worked with and is one that just does a great service to families who have children who are very sick, and making sure that those kids get to live out their dream, and taking them to their places of fancy and fantasy, and get to have that enjoyment as an entire family, not just a single kid, but the entire family. And I know with the fundraising activities that we do in my riding has sent many families around the world, and look forward to working with those foundations and being able to offer them this service to make sure that the security charge is removed.
In comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Honourable Member for Alfred Bellin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his introduction of C-40. I'm a member of the Standing Committee on Transport, and in that capacity I'd like to ask for him to explain the fees for air transport security and the fees that are charged to passengers. And I'd like to know how this ensures adequate safety in air transportation. Will this fee allow us to improve security, or is it simply a tax grab? The honourable member for Selkirk Interlake.
Well, there's no doubt that in the past there was a need to enhance security at airports, and for that reason the security charge was introduced that all travelers pay, and that definitely goes to assisting in offsetting the costs related to the increased screening that we have to do at airports, and service provided today by over 4,000 professionals who are ensuring that we have safe travel across this country. This bill is dealing with removing that charge on the tickets that are charitably given to families who are participating in programs like the Children's Wish Foundation and living out their dreams. And for that reason, it was only practical that we remove that charge to ensure that the entire cost of these kids to fulfill their fantasies are removed, and that they are truly charitable from one end of the system to the other, not just from the airlines, but it's also charitable on behalf of the government.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Resuming debate, the honourable member for York South Weston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-40.
which, as you have outlined, Mr. Speaker, is an act to amend the Excise Tax Act, the Excise Act 2001, the Air Traveler Security Charge Act, and to make related amendments to other acts. And, Mr. Speaker, as the title suggests, this is probably not the most exciting or gripping of topics that we have discussed in this place, but it is nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, an extremely important one, as my colleague across the side of the House has already indicated. Much of the bill has to do with bringing previous legislation in line with the original policy intent of the government. Much of the bill has to do with implementing previously proposed legislation that has been indicated required further study. And, Mr. Speaker, this has been done in consultation with affected individuals and industries, which, as I understand, was the procedure followed in this instance and most appropriately, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, C40 has three main components. I'd like to deal with those separately also. The first includes new measures related to the goods and services tax and the harmonized sales tax. The second part contains amendments to the Excise Tax 2001 and other acts with respect to taxation of tobacco, spirits, and wine, Mr. Speaker, a subject matter of which will be of interest to more than just in this House. Finally, the bill contains measures that affect the air traveler's security charge. And, Mr. Speaker, let me begin with the first part. This bill will confirm the GST-HST exemption for speech-language pathology services. Speech-language pathologists can include occupational therapists, physical therapists, therapist assistants, public health nurses, child psychologists, and others. And typically, Mr. Speaker, they provide services to young children with communication disorders and adults in rehabilitation centers. Mr. Speaker, we on this side are glad to see that this has been done. We are glad also that the Liberals' draft GST exemption for these services will be implemented. Clearly, speech-language pathology services should fall under the list, under the Act of GST-HST exempt healthcare services. The bill also contains, Mr. Speaker, that the sale and importation of a blood substitute known as plasma expander will be zero-rated for GST purposes. As my colleague from the other side has pointed out, plasma expander is a blood substitute product which is used primarily to maintain circulatory blood volume during surgical procedures or trauma care. And as we all know, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are very generous when it comes to our healthcare system and donating their blood, but there is also always a pressing need for more. And that is why the Liberals proposed this change in a previous budget and began consulting with affected industries. Mr. Speaker and members, C40 will also broaden the specially equipped vehicle GST-HST rebate so that that rebate applies to motor vehicles that have been used subsequent to being specifically equipped for use by individuals with disabilities. This will broaden the previous government's initiative, which ensured that individuals and organizations, such as municipalities, nonprofit or charitable organizations, and school authorities, would qualify for the rebate on purchases when payment becomes due after today or when the vehicle is imported. Mr. Speaker, the bill also affects the harmonized sales tax in Nova Scotia, where the government has called for the provincial tax portion of the home buyer's rebate to be limited to $1,500. And it is good to see, Mr. Speaker, that this bill that the government has brought forward finally acknowledges the fact that a GST-HST rebate on new housing does in fact exist. Last spring, when the Prime Minister was touring the country, lauding the savings that a 1% GST reduction would provide for a new homeowner, he conveniently happened to forget that the existence of this value program already was there. As a result, I think he somewhat inflated the amount of savings a new homeowner could expect. In Newfoundland, I believe, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister pulled a savings figure of $2,000 on a $2,000 home out of his hat. In reality, of course, the savings are some $650 less due to the GST rebate on new housing. But facts and correct figures tend to be lost, Mr. Speaker, on the government when it wants people to think it is lowering their income taxes when in reality it is doing just the opposite. And Mr. Speaker, I think that it would be our position that adjustments to income taxes, perhaps a more progressive way, that would remove the inequities, in particular to the working poor and those on fixed incomes, other than treating the GST, but we also support the reductions that have been suggested to the GST. Mr. Speaker, the final Liberal budget in 2005 announced new funding over 5 years to enhance federal tax compliance and enforcement in the tobacco industry. We set aside new money for enhanced markings of tobacco. I'm glad to see that this bill extends requirements to identify the origin of tobacco products to all products, including those for sale at duty-free shops or for export. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that from those that have discussed this issue with me, that tobacco contraband needs to be addressed in a serious fashion. And that is why we allocated $8 million to fight tobacco contraband 2 years ago. I certainly hope that the current government will take up that very cause, Mr. Speaker. The final part of the bill also focuses on an initiative announced by the previous Liberal government and confirmed in this bill. It will ensure that certain air travel donated to charities through air carriers is not subject to the air traveler security charge. And, Mr. Speaker, I think it's worthwhile to repeat what has been said in explanation of this by my colleague previous. In the months following 9/11, the previous Liberal government jumped into action with a series of measures to improve public safety, secure our borders, and ensure that the lives of Canadians and Canadian businesses could go on with as little disruption to their daily lives as possible. As a result, the government at that day strengthened Canada's borders dramatically. We increased security at Canadian imports with as little disruption to passengers as possible. Mr. Speaker, the air traveler security charge was levied to help pay for these upgrades. While no one particularly enjoys a new tax, Mr. Speaker, I think most Canadians would agree that in February of 2002, we did the right thing by instituting the air traveler's security charge in order to protect Canadians. As a side note, Mr. Speaker, the current government, who at the time was comprised mostly of the Canadian Alliance Party, voted against the security charge and, in fact, against the creation of the Canadian Air Transport Security Authority. Liberals, however, did believe that Canadians would be willing to pay a little bit more to ensure that air travel in Canada was as safe as possible. As a result, I'm proud to say that they are, in fact, safer, Mr. Speaker. Furthermore, as new technology was installed at airports across Canada and new security procedures created, the costs of the program were diminished as time went on. Accordingly, the Liberals used their last 3 budgets to lower the air traveler's security charge 3 times so that the Canadians would only need to pay what was necessary to ensure their safety on board flights. Mr. Speaker, as mentioned, this was another initiative that was started by the previous government. Lowering barriers such as the traveler security charge on donated seats, then, is an excellent way to ensure that businesses such as airlines can help charities carry out their excellent work. In Canada, there are currently over 80,000 registered charities, the vast majority of which are honest and hard-working organizations that provide valuable services for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I am sure that Canadians were dismayed this fall when the current government chose to eliminate the Charities Advisory Committee. The committee was comprised of members of the charitable community as well as Canada Revenue Agency employees. Together, Mr. Speaker, they worked to ensure that charities were aware of their obligations under the Income Tax Act. They worked to ensure that Canadians could be confident that when they donate their hard-earned money to a charitable cause, the bulk of that donation actually goes towards the cause. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker and members, the Charities Advisory Committee proposed new and interesting changes to Canada's tax laws, such as eliminating the air traveller security charge when an airline donates a seat to a registered charity. I cannot recall if this particular proposal came from that committee, but, Mr. Speaker, I do know that they had many proposals such as this one before them and made recommendations to that effect. I do not believe that the few $1,000s the government has saved by eliminating the committee are in the best interests of our charitable sector or Canadians at large. Mr. Speaker, as I've said at the beginning, this may not be the most exciting or glamorous fare that this House has had to discuss, but as you can see from what has been said thus far, these measures are all very vital and important. The vast majority of these initiatives are either a result of a consultation process set up by the previous government or are a direct result of funding provided by us. Accordingly, Mr. Speaker, I am happy to support this bill, as my party will be, at second reading and further study it when it arrives at the Finance Committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Thank you. I just have one comment on the excellent speech by my colleague. I understood from your speech that the government was in favour of reducing housing costs for Canadians, and I think that's very admirable. But of course, that's what the EnerGuide program did, and they cancelled that program, and then they brought it back with a smaller amount of money, so that does not help Canadians. But more important, they brought it back without the provision, the special provision and program for low-income people, and I'd just like to ask my colleague if he believes that makes any sense.
Honourable Member for York South-Weston.
Well, Mr. Speaker, one of the areas that I also wanted to mention but hadn't was the provision with respect to HST-related rules. The Government of Nova Scotia limits the availability of the current Nova Scotia first-time buyers rebate, and as I know my colleague wasn't referring to that, but this is an incentive within the bill that will be targeted at low-income wage earners. To the point, Mr. Speaker, of the question, Mr. Speaker, it's a question of equity. It's a question of what will be an incentive to those who need it most. The EnerGuide program was one that, in fact, under the previous regime, the Liberal regime, was targeted and in its implementation was taken up by thousands of Canadians who fell within those income brackets where this was an incentive for them to purchase green products, to renovate and upgrade the standards of their equipment in their homes, from furnaces through to laundry machines and so on. So I think that the member is right in the inference that he draws that there still is a lot of work to be done with respect to the EnerGuide type approach and to try and focus it on wage earners who need the incentives most in this country.
The comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview, Dieppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While the Honourable Member may be correct in saying that this is not the most exciting or glamorous topic to come to the chambers of recent date, certainly his elocution and delivery bordered on glamorous, and I want to compliment him for that delivery. But, Mr. Speaker, I felt because of time and because of the many details to this act, he glossed over something he started to talk about but didn't elaborate upon, and that is simply the idea that this is a very detailed bill on housekeeping, if you will, on matters of direct taxation, non-progressive taxation, which we know as the sales tax in general, and yet we would have on this side, and the previous government certainly preferred to concentrate on cuts to people's income taxes. Could the member elaborate upon the point he started to make, which was essentially that it is much more fair to Canadians to concentrate on cutting income tax, which is levied on increased income, rather than concentrate on HST, GST, and other matters, notwithstanding his positive comments about this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for York South-Weston.
Mr. Speaker, the whole notion of ad valorem taxes as they compare with the improvements, progressive improvements to be made to an income tax regime, Mr. Speaker, have been with us as long as I can remember. Mr. Speaker, one is caught in a trap if one starts to argue the qualities of one over the other, when in fact I think Canadians generally would accept the assumption that a tax that is progressive to the extent that it is aimed and works for those wage earners and salary brackets that are in the lower income percentages is one that works for them. And, Mr. Speaker, while I didn't have time to go on with respect to the comparison of the GST approach, ad valorem approach as opposed to income tax, I think my colleague can certainly draw the inference that I particularly, and I think our party, supports the fairness with respect to using the income tax as the basis for equity and fairness to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, that is not to say that the GST or ad valorem taxes don't have their place, but we should remember that the very people that we propose to use the funds that come from that source are the ones that will be harmed by it in the end, because they are the ones that are the least able to afford the luxury goods and the big ticket items that the GST, for example, as a tax is aimed at. So it is counterproductive. However, Mr. Speaker, that's not to say, and certainly not to detract, that all governments should be attempting to reduce the burden. But certainly, Mr. Speaker, I personally, and I know our party, favors using the income tax as the most fair and equitable way to achieve that end. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Jean-Lebert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to take the opportunity, since this is the first time I've spoken in this new session, to wish you a very happy 2007 and to wish the same to all my honourable colleagues and to all the citizens of my riding. I hope it will be an excellent and happy year for everyone. Today I'm going to provide an overview of C40, the bill before us today, and summarize the principal reasons for which the Bloc Québécois supports the principle of C40. This bill corrects deficiencies in the excise tax and other bills. It will facilitate access to services. It reduces the burden of taxation for charity organizations. The bill also contains measures to support small wine producers and tightens provisions on tobacco production in an effort to fight tobacco smuggling. C40 also amends the Air Traveller Security Charge Act. This was a request by Quebec, and for all those reasons we support the bill. To provide some background, this bill is divided into three major parts. It seeks to establish corrective measures to improve and provide details on GST collection. It also amends legislation regarding taxes of goods and services. Then it tackles the Excise Tax Act, introducing a number of measures regarding the taxation on wines, beer and spirits, and amends the Air Traveller Security Charge Act collected in airports. In the first part, GST measures and harmonized sales taxes, there are 5 separate measures. rules on health, charity organizations, commercial arrangements, governments, and includes provisions amending the GST application process. The first of those measures affect the area of health. The legislation is amended so that orthophonic services will from now on not be taxed. That amendment will make it possible to confirm the tax exemption for orthophonic services. And this will be very helpful to young people with speech difficulties. The change will facilitate access for seniors who have had strokes, enabling them to continue living in dignity. Within the same measure, the government will exempt health services provided as a part of the social work profession. This measure will support access and will enable agents who have insurance no longer to have to pay tax when purchasing social work services. The government will then exempt sales and imports of products that to some extent can replace blood. For example, plasma, which makes it possible to inject a blood substitute during a treatment for serious hemorrhage, serious burns, or open fractures, compound fractures. Since the plasma does not contain red cells or other antigens, it is an excellent alternative and can serve as an excellent life-saving measure in cases of serious injury. The government will also exempt benzodiazepines. Benzodiazepines are a class of drugs that include Valium, Ativan, and other drugs of that sort. The benzodiazepines are used primarily in the treatment of anxiety during withdrawal from alcohol addiction or before anesthesia. The government will reimburse GST on devices used for the disabled. The second major measure in this component deals with charitable organizations. Changes will ensure that short-term leases for buildings used by charitable organizations will be tax exempt. The charity organizations will have less financial pressure on them in fulfilling their mission to society. Commercial arrangements and amendments of the legislation governing the GST provides for transitional arrangement in the initial transfer of a foreign bank which is restructuring its Canadian subsidiary into a Canadian branch. This will encourage foreign banks working in Canada to transform their subsidiaries into branches, and this will encourage increased competitiveness in the banking sector. The legislation eliminates technical obstacles that make it difficult to ease the GST burden. This amendment will specify the ways in which existing legislation is to be applied. This bill will also simplify compliance by reimbursing tax on containers for alcoholic beverages. It will be easier for organizations to manage collections and will encourage deposits since the deposit fee will be easier to pay. It will encourage recycling. This is therefore a very good measure. This is a welcome small step made by this government for the environment. We hope that the government will go further. So the more technical measures this involves is enable agents who collect the tax to request the GST and sales tax reduction and adjust taxes for sales carried out as agent. And other measures in applying GST sales tax regulations to people who act only as billing agents for their clients. Another measure will support the conclusion of special import agreements among companies in cases where products are provided abroad to Canadian clients. The regulations on GST sales tax alleviation will be given to groups providing compensation services to parties provided to services provided to a third party which is not part of the exempt group. Entertainment devices such as games devices when offered through automatic devices which accept only a 25-cent coin or less. The Canada Revenue Agency, in cases where no provincial sales tax or GST for recreational vehicles, tourism vehicles, will be applied. The fourth broad measure affects governments. Will first of all exempt provision of the right to produce or excerpt documents in an official electronic log. This will make it possible for municipalities and other government organizations to provide information to citizens at a lower cost. Citizens will have easier access to information. The division of small suppliers in a municipality will get the same treatment as the municipality itself. So fair treatment, that is a principle that will be applied. The fifth measure in the same block, amendments to the way legislation is applied. The Minister of National Revenue will have discretionary power to agree, after expiry of the given period, requests for reimbursement of GST for new homes and sales tax in Nova Scotia for new homes built by the owner, provided it is within the appropriate period. Moreover, the Minister of National Revenue will have discretionary power to accept, after expiry of the appropriate period, the request by a financial institution. When it comes to information exchange, the Minister of National Revenue can exchange information on GST and sales tax with foreign governments who are signatories to the Mutual Administrative Assistance Treaty on Financial Matters with other countries. The bill also gives discretionary power to the Chief Statistician of Canada, authorizing him to give statistical data on business activities to provinces. The new power will enable the provinces to have access to statistics that will help them better guide their public policy. That's the first block of the bill. You've seen this is very technical, as is this whole bill. In the second part of the bill, there's a series of measures affecting excise tax. Those measures amend the 2001 Excise Tax Act in order to implement minor changes that will improve the way in which the Act operates and better reflect administrative practices now in use, as well as industry practices. It also makes it possible to implement associated amendments affecting the Access to Information Act,
et la loi sur la taxe d'assises.
Customs Tax Act and Excise Tax Act.
So I don't have time to go into the details, but in terms of the main measures, clearly that has to do with tobacco, and there are some provisions on the having to do with the Excise Tax Act, and they're designed to fight smuggling, tobacco smuggling, through taxes. So, among other things, there's a requirement to specify the origin of the tobacco, whether it's for export, or there's a framework convention on the against tobacco abuse. There's also provisions for cigars, whether it's for the domestic or export markets. The second measure has to do with alcohol. The bill has two main goals. One is it authorizes provincial liquor boards and vintners to have a still or similar equipment and for the purpose of analyzing substances without holding a spirits license. So in other words, this is to give provincial liquor boards and vintners the ability to use such equipment without all the costs and difficulties associated with it. It will also allow the small vintners selling wine on consignment in retail stores operated by an association of vintners to defer payment of duty until the wine is actually sold. And also, when they sell their products in retail stores, they'll only have to pay the GST once the wine is sold. So that's a provision that will help the local producers, and the Bloc Québécois is very much in favor of this. By the way, Mr. Speaker, the wine industry in Quebec has an association of vintners. There are 42 vintners, or were in 2006, in the Quebec City region, La Naudière, the Eastern Townships, the Montérégie, and the Lower St. Lawrence. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, there's no Quebec wine being grown in Montreal, in my region, where I live, in my riding. But in exchange, we're very pleased to taste Quebec wines year after year that are getting better and better. So annually, there's over 100 hectares of vines grown, and about 300,000 bottles are produced every year in Quebec, mainly white wine and fortified wine. In terms of the enforcement of the Act, in the previous section, the Minister of National Revenue will be permitted to exchange excise duty information with foreign governments that are signatories to the Convention on Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters. The bill also adds a discretionary power under the Act for the Chief Statistician of Canada to provide statistical information concerning business activities to the provinces, similar to an existing provision in the Income Tax Act. Finally, the third group of provisions, in Part 3, has to do with the air traveler security charge measures. These measures were implemented a few years ago after the unfortunate events of September 11th. So these measures pertain to the air traveler security charge contained in Part 3 of the bill, including previously announced relief provisions as well as technical changes to the Air Travelers Security Charge Act. So in terms of the main measures, there are two, ultimately. First of all, tax relief in particular circumstances. The bill will relieve the ATSC in respect of air travel sold by resellers or donated by air carriers. And secondly, in terms of the administration of the Act, the bill provides authority for the Governor and Council to add, delete, or vary by regulation the schedule of listed airports. In this way, 3 airports in Quebec will see their status changed to see that the standards meet the market demand. So La Grande 3 and La Grande 4 airports will be taken off the list of airports subject to the air traveler's security charge. And this reflects the very specific or unique nature of those airports. But given the huge increase in travel to and from the Mont-Tremblant airport, that airport will now be subject to the air traveler's security charge. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a very technical bill, and the Bloc Québécois supports it in principle because of the various measures it contains. We're also glad to see some measures not contained in this bill, measures pertaining to the GST Act, including the government's announced intention to eliminate the refund of GST to foreign visitors. We're very glad that that's not in this bill because we think it's a bad measure. It will unduly punish the tourism industry in Quebec, and we hope the government will have the wisdom to completely forget that idea. And hopefully we'll never have to discuss it here in the House, because that would be a huge problem. So I'd like to wrap up by saying that we're going to support this bill because it seeks to correct certain technical problems with other acts, the GST Act and the Excise Tax Act, or the Excise Act. So it will reduce the tax burden for certain charitable organizations. There are steps to help small vintners. There are measures concerning tobacco, to fight tobacco smuggling, and it will also change the air traveler's security charge, and that's all great. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député pour...
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague from Jean Lebert for his excellent presentation. You can see all the experience he's gained as a critic for finance. It seems obvious to me that this is a good bill that meets a lot of needs. But when it comes to vintners, it merely defers the GST to point of sale for small vintners that are selling on consignment. Doesn't my colleague think this bill could go even further to encourage our local vintners, because they are a wealth for our local populations, they create jobs and so on. So I would ask him if it might be possible to contemplate a GST exemption, for example, for the production of those local wines. The Honourable Member for Jean Lebert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. On the one hand, obviously, we could do better to support our small vintners in Quebec, but this is a step in the right direction. When you're a small producer, your inventory may be found at in a number of stores. So this is an important point, not to have to pay in advance the GST on that product, which is merely held in stock or in inventory. That's an actual, it's truly an advantage, but better could be done. In another bill, the government met a long-standing demand of the Bloc Québécois, which was to amend the excise tax on microbreweries and vintners. So we think that this is a measure that will certainly also help the Quebec industry, both in terms of microbreweries and vintners. And obviously the Bloc Québécois is going to continue to put forward proposals, and we hope that the government will continue to accept them for the benefit of Quebecers.
Questions and commentary. The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just in a bill that's talking about certain rescindment of GST, I'd just like to ask the member, because he is the critic for finance and doing an excellent job, if he believes that the government should reinstate the cut made to the GST for travelers coming in for conferences and from overseas foreign travelers. This is my riding may be perhaps the only one in the country where the biggest private sector employer for number of employees is tourism, and the cuts to the by getting rid of that exemption for the GST, it certainly hurt the tourism industry across Canada. Has done an extensive study on that, and at the same time it cut marketing to tourism and cut money to museums that are very important for tourism. So I'd like to know if the member agrees with those cuts and if they should have perhaps been reinstated in this bill.
The honourable member for Jeanne Lebert. Actually, Mr. Speaker, a good part of the answer was in my presentation. That measure was announced. It still hasn't been enacted. That's why I said in my presentation that I was glad that this measure isn't contained in this bill. I hope it never will be put before the House. I don't think it's a good idea to abolish the exemption for tourists who come and buy things here in Canada and bring them home to their country of origin. What's particularly striking about that government proposal is that it's based on data that aren't justified. They say the program's ineffective because, if I recall correctly, only 4% of travelers claim it. Obviously, that's not the right way to measure the effectiveness of that program. It has to be calculated properly. First of all, because clearly, out of any group of tourists, there may be only one person who claims the credit. If you're a family of 4 who've bought a certain number of goods, when you cross the border, you're not going to make 4 claims. You're going to make 1 claim on behalf of the whole family. So the data is unreliable for that reason, for one thing. You also have to understand, when you look at how much credit is claimed in dollars versus how much they'd be entitled to claim, obviously, if you come to Canada as a tourist, if you spend a weekend in Montreal, you go back to the United States, and you haven't bought anything, well, then obviously you're not going to claim the credit. That doesn't mean the program's ineffective. So you'd have to compare, and we'll discuss this on the Finance Committee, you'd have to have a dollar value comparison to see what it means in terms of effectiveness. And third, there's the marketing issue. You know, companies use that heavily. For example, there are postal rebates. Companies that offer postal rebates, there's always a huge number of consumers that never mail in those rebates. People may buy because of the opportunity to claim a mail-in rebate, but they may lose the documentation or whatever and not ultimately claim it. But the fact that it exists was still an incentive to the purchase. So that doesn't prove the ineffectiveness. Questions or comments?
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity to join in the debate. And let me begin by saying that although we've got a lot of paperwork here, it's a big bill. There's the bill itself, and there's the explanatory notes that go with it. The bottom line is, though, that most of this is indeed housekeeping. And it happens in all parliaments and all governments that from time to time there's a need to bring things up to speed to reflect either an unfairness that's been identified but doesn't justify its own bill. Often it's a matter of other changes have been made and now we're catching up with the legislation either with numbers or words. And primarily that's what we found here. Now, once we get into committee, reserve the right to acknowledge that there may be problems that haven't come to our attention. And certainly we would encourage anybody impacted, any industries, any business, any individuals, anywhere, if you're affected by this in a negative way that we haven't yet sussed out, by all means, give us a shout. It'll go to committee. We'll get a chance to deal with that there. But it would seem on the surface, as my colleague from the bloc has pointed out, that this is indeed a housekeeping bill. By rights, shouldn't warrant us all getting ourselves twisted up in this minority government. We've got bigger fish to fry, more important things to deal with. But it does give us an opportunity to speak to what has happened so far. And I agree with much of what my colleague from the bloc had to say. We view it very similarly in that some of the best things about this are what's not in there. And that whole notion of cutting the rebate for tourists coming in here and allowing them to apply for the GST rebate was a foolish suggestion. Absolutely foolish. It's amazing it got as far as being, I believe it was in the throne speech that it was announced that we're going to do this, or in the budget, the original budget document. Really dumb idea. Number one, it's not that much money, and secondly, as has already been pointed out, not everybody applies for it. It's more a matter of, it's a selling point to say this is available to you when particularly conferences, conventions, trade associations are meeting with local officials to determine where they can get the best deal. And if you're comparing Canada to any other country, this is an opportunity for our competitor countries to point out quietly, well, you know, Canada used to be pretty good, but look at some of the things they've done now. That hurts. It hurts more than the reality of the money that's lost, actually. Conversely, the ability to use it as a marketing tool to say to the world, we have a beautiful country. We're very fortunate. We're blessed. And we offer the world, come enjoy, come and see us, visit, bring your family, whether it's for business or pleasure or a combination. Canada is someplace that ought to be on your short list of convention destinations, and leaving this rebate in place is a part of being able to sell Canada around the world. And make no mistake, a community like mine, my hometown of Hamilton, conventions are a huge part of our local economy, more than you might think. But again, and just take a moment, it's because of the proximity to Toronto, but we don't have, nothing to say against our good friends in Toronto, but costs are a little higher there, and we're able to provide some things that Toronto can't at a lower price. And it still provides us with access to Niagara Falls, world-renowned beauty, as well as all the media center that exists in Toronto. So there are a lot of good reasons why Hamilton is an important destination for a lot of, usually for medium-sized conventions and conferences. For the truly large ones, then it makes sense they would go to the larger capitals of the country. But it's important to Hamilton. It's important to Canada. It's good that it's not in here. Let's hope we never hear from it again. Be gone. Don't talk to us anymore about that. Bad idea. But what's not in here, it's interesting, when we take a look at the website of the House Leader of the government, there's a news release on there dated September the 6th, 2005, which of course is before the election. And I could just take a moment, Speaker, to point out that the government of the day, the Conservatives, had a lot to say when they were in opposition about taxes in terms of gasoline, and saying all they were going to do, rightly pointing out that the Liberals weren't doing anything, but making all kinds of commitments. And let me just read it in part. Part of the gas price is a series of provincial and federal taxes. Two components of the federal government's taxes on gas are actually quite offensive. For some For some time, we've been calling on them to be eliminated. The first is best described as a tax on a tax. The feds impose both an excise tax, the gas tax, and they impose the GST, just like they do on everything else. Fair enough so far. But unbelievably, the feds actually charge the GST on the excise tax portion of the gas price as well as on the commodity. You actually pay the GST on the provincial and federal excise tax as part of the gas price. A tax on a tax, and it goes on and on, makes another point about the evils of what's in place right now, condemns the Liberals further for doing nothing, which is accurate, and then goes on to say all the great things their government would do. Well, they aren't. They aren't in here. So you know, they're good at the promises when it comes to gases and taxes, and like usual, Conservatives make a much better argument on paper than they do in law, and this is another reflection of that. And I might also add, Speaker, in the moments that I have left, that the big economic move, the last big, real, supposedly huge change that this government made was to cut the GST. And they're going to talk about that in the upcoming election, whenever that is. They're going to go on and on and on. But what is surprising is that for the average Canadian, that $5 billion, almost $5 billion a year that cost us. Because again, a tax cut is a tax expenditure. When you make a choice to have a tax cut, it's exactly the same as saying that $4.5 billion we're going to spend on health care. We're going to spend on child care. We're going to spend on cleaning up the environment. So when you put a tax cut in place, it's a trade-off. It's a trade-off for a whole host of things that would impact Canadians' lives. That isn't going to happen. And I ask any Canadian watching to think about how many times in their life, since that change was made, has that reduction in the GST made a noticeable difference in your disposable income? I would say, Speaker, that for the most part, unless you made a major purchase, really big, that you're not going to see it. And if you're in a position where you can make a purchase like that, for the most part, that's not where we need the stimulation in the economy. That's certainly not where we need extra money. We need more money in the hands of ordinary working Canadians. Those that don't have a job need some means of having money in their pocket to survive. That close to $5 billion could have been far better spent on investments that would really improve the quality of life for all Canadians, not just the select few that are going out and replacing their 50-foot yacht with a 60-foot yacht. And so when the government talks about planning to do that again, I remind colleagues in the House that they're planning to do another cut sometime, whenever. Just remember that as appealing as it might sound at first, that, oh, there's another cut in the taxes, this is good. Ask yourself, as a taxpayer and as a citizen, whether that last tax cut really improved your life in any noticeable way, or put any extra money in your pocket, or allowed you to give your kids a little extra money for what they need. These are the priorities for Canadians. So the next time we start talking about the second round, we intend in the NDP to make sure that we talk about not just how much it costs for this GST tax cut that's supposed to be coming, but to also put beside that the alternative of what could be done with $4 to $5 billion a year at a time when so many Canadians are facing so many challenges. That money could be much better spent, much more along the lines of the NDP budget that we brought in a year and a half ago, where we diverted money that wasn't needed from profit-making corporations into investments in housing and education, and yes, in terms of environmental cleanup. Those are the priorities. So when we talk about this innocuous bill, it is important to talk about what is not in here that is both good and bad. But for the most part, Speaker, unless and until we get into committee and somebody points out to us a huge problem that we haven't yet identified, and that could be, I say that very openly, that could be. But unless that happens, for the most part, Speaker, we have a bill that needn't tie up this minority government and keep us away from the priorities that we've all identified, not the least of which is cleaning up the environment in Canada and making sure that we have a national agenda that addresses properly greenhouse gas emissions. Those are the priorities. You have our support in principle at this point, but please, this notion of another GST cut, if there's $4 or $5 billion available in this budget, that money can go to a lot more important priorities than just making sure that the very well-off in our country get yet another tax cut. That's not what's needed. What's needed is investment in the areas that we have responsibility for that can actually improve the lives of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. That should be the priority of this House, and to that degree, we intend to move forward with that understanding on Bill C-40, unless, of course, things should change. And as we all know, in a minority, they could. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I just would like to mention to the member that when he talks about how little the 2-cent cut was in GST, I would like him to come to Saskatchewan then and tell our Premier that, because that was his gift to the taxpayers of Saskatchewan, instead of, while our Premier closes hospitals and shuts down schools, the roads are turning into prairie roads, prairie trails. Our Premier, what did they do? They took 2 cents off the sales tax, never invested back in our province. While our population is declining and our producers are having a difficult time with some of the difficulties through our safety nets, our agriculture safety nets, our Premier did nothing but take 2 cents off of the PST, the provincial sales tax. So I'd like to know how that squares up with his philosophy.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I appreciate the attention of the Parliamentary Secretary and appreciate the question. And as much as she might like to have the provincial debate of Saskatchewan here on the floor of the House of Commons, that's not going to happen. The reality is that the governments in the provinces will govern as they deem best in the best interest of their citizens. But let me say this, 2 things. One, doesn't change one bit the fact that, in our opinion, as the National NDP caucus, that if we had up to $5 billion to invest, it wouldn't be in a GST tax cut. That would not be our priority. There are other priorities for Canadians. And let me just say, secondly, that in terms of the agenda of the government of Saskatchewan versus the agenda of the Conservatives of Canada, I'll take the NDP agenda in Saskatchewan 10 times out of 10 over this agenda.
Questions et commentaires. The
Questions and comments.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member mentioned the GST, and I'd just like to ask him a short question, whether he believes the fact that when the GST cut came in, and 1% for low-income people who can't afford to spend money on things to reap that it can't be that helpful. But when the day the GST cut came in, the fact that the low-income people's income tax went up from 12% to 12.5%. I'd like to ask the member if he thinks that was fair, if that's in the spirit of generosity of Canada, and if that's good public policy.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I appreciate the question, and I would agree with him that if you stand back and take a look at overall what's happening in Canada across the last 10, 15 years, I think it was Maclean's, or maybe even the Toronto Star, I forget. There's a major article just done over the weekend, I think it might have even been by Thomas Walcom. Really good, talking about, quite frankly, I hear some of the government members laugh, and they would when these sort of things come up when we talk about unfairness, because quite frankly, if I was on the side that had everything, I would laugh if I was hearing someone representing the other side, because you wouldn't want it to take hold, would you? Because the reality is that in this country, under the Conservatives and the Liberals, the old adage, and it is old, is still true. The poor are getting poorer in Canada, and there are more of them. The rich are getting a lot richer. The tax cuts that have taken place across for the last decade in most governments have benefited the very wealthy far more than they have the poor. And so when this government talks about tax cuts, 9 times out of 10, the real benefit is for those that already have. It's so tough for an ordinary working family, let alone someone who's in poverty, who can't find employment, who can't find hope anywhere, to have a voice in this place other than the odd little crumb, that gets tossed overboard, and the government says, well, see, there we care about the poor. What we really need, Speaker, is fundamental change in terms of fairness. The issue is everybody in Canada being treated fairly by our tax system? The answer is no. And the agenda as we see it so far from this government and their plans going into the future, I say to the honourable member that asked me the question, Speaker, are not going to change. They are not going to benefit the very people he was asking about, but yet indeed it will take care of the Conservatives' friends, make them very happy, help them to continue putting money into their war chest, and hence the laughter and hence the Conservative agenda. The poor are not served well.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentary.
Questions and comments?
Secretary to the Minister of Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start off. I believe in 2007 the NDP are going to be celebrating the 75th anniversary of the creation of the CCF and the NDP. And I want to congratulate also the member from Hamilton for giving a speech demonstrating why in 75 years the NDP have never formed the government of this country. You know, he mentions the fact that in our budget we cut the GST. We did, and we're proud, and we're going to do it again. In our budget we cut taxes 29 times, and it wasn't just cutting the GST. We did help families, the very people that he brags and talks about people who need help and who need support from the government. We are standing up for them. And I know for a fact my sister and my little niece Abby love the fact that our government is giving her $1,200 a year. Our family loves the fact that they're going to get $500 to alleviate the cost of amateur sport. Businesses in my riding love the fact that they're going to get the tax credit necessary to help trades. We had 29 tax cuts to help small businesses, to help families, to help kids, and to do the things that this country needs to get it keep moving in the right direction. In 75 years, the NDP have been wrong in every major economic decision in this country. They were on the wrong side of the free trade agreement, wrong side of NAFTA, wrong side of this budget, wrong side of tax policy, and I congratulate the NDP for pointing that out so they can stay in that little corner over there for 75 more years.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Well, that's it. That's interesting and it's fun, and I appreciate the time that the parliamentary secretary has taken. But a couple of things. First of all, your $1,200 a year. Sure, who isn't going to be happy if they get a check for $1,200 a year, $100 a month? Well, they're going to say no. But that does not address the need that hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of women in particular are facing in terms of trying to find adequate, healthy child care that's affordable so they can go on and build the kind of life that you've already got. So your $1,200 was a buy-off. It wasn't a child care system.
Remind the honourable member that it wasn't my $1,200, but we addressed comments through the chair, and to refer to the honourable parliamentary secretary by either his title or by his name, riding name.
Thank you, Speaker. I am sliding back into Queen's Parkways. I apologize. I'll try to stay more vigilant. And let me just also say to the honourable member, to the Speaker, about the honourable member's remarks. Speaker, he talked about the fact that he's pleased that we're over here and we haven't reached government, and I grant you, we would have liked an opportunity, and that hasn't ended, and we still strive towards that. But let me just say, Speaker, that were it not a small, sometimes smaller NDP caucus in this House, were it not for the fact that the NDP and the CCF were here, we wouldn't have the Canada Pension Plan. We wouldn't have our universal health care plan. We wouldn't have an unemployment insurance system that is meant to help unemployed workers. Well, Speaker, here they go, laughing again. Laughing. But, you know, it's not that funny when you're one of the Canadians who benefit from this, because the Conservatives are not going to lead these things. That's why it took the NDP and the CCF being in this House to bring about those changes that affect hundreds of thousands of Canadians' lives. And Speaker, whether or not we ever end up in the cabinet room, I'm a proud New Democrat, and I'm proud of the impact that we have had as a small caucus on the national agenda, helping millions of people who otherwise wouldn't have a voice in this place.
There's enough time for a very brief question or comment and a similarly brief response. The honourable member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try to be brief. My honourable colleague mentioned the visitors' G8 rebate program and the fact that it's going to be scrapped. Some correspondence that has come on my desk recently from a member in the riding, a small businessman, actually states that, according to a study, the government will actually be losing money and not saving money on this program. I was wondering if you could comment on this, please.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I appreciate the member's question. And of course, that's why I commented earlier that it makes no sense to do this. It makes no common sense. It makes no dollar sense. The reality is that the amount of money involved is relatively small when we talk about certainly the GDP of Canada or our own national budget. But its impact from a marketing point of view, its impact in terms of making Canada an appealing destination point for a whole host of things, including conferences, conventions, and outright tourism, means that this was a non-starter. And I can say to my colleague that all we can hope for is that, given that it's not in this bill, that the government has reconsidered and it won't be brought in. It's a bad idea from all the perspectives.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to continue debate on this Bill C-40. For a while there, I thought the NDP was going to claim authorship of the Constitution, one of the books of the Bible. But Bill C-40 is a tax amendment bill. Many have called it a technical amendment bill, and it certainly is that. But one of the points I'd like to make is that it is never possible to make tax changes, tax policy changes, in a vacuum. And even though this bill may be regarded as technical, Parliament must always be vigilant, as should taxpayers, be vigilant to make sure that tax changes, however small they are said to be, do not radically change the strategic direction of tax policy unless it is the will of Parliament to do so. And this government, Mr. Speaker, on at least 3 occasions, not involving this bill, but it appears to have made 3 separate statements or policy moves to alter tax policy, I feel, in a vacuum, in a way that has had negative impacts. One of them is the reference that's already been made, Mr. Speaker, to the possibility of revoking the GST rebate for visitors. Well, the government appears to have walked from that, but the very fact that the statement was made may have altered the perception of visitors to Canada, travel agents who organize visits to Canada, and this was a mistake, frankly, and the amount collected in that tax is relatively small. I realize that one of the reasons for considering the revocation was the extent to which fraud had taken up some of those resources. But again, it's a small amount of money, and it's probably worth the enforcement costs to make sure that our visitors feel they are welcome in Canada, welcome to spend here in Canada. That was a mistake. Another one is my friend from the NDP has discussed at some length the 1% reduction in the GST. Well, that reduction is small to many Canadians. One could class that GST 1% reduction as regressive because it is the big spenders who will get the biggest tax reduction. If you're hand to mouth in Canada, if you're not spending big bucks, if almost all your money goes out for rent and food, then 1% of nothing is nothing. There's no tax rebate. So I think maybe the government would rather have the photo op and the glamour tax reduction statement than really considering the tax impact on individual Canadians. And the third has to do with the taxation of unit trusts. In a flagrant, obvious, blatant reversal of an election promise, one Friday afternoon, I think it was, the finance minister announced that the government would terminate the tax vehicle known as the unit trust, with huge downside financial implication for thousands and thousands of Canadians who had put savings into unit trusts on reliance on that commitment and the existence of the tax interpretations. Now, I know that that issue is being canvassed at this time by the Finance Committee in Parliament, but these are all examples of why Parliament cannot let a government do tax policy decisions in a vacuum, and one has to look at the entire picture. I realize, Mr. Speaker, we're getting close to member statements, and perhaps this might be a point when we could pause, and I'll resume the remarks later. Thank you.
Appreciate that from the Honourable Member. The Honourable Member will have approximately 16 minutes at the end of question period to resume his remarks. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Government of Canada deeply regrets the return of active conflict in Sri Lanka and the consequences this has had for the safety of civilians. Canada has expressed these concerns to the Sri Lankan government. The Sri Lankan President has created a commission of inquiry to investigate these reports. He has also agreed to the establishment of an international independent group of eminent persons to ensure that the work of the Commission remains transparent, objective and credible. The Minister of Foreign Affairs has accepted the invitation for Canada to participate in this initiative and has named Professor Bruce Matthews, a world-renowned scholar and an expert on the nexus of religion, ethnicity and conflict in Sri Lanka, as the Canadian candidate to this group. Canadian participation in the Eminent Persons Group represents Canada's support for the Sri Lankan peace process through promotion of accountability and respect of human rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, out of the shadows at last, an appropriate title indeed for the Senate report dealing with the important issues of mental health, mental illness and addiction. The time has come for these issues to move to the front of the agenda of Canadian health concerns. The Senate report calls for 3 key recommendations to be implemented: an establishment of a Canadian Mental Health Commission, the establishment of a Mental Health Transition Fund, and, Mr. Speaker, increased support for research funding. The report also spends much time examining the issues specific to the mental health status of women, Aboriginal peoples, children and youth, seniors and Canadian Forces members. I add my voice, Mr. Speaker, to those of the Canadian Psychological Association, the Canadian Mental Health Association and the Canadian Alliance on Mental Illness and Mental Health in applauding the recommendations included in this report. I urge the government to act on this report and indeed move the issue of mental health out of the shadows and into the light. Thank you.
The Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, last spring, the Cégep Régional de la Chaudière in Joliette and the Conseil de Développement Bioalimentaire de l'Aunaudière and their partners launched a new center, which is called the Centre d'Innovation et Transformation des Aliments de l'Aunaudière. I want to salute this initiative, which will showcase regional products and which will offer quality service to the food industry in the region. That center, which will operate in the Cégeps agri-food complex, is promoting the emergence, growth, and development of the regional agri-food business in l'Aunaudière. So we give our congratulations to all those who work in this undertaking. The Bloc Québécois applauds them and wishes them much success.
Western Arctic.
The Prime Minister has repeatedly said Canada is an energy superpower and has created a powerful cabinet subcommittee on energy security. However, it's clear what the Conservatives say on energy in Canada is not what is being said by government agencies here and abroad. I just returned from Russia and was briefed there by our embassy. They are saying Canada is running short of natural gas and needs to import liquefied natural gas. Imported Russian LNG is not a secure form of energy. Hardball energy politics are part of the Russian playbook. This imported natural gas will also hurt ordinary working Canadians who are living in our oil and gas industry. For the Northwest Territories, Russian LNG means direct competition for Mackenzie Valley natural gas. For the residents of Lévis, Quebec, Russian LNG represents an unacceptable environmental hazard in a terminal. For all average Canadians, Russian LNG means higher taxes, as the government makes no money on it, unlike Canadian gas. Without any process or plan, the Conservatives wanted...
The Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak about the six-string nation. It started as an idea by Joey Taylor on the eve of the 1995 referendum and became reality at the hands of master luthier George Rosani of Pinehurst, Nova Scotia. George took this great idea and built a guitar called the Six-String Nation, made from the spirit of Canada. Mr. Speaker, I had the great honor of watching this guitar being crafted in George's workshop. Over 60 pieces of Canadiana are included in its design. A piece of the golden spruce from Haida Gwaii, a piece of Paul Henderson's hockey stick from the 1972 series, a board from the oldest Acadia house on PEI, Maurice Richard's 55-56 Stanley Cup ring, Trudeau's canoe paddle, decking from the Blue Nose 2, a piece of Sir John A. Macdonald's sideboard. Mr. Speaker, the Six String Nation is coming back to Ottawa this Thursday. We'll be at 238S from 3 to 5. Take a moment and see this guitar, for as George has said, the voices of each story combine as it is played, and he hoped that it will give Canadians a sense of the richness of their own country.
The honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. People in the riding of Churchill have had a resounding voice on the issue of early learning and childcare. As we near the end of this fiscal year, it marks the end of the funding which had been delivered through the past Liberal government's National Early Learning and Childcare Strategy. This minority Conservative government's choice not to honour those agreements and have, in Manitoba, affected families in the Churchill riding who are deeply concerned, frustrated and outraged. The Conservatives have failed to meet the needs of Canadian families and have not come forward with any concrete plans to ensure choice in early learning and childcare, as there is no plans to ensure spaces. Not only are families and communities under provincial jurisdiction affected, but those in First Nations as well. And in Churchill riding, there are 33 First Nations, and they've had their early learning and childcare funding cut without any dialogue with the government on this issue. This Conservative government gives little with the one hand and takes lots with the other. They have not provided childcare choice for the people in the Churchill riding.
The honourable member for Regina Capel.
Today, the 1.6 million Roman Catholics of the Greater Toronto Area officially welcome their new Archbishop, Thomas Christopher Collins, who was consecrated as Archbishop of Toronto at an installation mass at St. Michael's Cathedral today. Archbishop Collins was appointed by His Holiness Pope Benedict XVI in December to be the 10th Archbishop of Toronto. As Canada's largest Roman Catholic diocese, Toronto has 223 parishes where the Holy Mass is offered on altars in more than 30 languages each week, including Latin. At a time of great social change, there's an increased need for the Church to instruct the faithful, minister to the needy, and strengthen the family. We pray His grace will have the strength in His office to follow St. Paul's instruction to St. Timothy. Proclaim the message, and, welcome or unwelcome, insist on it. Refute falsehood, correct error, call to obedience, but do all with patience and with the intention of teaching. Canada's new government sends its greeting and says, Ad multos et faustissimos annos, Your Grace.
The Honourable Member for Compton-Stanstead. We have learned from La Presse newspaper that Quebec CEGEPs are facing a shortfall of some $305 million. These cash-starved schools are clear proof that the needs in Quebec are in Quebec and that the money is in Ottawa. Despite the fine words of the Conservatives, the government has done nothing to resolve the fiscal imbalance. The demands are very simple, particularly in the area of post-secondary education. In this respect, the transfers should be set at the 94-95 levels. That is $51 billion for the provinces, $1.2 billion of which would be for Quebec. The $1.2 billion transfer that the Bloc is asking for will be a first step towards settling the fiscal imbalance, without which our CEGEPs, our colleges, and our post-secondary institutes will continue to face hard times. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Speaker, Benjamin Franklin once remarked, well done is better than well said. When it comes to the environment, Mr. Speaker, this government has done well. We have turned words into action and are bringing about a greener and greener tomorrow. To promote smarter use of energy, we are investing $300 million. To develop clean energy technologies, we are investing $230 million. To boost Canada's supply of renewable energy, we are investing $1.5 billion. To get people out of their cars and into public transit, we are providing a tax credit of $350 million. To clean up one of the most toxic sites in North America, the Sydney tar ponds, we are investing $400 million. We are removing the equivalent of 1.3 million cars from the road by requiring a 5% renewable fuel content. And we brought in tough new regulations on 18 declared toxic substances. Mr. Speaker, after more than a decade of inaction, of words without deeds, rhetoric without results, Canadians finally have a government that is getting the job done on environment.
The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, on January the 14th, I had the honour of offering my very best wishes to Madame Eva Beaulieu on the occasion of her 100th birthday, January 15th. A mother of 18, Madame Beaulieu now has 51 grandchildren, 97 great-grandchildren, and 17 great-grandchildren, with another one, the 18th, on the way. Like many others, I was inspired by Madame Beaulieu's courage and remarkable energy, and also by her generous heart. In addition to being a full-time mother, she found time to belong to the Dames des Fermières. Her hobbies include knitting, weaving, sewing, crochet, and cooking. On this very special and happy occasion, the citizens of Madawaska-Restigouche join me in wishing to Madame Beaulieu a very happy birthday. We wish her continuing good health. May she continue to charm us with her love of life and her dignity for many more years to come. Mr. Speaker, congratulations to an exceptional lady. Honourable Member for Louis-Hébert. In view of the fact that our government keeps its promises and avoids scandal, the Liberal leader should change his tactics. The member for Saint-Laurent-Cartierville is taking on the tired old habits of the Liberal Party. Only 2 months after he came to power as the leader of the Liberal Party, he's talking about the Afghanistan mission, the GST. He has also talked about raising and then lowering the GST, and also the Kyoto Protocol. And he has assigned a variety of various priorities that change from day to day. Now he's saying the contrary to what he said yesterday. How can Canadians trust a leader that changes his mind as often as he changes his shirt?
For Burnaby, New Westminster.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Western Forest Products Mill in New Westminster is closing on February 7th. Unless this government steps in to clean up the mess created by the softwood sellout, another 300 families will lose a breadwinner. 1,000 jobs will be lost indirectly. Mr. Speaker, the softwood lumber sellout has resulted in the hemorrhaging of thousands of jobs throughout Canada. It's hard to keep up with the mill closures and layoffs. The Conservatives, with the support of the Liberals, have bolstered the incentive to export raw logs and give away Canadian jobs. Some CEOs receiving partial payback of the illegally taken monies are using it to buy American mills instead of reinvesting in communities here. What a mess! The NDP calls on this government to immediately begin to clean up the mess it created. Stop raw log exports from federal lands and implement now an emergency plan to assist softwood mills to stay open. We demand that the Minister of Industry do his job and take action to prevent the closure of Western Forest Products and so many other mills in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Brampton-Springdale.
Monsieur President, during my travels across Canada with my riding of Brampton-Springdale, I have had the chance to meet with many seniors who have all expressed serious concern regarding the old age benefit. Depending upon your country of origin, some seniors have to wait up to 10 years before receiving the benefit, while others receive the old age benefit immediately. This practice is unjust, unfair, and discriminatory. We as a country have always promoted equality and acceptance, and hence should not have two classes of seniors who are eligible for the old age benefit. Regardless of their country of origin, all seniors must be treated with the same equality, fairness, and respect. Many of our new seniors are living in poverty due to these long and unfair requirements. So I would urge the government to act quickly on behalf of seniors and organizations like the Old Age Benefits Forum and grant old age benefits to all Canadian seniors regardless of their country of origin and remove the discriminatory condition of 10 years.
Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-Lille. Mr. Speaker, the assassination last Friday in Istanbul of the Turkish-Armenian journalist Hrant Dink a fervent defender of democratization in Turkey and a militant for the recognition of the Armenian genocide, shook Turkish society and the international community. Orhan Pamuk, the Turkish writer who received the Nobel Prize for Literature for his defense of the Armenian genocide recognition, said in his own defense, after having been prosecuted, said that I should perhaps worry that Hrant Dink went before the same court as I did for the same crime and was found guilty, but I remain optimistic. Dink went to prison, but the state has not prosecuted Pamuk. He also said 1 million Armenians and 30,000 Kurds were killed on this land, but I am the only one who dares to say it. The Bloc Québécois hopes that Hrant Dink did not die in vain and that the outrage at his assassination will help Turkish society make room for difference.
For Mississauga, Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take this opportunity to inform the House about a grassroots initiative aimed at tackling crime in the Greater Toronto Area. Last week, I attended the launch of a new local TV program on Rogers Television called GTA's Most Wanted. Rogers Television, in partnership with Peel Regional Police and other GTA police agencies, are working together to profile wanted criminals and unsolved cases. Up to 250 criminals wanted for murder, kidnapping, robbery, and other crimes will be profiled to the local public in the hopes of drawing their assistance. Citizens will help police agencies track down dangerous outlaws and bring them to justice. Mr. Speaker, I believe that in order to capture criminals, we need to engage the Canadian public. Therefore, I fully support this project and hope the House will join with me in endorsing this initiative and recognizing the efforts of Rogers Television and GTA police agencies. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Edmonton, Millwoods, Beaumont.
Inconvenient truth. Not the movie, but rather the inconvenient truth about the opposition leader's record on the environment. The previous Liberal government talks a good game when it comes to the environment, but the truth is that in 13 years, they didn't get it done. Under their watch, greenhouse gas emissions rose to an astonishing 35% above Canada's Kyoto targets. Yes. Under their watch, Canada slid to 28th out of 29 OECD countries in air quality rankings. Wow. Under their watch, Canada set records for the number of smog advisory days in our cities. Canadians are demanding action and finally getting it from a new Conservative government that in just 1 year has established a reputation for action on the issues most important to the people we represent. Wearing a green scarf doesn't make the Liberal leader an environmental champion any more than wearing a blue and white jersey and a foam finger makes a 40-year-old with a beer gut the captain of the Maple Leafs. As for the opposition leader's now famous dog named Kyoto, my 7-year-old daughter could name every one of her stuffed animals A+, but she'd still have to take responsibility if she earned an F on her report.
Order. Oral questions. Questions orales. The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, in 2005, the Liberal government tabled what Elizabeth May, now leader of the Green Party, called, and I quote, the greenest budget since Confederation. A budget which, according to the Clean Air Coalition, was, and I quote, so green that it should have been announced on St. Patrick's Day. If the Prime Minister cut and slashed the programs that came with this green budget, isn't it because he has always been a climate change denier?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the only person in this House of Commons denying something is the leader of the Liberal Party, who's denying his own record on the environment. The fact of the matter, Mr. Speaker, is that the programs the honourable member cites, as the Minister for Natural Resources said yesterday, the Liberal Party actually never got around to delivering those either, as they didn't with so many things. In fact, the former Commissioner of the Environment said this about his plan. His plan was not up to the task of meeting the Kyoto obligations.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, in April 2005, the Liberal government launched a plan to fight climate change, Project Green. This plan was described by the Sierra Club as, and I quote, probably the most innovative approach anywhere in the world for a government to actually reduce emissions. When he came to power, the Prime Minister killed Project Green and cut and slashed the program that the Liberals had put in place to fight climate change. Isn't it because he has always been a climate change denier?
The Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, once again, Leader of the Opposition talks about coming up with a half-baked plan in 2005. He signed the Kyoto Accord in 1997. Why did it take him 8 years to come up with a plan that didn't get the job done? Because he didn't do it, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Order, please. For the first time, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister recognized that there was a plan and he killed it, that plan from 2005. He also called it, he also killed it, and this was bad for humanity. In 2005, people came together in Montreal under the chairmanship of Canada for the Montreal Protocol on Climate Change. He killed that plan. Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the only member who is denying something is the leader of the Liberal Party, who is reading as if it was a novel. He should do more than talk instead of an action plan. The former Environment Commissioner said that in this plan, we do not see anything that will meet the Kyoto obligations. He had a job to do on the environment, and he didn't get it done. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP say that they support the Kyoto Protocol, while the government has spent years fighting it. These allies are now partnering to tinker with the Clean Air Act. You say you support it. Why are you supporting this law? Mr. Speaker, nothing good can result from this marriage of convenience. Will this government commit to a plan that honors its Kyoto obligations?
The Honourable the Minister of the Environment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canadians became very used to, in recent years, Mr. Dithers, the leader of the Liberal Party. Now we see the Liberal members show up in committee, and what we have is Mr. Delay. They want to study it for months, Mr. Speaker. Canadians have had enough on that. I wanted to look for some wisdom on Kyoto, Mr. Speaker, to find out what Kyoto's all about. And here's what it says. I think our party has gotten into a mess on the environment. As a practical matter of politics, nobody knows what Kyoto is or what it commits us to. Do you know who said that, Mr. Speaker? The Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party.
Order. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore now has the floor. Order.
Mr. Speaker, at least we have a plan. They have no plan. Mr. Speaker, all the main greenhouse gases should be regulated today and would be under Canada's Environmental Protection Plan. We have what it takes to act now. Why is the government not using the existing legislation to implement ceiling on greenhouse gases? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This government launched the Clean Air Act, and for the first time in Canada's history, we will have regulation of our industries. And we announced this 3 months ago, and we are working on this. The Liberals want to take months and months to consider the legislation. The government wants to write the regulations so that we can deal with the GHGs, and they don't understand that concept on the other side. The Honourable Member for Laurier-la-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, we've seen recently that the government wants to increase production by the tar sands to provide for the U.S. needs. And in fact, we heard that the Prime Minister was behind this report. We don't know if that's true, but we want to know if he agrees with the Prime Minister, with the report. Does he agree with what the Finance Minister said? Does he agree with the report that was published on the future of the tar sands production? Mr. Prime Minister. Well, we know that the leader of the Bloc Québécois is talking about the CBC report, talking about the oil companies in the U.S. and Canada, and we know that it was organized by the previous government. We know, Mr. Speaker, that it is important for the House of Commons not to become a place of speculation. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, if we don't want speculation, then he should just answer the question. It's that simple. Then it'll be clear. He is accusing the Liberals of being behind this report, but I want to know how he was different from the Liberals. Does he agree with the report that he is accusing the Liberals of putting out? Are they the same, or does he differ from what the Liberals have said? Then we won't have any speculation, and it won't be a free-for-all here. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The Bloc leader is asking what distinguishes this government from the Liberals. Well, the Minister of Natural Resources has announced a new plan for the capture and storage of GHGs and the production of tar sands, and this will protect the government. The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Mr. Speaker, if you multiply the production of the tar sands, then you will multiply by 5 as well the GHGs, and therefore the costs of dealing with the pollution. How can the government allow the oil companies in Alberta increase the costs of fighting pollution, and Quebec will have to pay its share of those costs? The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
I mean, for the record, all new projects anywhere in Canada are required to go through environmental assessments, and that will continue to be the case. But this government is taking immediate action, Mr. Speaker. We announced $230 million on our Eco-Energy Technology Initiative as a direct investment to start moving forward and accelerating CO2 capture and storage. This shows great promise of capturing greenhouse gases and putting them back down in the ground where they came from. That's what we should be working on together to reduce greenhouse gases. I look forward to the member's constructive support and her ideas on how to accelerate this.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. When it comes time to pay for the pollution, then those who have made the money from it should have to pay for dealing with the pollution. How can the government ignore this principle in dealing with oil companies in Alberta? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the only real question here dealing with the tar sands is, if the tar sands are so terrible for the Bloc Québécois, why is the BQ asking for the profits from this industry to be used to help them? The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth. Mr. Speaker, we know that the sea is expected to go up by a half a meter by the end of the century. We have in the NDP clear time frames for action on the environmental front. Is the government interested in acting now or delaying to help the major polluting industries? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. On the contrary, Mr. Speaker, This is the first government in Canada's history to propose concrete action on air pollution and greenhouse gases. We hope that the House of Commons will act quickly and adopt this legislation. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Conservatives have delayed action. It was 156 months of delay with the government before them. And yesterday, both of them were working together with the Bloc to make sure there was even further delay. And now we're going to have to wait months before there's a report back from the special committee dealing with the crisis of climate change. Some crisis in their eyes. Why won't the Prime Minister simply stand up and tell his members here to get to work, produce results, and stop letting down Canadians?
The Right Honourable the Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I say once again that this is the first government in history to say that it is moving forward with a comprehensive plan to regulate and reduce air pollution and greenhouse gas emissions across this country. We want to see this job done for my children, for everyone's children, and I would urge all members of Parliament to work to pass this legislation.
The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie. Mr. Speaker, Canadians remain sceptical about the sudden conversion by the Conservative government on the environmental file. One day, will we have Kyoto, the road to Kyoto, like we've had the road to Damascus? The government's environmental concerns are not necessarily sincere. People are wondering. We have international obligations, however. Does the government recognize that Canada clearly has international obligations under Kyoto to meet? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government is very aware of Canada's environmental concerns, the concerns of Canadians. The last government talked a lot about this, made a lot of promises and proposed things, but did very little. On this side of the House, we accept our responsibility. We are a party that has a comprehensive plan to reduce greenhouse gases, and we know that Canadians take air quality seriously. The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville-Marie. Let us be clear, Mr. Speaker. There is no Kyoto, there is no green plan, no green budget, no carbon limits, nothing to propose to NAFTA. There is no plan, there is no result. This Conservative government is no longer new. How long will it take to act? Will the Prime Minister finally show leadership and meet our obligations under Kyoto? Thank you. Mr. Speaker, it was clear that this member was a part of a cabinet that did nothing for over 10 years to reduce greenhouse gases. The GHGs increased by over 30% during the time that the government was in office, and they did nothing to regulate GHG-producing industries. We had proposals to do that. We had proposals for the special committee. What did they do? Nothing. The Liberal government wants to keep on talking without doing anything.
Ajax Pickering.
On oil sands expansion by 2015, the Prime Minister has touted an increase in production of 3 to 4 times. His finance minister, while in China, was even more specific, targeting a rise of production of 4.6 times current output. Let's be clear on the implications. With these increases, the Prime Minister is preparing greenhouse gas emissions to skyrocket. We will have no reductions by 2020, and we will have given up on our international Kyoto commitments. How will the Prime Minister meet even his inadequate, distant targets with his aggressive plan to exploit our natural resources?
The Honourable the Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, remember that maybe the member opposite could explain to this House what went on at these meetings. These meetings were first organized by the Liberal Party when they were the government, Mr. Speaker, and we'd like to learn more about that. Let's look at what the then Minister of Natural Resources said. Quote, the opportunities for Canadians in dealing with the energy supply situation in North America are, and I quote, wonderful. You know who said that, Mr. Speaker? The member for Wascana. It was his plan.
What was wonderful is the opportunity to manage them properly, not multiply them times 5. Any credible plan to address the crisis of climate change includes participation in Kyoto. Yet Canada has a Prime Minister who spent his entire career fighting Kyoto and denying the science of climate change. Now we learn, in 2002, the Prime Minister wrote a fundraising letter calling on his supporters to wage war on Kyoto, imploring them to, quote, block the economy-destroying Kyoto Accord, and that Kyoto is, quote, based on contradictory scientific evidence about climate trends. When it comes to Kyoto, is this the Prime Minister's version of getting the job done?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Ordered.
Mr. Speaker, nothing about what happened at these meetings that the Liberals organized with the Bush administrations. Canadians want to know, and they want to know what the then Minister of the Environment knew, and if he didn't know, why was he so out of the loop? This government is prepared to take real action so that Canada can do its part in reducing greenhouse gas emissions, so that Canada can accept its responsibilities to have cleaner air in this country. What we didn't want to do, Mr. Speaker, what we didn't want to do was send a $5 billion check where no greenhouse gases would be reduced over to Russia, to China, or to India, which was the cornerstone, Mr. Speaker, of the Liberal hyperbole.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. In the issue of the oil sands production and GHG reduction, the government wants to apply the polluter pays principle. Why has the government decided to instead to make other people pay rather than the industry that's producing the pollution? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This government has been very clear. In October, we announced this. We've been working very hard over the last 4 months to come up with regulations for the various sectors of the Canadian economy. We're going to deal with all industries in Canada. This is very important. We have already had a number of consultations with industry, with environmental groups, and over the next few weeks and months, we are going to proceed with real action on this important file. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. But here, once again in the House, we want to see real action. The Conservative government is always trying to distinguish itself from the previous Liberal government. If that is the case, then why does the new government not agree to pay the $328 million that Quebec needs to implement its plan to meet its Kyoto objectives? Otherwise, he's acting just like the Liberals. The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very aware of the needs of the provinces. Since I have been appointed Minister of the Environment, I have met with the environment ministers of various provinces and in Quebec, and I am pleased to find out what the province needs and what the minister intends to do with its plan to deal with air quality, GHGs, and so on. This is the government's priority. The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lilley-Kamoska. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Industry said yesterday that he was not going to interfere in the Boeing contract, which was a private sector matter. I would remind him that the $3.4 billion comes directly from the government, from taxpayers then. When we're dealing with $3.4 billion that is being awarded without any bidding process, then we should have a right to say something. 60% of the aerospace industry is in Quebec, and we need that money. The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, I would like to explain to my opposition colleague that that I am the Minister of Industry, and I have a certain role to play, and I need to explain that. Obviously, we need contracts, we need spin-offs for the Canadian environment. We need high-quality spin-offs. We need technologies that will enable Canadian companies to acquire new technologies and to have the ability to compete on the world scene. This is what we are going to do. That's our plan. The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lilley-Kamoska. Well, he feels that he has to get Boeing to provide economic spin-offs for Canada. Why does he not make sure that Quebec gets 60% of these spin-offs? As Ministry of Industry, will he act in this way? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, in the aerospace industry in Canada and Quebec is one of the most competitive in the world. We've got CAE, Bombardier, and a lot of other companies. And if you are saying that they cannot compete to get Boeing's business, then that is somewhat insulting for Canadian companies. Those companies can compete on the world stage, and they can do this through contracts.
For York Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to all members. Last night was a very special night, a night that I can only wish for everyone someday in their own way. Mr. Speaker,
We'll start the clock now.
Mr. Speaker, real leadership is not just decisiveness. Most of all, it's direction. And to know a direction, you've got to really believe in it, truly believe in it. The Conservative child care plan in every way can only be understood as child care for those who don't believe in child care. It doesn't work. It can't work. Mr. Speaker, why doesn't this government tell Canadians what it really believes?
The Honourable the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this government believes in something the previous government didn't believe in, which is having faith in parents, Mr. Speaker. We believe in choice. Mr. Speaker, within 5 months of forming government, this Conservative Party started to deliver choice in child care. Today, 1.9 million children receive checks of $100 a month. Thanks to the vision of this Prime Minister, we are delivering choice for child care. That's what we promised, Mr. Speaker.
Member for York Centre. Order.
Mr. Speaker, this government has offered no choice whatsoever. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Leader of the Opposition asked the Prime Minister 3 times if he believed in climate change, and 3 times the Prime Minister didn't say, wouldn't say. If we're going to meet the challenges of the environment, we have to really believe. It's too big, too hard, too long for simply political believers. It's the same for child care, literacy, First Nations, for women, for persons with disabilities. You have to believe hard to really get the job done. Mr. Speaker, does this government...
The Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Well,
Order.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to point out that today in the House, we are debating Bill C-36, Mr. Speaker, a bill that will ensure that Canadian seniors receive guaranteed income supplement more easily than they have in the past, a bill that will ensure disabled Canadians, Mr. Speaker, will have a chance to receive disability benefits. We've done more in 1 year to help seniors, Mr. Speaker, through income splitting, through pension splitting, through the raising the age credit, to cutting the GST to help seniors than that government did in 13 years, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, when I consulted the French dictionary this morning, I realized that for the definition of the word meaningless, there was a major oversight. The definition should have said, refer to the comments made by the Minister of Industry yesterday in question period. Imagine, in the Boeing C-17 affair, remember, if the Minister were to describe as patronage and political interference, the fact that the Minister's leaders, particularly those from Quebec, want their fair share of spin-offs for the aerospace industry. Are we to understand that the Minister of Industry views his colleague Michael Fortier as being part of patronage? Speaker, I will repeat that unlike the opposition party, we have confidence in people, in Canadians, in entrepreneurs, and confidence in Quebec's aerospace industry, and it will benefit from this contract. These companies will be able to compete on the international scene, and therefore they will be able to do what they need to do here as well, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Bourassa. Does that include his friends? Michael Fortier.
Mr. Speaker, the process to buy C-17 should have been open, transparent, and fair from the start. Now we know the minority Conservative government has changed the rule to give a free ride to Boeing so the Minister of Defense could get his favorites. Something smells here, Mr. Speaker. Somebody smelled the criteria so that only one company would meet the new qualification. Who changed the rules at the last minute on the weightlifting capacity, and who set a new schedule for delivery of the planes? Who gave the order?
The Honourable, the Minister of National Defence.
I think he's going to win the requirements are set by the military, and they go through a process from a desk officer all the way to the Chief of Defence Staff, and then they come to me. At that point, I get the requirements from the military. The military requirement was not changed after the Chief of Defence Staff gave it to me. And by the way, the weight, I think, was 39 tons, and the aircraft we eventually selected lifts 85 tons.
Honourable Deputy Sarnia.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Speaker, earlier this month, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Health were in Toronto to announce yet another initiative in regards to patient wait times. After 13 years of empty promises from the Liberals and the doubling of wait times, the Conservative government is delivering for Canadian families. Can the Minister of Health tell this House the details of this latest initiative?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Well, I want to thank the member for Sarnia-Lambton for her absolutely on the point question. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister made the announcement indicating that 17 pediatric hospitals from across the country, from Halifax to Vancouver, are part of this important initiative to reduce wait times for Canadian kids when they wait for medical care. Mr. Speaker, we're investing our money, the taxpayers' money, $2.6 million for a 15-month pilot project, the first pan-Canadian wait times information system to help kids who need surgery. Mr. Speaker, we are acting, we are showing leadership. When they were the government, they cut help.
The Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Mr. Speaker, public health advocates are worried about a wait times plan in Quebec that will have far-reaching effects. The new legislation would create a new industry in Quebec. For-profit hospitals being paid for by public money. The health minister must immediately take steps and protect our public Medicare system. Mr. Speaker, what action has he taken so far?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as the Prime Minister indicated during the election campaign, as we've indicated as a government, we support the Canada Health Act and the principles of the Canada Health Act, which include universal accessibility and universal coverage. Mr. Speaker, I did have a conversation with my Quebec counterpart this morning. He is investigating the situation involving a Montreal clinic, and I have every confidence that the government of Quebec will support the Canada Health Act and universal accessibility.
Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Mr. Speaker, if this scheme is allowed to proceed in Quebec, there is no doubt that the tide of privatization will sweep across Canada. The minister's action speaks volumes about the Conservatives' intent on private health care. They are simply going to close their eyes. Working families do not want the government subsidizing the privileged.
Yes.
Is this how this government is planning to reduce the wait time list? By privatizing it?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
No, Mr. Speaker. In fact, what we're doing is we're investing in the public health care system on behalf of the people of Canada to fix the mess that was there because of the Liberal government for the past 13 years. That's what we're doing on this side of the House. We support the Canada Health Act. We support working with our counterparts, including the government of Quebec, which is taking its responsibilities seriously, which is more than I can say for the third party, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver South.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Defence was not forthcoming with Canadians about the nature of Canada's mission in Afghanistan.
That's not surprising.
Perhaps the Minister of Foreign Affairs can tell Canadians Are we there to get retribution and revenge, or are we there to destroy the Taliban and rebuild Afghanistan? And will the Minister agree to our call for comprehensive parliamentary hearings on the mission to keep Canadians informed on an ongoing basis?
Right. The Honourable the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course we're there to help the people of Afghanistan. That's exactly what we're doing. We have in place an extensive network of NGOs working with Canadian officials on reconstruction, on efforts to elevate the people of Afghanistan in the areas of good governance, in the areas of being able to provide more for their own in terms of education, in terms of policing, in terms of building their own Afghan army capacity. Mr. Speaker, there's been ample debate here in this place. I'm sure this will continue in parliamentary committees. And, Mr. Speaker, we look forward to further debate and further discussion informing Canadians about the good work Canadians are doing in Afghanistan.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver South.
Mr. Speaker, on January 20th, the Minister of National Defence said, and I quote, "This government will not allow Canadians to be killed without retribution," unquote. Yesterday in this House, he insisted that he was right. These kinds of statements hurt the reputation of Canadians internationally. They undermine our efforts in Afghanistan to win the hearts and minds of the population. Does the Minister of Foreign Affairs not believe that his government needs to clearly reject the views of the Minister of Defence on this very issue?
Honourable the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, in keeping with the Afghanistan Compact that's now been in place just over a year, we're seeing economic development. We're seeing development that is making an enormous difference in the lives of Afghans. Mr. Speaker, we're seeing young girls in school for the first time in decades. We're seeing more women accessing microcredit. Mr. Speaker, we're seeing roads built. We're seeing water put in place. We're seeing all sorts of economic development coupled with the infrastructure that the Afghan people need. Mr. Speaker, there are a lot of naysayers on the other side. The member opposite was there recently. He saw with his own eyes the progress that's being made.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, it's very difficult to get the job done in Afghanistan when the government seems to be so unclear as to what the job is. And now we see an information strategy that's for 5 years. It goes right up to 2011. Will the job be done in 2011, or is there really no exit strategy at all?
The Honourable the Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, I answered this question yesterday, but I'll answer it again. The military produced a campaign plan based on the Afghanistan Compact and upon government direction. That plan includes the Afghanistan Compact is 5 years, but in the plan it says specifically that they are committed to the end of February 2009, and that's it.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Yet again, the Defence Minister seems to be the face of our role in Afghanistan. Why, therefore, and probably therefore, why do we need information strategies? Why is the minister posting jobs for 80 image technicians in order to be able to explain to Canadians what we're doing there? When will the government join our call for full parliamentary hearings for all of the 3Ds of diplomacy, development, and defence so the Canadians can be part of defining our job there?
Honourable the Minister of National Defence.
Certainly won't be one of our image consultants. The military, as I said, have built a plan. They've also built a communications plan because soldiers, when they return to Canada, unbridled, tell Canadians what their experiences are.
That's
and
right.
So far, their experiences are quite positive. They believe in the mission and they believe in what they're doing.
L'Honourable Député.
The Honourable Member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, just before the holidays, the Minister of International Trade said in a long interview that we had to get rid of supply management because it hurt our international negotiations at the WMC. The Minister of Agriculture said just the opposite when he's speaking to producers. Who's giving the right version for this government? The Minister of International Trade, who wants to get rid of supply management, or is it the Minister of Agriculture who wants to safeguard it? The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, the reality is the Minister of Agriculture and I have been fighting hard for supply management, fighting hard for our agricultural sector, and we will continue to fight hard for our our supply-managed agricultural sectors. Mr. Speaker, what I did say is Canada's a trading economy and will always be a trading economy, and there will be pressures in the future, but we're going to fight in the meantime for our supply-managed sectors.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. The Minister of International Trade said in the Western Producers Journal during the holidays, he affirmed that the supply management system was a brake on farm trade. Is the real position of the government that published back in December, or the one that we've just heard from the minister now? The producers have the right to know what the reality is. The Honourable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that the Minister of International Trade just clarified what the Minister of Agriculture said. This government is in favour of supply management. My colleague, the Minister of Agriculture, said on the weekend, he said what the intent of the government was, and that they intended to supply management, and we will continue to do this.
Member for Kitchener-Waterloo.
Mr. Speaker, the current passport fiasco could have been avoided. In the last Parliament, all parties recognized the urgency to update the current archaic discriminatory Citizenship Act that does not recognize people married in religious ceremonies abroad and considers their children illegitimate. Had it not been for the defeat of the previous government, Canadians would now have a new Citizenship Act. Will the Conservative government keep its promise to update the Canada Citizenship Act in line with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms as they promised when they were in opposition?
Honourable the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the interim policy on same-sex marriage has been annulled, and Mr. Speaker, Parliament voted on that issue. That is the law of the land, and we believe it should apply equally to everyone.
Honourable Member for Crowfoot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to farmers, the Liberals simply didn't do the job. Even their own task force on agriculture admits that all they were able to accomplish after years in office was, quote, a growing disconnect between them and rural Canada. Now, I know that the Minister of Agriculture has his hands full with cleaning up this Liberal mess, but can he update this House with any new initiatives that this government has recently undertaken, which provides much-needed opportunities to our farmers and the agriculture sector as a whole?
The Honourable the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Speaker, thank the Honourable Member for that question. It is true there has been an awful lot of work to be done, Mr. Speaker, that was left in neglect in the last Liberal government. In the past month or so, Mr. Speaker, though, we've announced over $200 million for biofuels, another $130 million for biomass research. But and a week ago, Mr. Speaker, in Winnipeg, I announced $134 million additional dollars for agri-opportunities. And that, Mr. Speaker, will take good ideas from the on agri-based products off the drawing board and into the marketplace faster. And, Mr. Speaker, what that does is it provides more markets for our corn, wheat, and other products. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, it puts more dollars in the pockets of farmers. Mr. Speaker, it's been a long haul, 13 years of neglect, but, Mr. Speaker, things are coming around.
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After months of non-answers and evasiveness, federal homelessness funding was finally announced a mere 88 days before the previous programs were due to shut down, with no commitment to when the new program will begin. Unfortunately, many homeless organizations like Street Health in Toronto are still facing phase-outs and shutdowns until the same program is re-announced under a new name, and I'm sure with much fanfare. Why is this Conservative government so willing to leave homeless people out in the cold?
The Honourable the Minister of Human Resources and Social Development.
Mr. Speaker, this government is concerned about homelessness, which is why on December 19th we announced the homelessness partnering strategy, $270 million over the next 2 years, Mr. Speaker. And the member knows I've spoken with her privately. I'm concerned about the issue she's raised, and we are seized with it, Mr. Speaker. We're working on this, and we will make an announcement in the near future.
Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's all well and good, but the fact is there will be money missing. There will be closures of homeless shelters. Outreach programs and homelessness prevention programs will shut down. This Conservative government is kicking dirt in the faces of people who cannot afford a home. That's not fair. That's not what ordinary Canadians want. They want their government to do something to help people who need it most. Will the minister commit today to transitional funding that will ensure no homeless organizations will have to shut down?
The
Mr. Speaker, I've told members of the NDP caucus on a couple of occasions now that we're concerned about this issue. We're working on it, Mr. Speaker, and I can tell the member that this government is committed to making sure that we always have places for homeless Canadians. We want to resolve this problem, and I would hope the member would try and work with us to resolve this issue.
The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Mr. Speaker, today in the Citizenship and Immigration Committee, questions of political affiliation and participation were posed to Judge Raminder Gill. Mr. Gill was the Conservative Party candidate in Mississauga-Streetsville in the last election and had political aspirations to run again in this riding. Will the Prime Minister today confirm that Mr. Gill was appointed as a citizenship judge, circumventing the required screening in order to facilitate the Member of Parliament for Mississauga-Streetsville joining the Conservative Party? How long has the Prime Minister and the member for Mississauga-Streetsville been cooking his defection to the Conservatives?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, I know that the members of the Liberal Party are very unhappy with the fact that the member from Mississauga-Streetsville found that his views didn't find a home in the Liberal Party. And I know the member from Scarborough Agincourt had difficulty asking questions that were in order in the committee, but I think it's quite clear that this is a government that's reaching out to new Canadians, and you see that on all fronts, and that's why we had the positive outcome there, and we welcome the member from Mississauga-Streetsville to our caucus.
The honourable member for Charlebourg. Order, please. The honourable member for Charlebourg, Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the fishing sector in the Gaspé and Magdalen Island region is facing a sea change. Aquaculture represents one option for the future, as is the exploitation of new species. What does the Minister of the Canada Economic Development Agency for the regions of Quebec intend to do to help this sector?
L'Honourable Ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Economic Development is particularly sensitive to this sector. He knows that it's more vulnerable. And the fishing sector, we know that in Gaspé there are less fish there, but one of the niche markets is aquaculture. So 15 or so days ago, I was there to confirm to the people what different aquaculture projects could be undertaken, and we tend to spend about $89,000. The Honourable Member for Constance. Mr. Speaker, the summer student program and now enabled thousands of summer students to have a very rewarding job experience. The minister is cutting back on the budget, and that will hurt thousands of students who will no longer have this opportunity to continue their studies. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
It's interesting that we would get a question like this from the Bloc, who in the past has called this program counterproductive and has said that it interferes with provincial jurisdiction. Mr. Speaker, I think that's very harsh criticism. I can tell you that this government is very interested in particular in preserving jobs for students, but also ensuring that not-for-profits are protected as much as possible from cuts that obviously the Bloc would inflict upon them if they were ever in that position.
Order. That will conclude the question period for today. We are moving now to tributes. Order. Order. I call upon l'honorable député d'Ottawa.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier will begin speeches on this matter.
Ago, the Honourable Lloyd Francis died. I have the honour, on behalf of the official opposition, to say a few words today in the memory of Lloyd Francis. As has been said, his was a life of public service. During the Second World War, he joined the RCAF, where he served as a navigation instructor. Post-war, he obtained a master's degree from the University of Toronto and a doctorate in labor economics from the University of Wisconsin. After 3 years at the University of Buffalo, Lloyd and his first wife, Marjorie, returned to Ottawa to stay.
As senior economist in the Department of Health and Welfare, he worked closely in setting up the Canada pension system. And then he went to a career in politics, president of the public service, councilman in Ottawa, involved in Carleton University in '63, elected to Parliament every second election in which he ran.
While always putting the interests of his constituents first, he was successively and successfully committee vice chair, chair, deputy whip and whip of the Liberal Party, parliamentary secretary, deputy speaker, and finally, Mr. Speaker, speaker. In 1984, Privy Councillor Francis became Canada's ambassador to Portugal, a position from which he retired to care for his ailing wife. Lloyd, retired, was as active both internationally as electoral observer and leader of delegations, and locally pursuing his hobby as a lapsmith. Throughout his life, Lloyd was not one to stand on the sidelines and throw rocks. He got involved for the betterment of his fellow citizens, and he never hesitated to give his frank opinion, quite often whether you wanted it or not. And as for rocks, as we know, Mr. Speaker, Lloyd didn't throw them, he collected them. Many referred to him as a maverick. I disagree. I worked with Lloyd in the early 80s and got to know him reasonably well, and better since. Rather than being a maverick, Lloyd was an open book. Lloyd fought for his constituents and his city, period. There were no ulterior motives, no hidden agenda, and no guile in him. What you got was the real thing, unsweetened and unfiltered, a sort of precursor to CPAC. J'aimerais donc, de la part...
I would like, on behalf of the Liberal members, and I hope on behalf of all members of this House, to say to his family how much we were marked by the Honourable Lloyd Francis. He left the House better administered. He left a public service that was grateful to him, and he left a city that he helped improve so much, a city that loved him.
The life of public service be fully appreciated. Time will polish its many facets as you polish the facets of the treasures you found or created in your private and public life. We will remember you.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Ottawa-Orléans. Mr. Speaker, it is the first time that I rise to speak from this position.
During the parliamentary recess, the Honourable Lloyd Francis, who was Speaker in 1984, succumbed to cancer at the age of 86. In our thoughts, let us commemorate the service to Canada of a man from that remarkable generation who defended this country during World War II and who then continued with public service and public life in post-war Canada. He's among the brave men and women who built today's Canada. Lloyd Francis worked on radar and trained navigators during his Air Force days, a vital building block in Canada's effort against Nazi tyranny. He then continues to build his city and his country. Few know that Dr. Francis was an economist at the Department of National Health and Welfare, and that he contributed to the design of the Canada Pension Plan. 20 ans.
20 years before I was elected to the Municipal Council, he had been sitting on the board as a councilman and acting mayor for many years.
He had a perfect record. He won the 26th, the 28th, 30th, and 32nd general elections. And he lost the odd-numbered elections in between. In this House, he rose to the highest office, that of Speaker. Mais c'est comme vice-président.
But it was as Deputy Speaker that he really made his mark. He left his mark with the late Jean Sauvé, Speaker of the House. He committed fully to the reform of the House's administration to improve the efficiency and effectiveness of the House and its reliability.
Lloyd Francis was a friend of mine. I didn't serve in the same functions at the same time, but we worked together. Together we fought certain parochial interests to relocate out of Ottawa a huge number of federal employees from the Department of Energy, Mines and Resources. It worked, and his letter of thanks hangs on my wall. Lloyd left Parliament in 1984, yet for all of us, he remains part of the House that we know today. His reforms live on. Son dévouement inébranlable.
His unshakable devotion to the service of the people of Carleton and Ottawa West and his parliamentary colleagues can serve us as an example for us and for all our successors in the House.
Sympathy to my friends, Paul, Donald, and Elaine Francis, and to their children and grandchildren. I also want to remember his late wife, Marjorie, who walked with me to cast my first vote in 1968. I offer my sincere sympathies and those of Canada's government to his widow, Mary. Above all, we offer our thanks and the thanks of a grateful country. Dr. the Honourable Lloyd Francis set an example of public service to Parliament and to Canada.
The Honourable Member for Roberval-Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I did not have the opportunity, as did others, to personally know the Honourable Lloyd Francis, who had a long and illustrious career in this Parliament. But there is one thing that struck me when I was reading the biographies, was the long series of elections, some of which he won, others which he did not win, elections that he ran for and stood for during his long career. Mr. Speaker, you don't have to be in politics very long to know how much courage it takes to get through such a long, fruitful political life, but sometimes it can be a very disappointing life. He assumed brilliantly the various positions that were given to him. He was the chief whip for his parliamentary party, for his political party, which is not an easy task, I can say. And he became Speaker of the House, Mr. Speaker, a position that is so crucial for parliamentary life. When a Speaker of the House passes away, we must reflect upon the qualities and the contribution that he has made to parliamentary debate, to questions of justice, and to the life of all parliamentarians. The only comment that I can say with respect to Mr. Francis is this: he was a just, good man and very reasonable in his application of the rules of this House. This is why, Mr. Speaker, today, on behalf of my political party, I wish to extend to Mr. Francis's family our sincerest condolences. I want to say that his name will remain graven in the political annals of Canadian political history and that of the House of Commons.
Honourable Member for Winnipeg, Transcona.
I hesitate to correct the Speaker, but Elmwood Transcona is Mr. Speaker, as the only current member of the House that was here when the Honourable Lloyd Francis was Deputy Speaker and Speaker of the House, I'm pleased to have been asked by my NDP colleagues to speak on their behalf in tribute to my former colleague. The Honourable Lloyd Francis led a life of distinguished public service, stretching from his service in the RCAF during the Second World War through a career in the civil service, in municipal and federal politics, as an ambassador, and in more recent years as an international election observer. Speaking of the war, I certainly have fond memories of discussions with him about his time in Manitoba with the Commonwealth Air Training Program. I believe he was stationed at Rivers, Manitoba. But by his own admission in his book, The Ottawa Boy, it was his time as Deputy Speaker and Speaker that he felt was his greatest opportunity to contribute to his country. The part he played in reforming the administration of the House of Commons, although very unpopular at the time, and the part he played in defending the chair, and by extension Parliament, from an unruly mob during the debate on the patriation of the Constitution, were both significant contributions to the evolution and preservation of Parliament. Let his refusal to be intimidated on the night that the chair was threatened be his parliamentary legacy, and a pointer for all of us to the value of a parliamentary culture in which yelling is no substitute for argument or wit or procedural acumen. To his family, we offer our sincere condolences and our gratitude for a life well lived in service to community and country.
I now invite all honourable members to rise for a moment of silence out of respect for our distinguished former Speaker. Has notice of a question of privilege from the Honourable Member for Scarborough Agincourt. I call upon the Honourable Member now.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of privilege. Today, in the Citizenship and Immigration Committee, during normal proceedings, I was questioning a witness, Citizenship Judge Raminder Gill. It's a well-known fact that Mr. Gill was the Conservative Party candidate for Mississauga-Streetsville in the last election and had political aspirations to run again this riding. It's also a well-known fact that the current member of Mississauga-Streetsville changed political parties. Mr. Raminder Gill was appointed as a citizenship judge, circumventing the required screening of the citizenship judges. I feel that my privileges were trampled upon by the committee chair in order for the truth not to come out. The chair kept continuously interrupting me and abusing his position. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to receive an answer from the witness. The chair brushed aside my questions in order to facilitate a cover-up of this government. The Prime Minister and the Member of Parliament of Mississauga-Streetsville have been cooking his defection to the Conservatives for a long time. My privileges of getting answers and to get to the bottom of this pork-barreling scandal were pushed aside in order to provide a cover-up. This is the crash feather-bedding patronage I've ever seen since Brian Mulroney bought Lucien Bouchard by highway. I ask you, Mr. Speaker, to look at today's proceedings and review this matter.
The Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clearly what the honourable member is trying to do here is score some cheap political points. Let me set the record straight, Mr. Speaker, exactly what happened in committee. Mr. Speaker, the chair of that committee made a decision that, number one, was upheld, Mr. Speaker, by all members of that committee. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, it is quite clear, should the member choose at any time, either now or in the future, to consult Marleau and Montpetit, he would find on pages 525 and 526 that the Speaker ruled in accordance with parliamentary practices and procedures. It states in Marleau and Montpetit that only questions about the competency of the individual shall be allowed. Anything dealing with the political affiliation of the members or the committee members or the witnesses are considered to be outside the scope of the committee. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the chair ruled quite appropriately. The member should know that, and I'm quite surprised, being a member as long, as experienced as he, does not know simple parliamentary procedures. Mr. Speaker, this is clearly not point of privilege that you should consider. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I thank the honourable members both for their interventions on this point. I'd point out to the honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt, page 876 of Marlow and Montpetit. I'll read the paragraph. The scope of a committee's examination of order and council appointees or nominees is strictly limited to the qualifications and competence to perform the duties of the post. Questioning by members of the committee may be interrupted by the chair if it attempts to deal with matters considered irrelevant to the committee's inquiry. Among the areas usually considered to be outside the scope of the committee study are the political affiliation of the appointee or nominee, contributions to political parties, and the nature of the nomination process itself. Any question may be permitted if it can be shown that it relates directly to the appointee's or nominee's ability to do the job. It seems to me that the debate seems to center around whether the questions had to do with the candidate's political affiliation. In any event, I understand pointed out by the parliamentary secretary that the committee had an appeal from the honourable member that was of the chairman's ruling, which was upheld by the committee. And so, in my view, this is not a question of privilege. This is a matter of procedure in the committee. Committees are masters of their own proceedings, and there's not an appeal from a decision of a committee chair to the Speaker on matters that are within the jurisdiction of the committee. In my view, this was within the jurisdiction of the committee. The committee's made a decision, and I have no intention of interfering with the chair's decision in that committee, which was upheld by the committee, and therefore I feel the honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt has not got a valid question of privilege here in the House on this point today. Now, orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Reprise du débat en deuxième.
Debate and second reading on Bill C-40, the Sales Tax Amendments Act 2006.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe I have some 15 minutes left in my time, but I'm not going to take all that time. When we broke for member statements in question period, Mr. Speaker, I was reviewing the importance of a government not making tax policy on the run and not making tax policy in a vacuum, and I had made reference to the miscue in the government's announcement that it would revise the rebate, the GST rebate for visitors, the miscue, in fact, the broken promise of the government in flagrantly going back in its commitment not to revise the trust unit taxation regime, which affected thousands and thousands of Canadian trust unit holders, and also the political desire of the government to extend a GST 1% tax reduction, which while it affects big spenders, if you do the math, if a big spender is spending $10,000, there's a $100 tax reduction if there's a 1% reduction in the GST. But if you're a person of very modest means, and if you've got to spend most of your money on rent and food, which are either tax exempt or zero rated, there's no, or very little, virtually no tax reduction. And as I said in my remarks, 1% of nothing is nothing if you're a poor person. So that particular tax reduction, in my view, is conspicuously, manifestly regressive, not helpful, other than in terms of politics. And it remains to be seen just how Canadians will view that. This particular bill, then, while I'm not saying it's a shotgun blast without any strategic goals, I do say that Parliament has an obligation to look at every tax bill carefully to make sure that the tax objectives are strategic and useful and fit within our fiscal framework. Now, the I'm just going to quickly refer to 2 or 3 of the components of this statute, this amendment bill, because I think the provisions are useful. They are not major tax changes, but they reflect a responsibility to execute a tax policy that is sensitive to different sectors of Canadian society. The first has to do with the extension or creation of exemptions in the healthcare area involving social work, speech, language, pathology, and the 0 rating of blood substitutes, plasma blood substitutes. In another area, and I think this is quite an interesting tax change, occasionally a foreign bank which maintains a fully owned subsidiary in Canada will wish to Canadianize the branch, Canadianize the banking arrangement, and in so doing, there are often potential tax implications to make the transfer, to make the flip of the assets. There are tax implications. These tax implications are actually obstacles to the Canadianization of the banking operation. And so this amendment would remove at least a part, if not all, of that taxation obstacle when the banking changes are made. Those would be GST, HST taxation implications. Another one, which is really a fairness provision. We'll all be familiar with taxation deadlines, applications for rebates, filing for taxes, really filing for anything where there is a deadline. And the government believes there, and quite properly, that there is an argument to be made that some discretion should be left with the minister to allow for late filings in exceptional circumstances, and some particular incidents came to light recently involving GST, HST applications in the province of Nova Scotia, and I think a discretionary late filing exemption under exceptional circumstances is a good idea. I know that over time, sometimes these exemptions can be taken for granted. One will have to keep an eye on that. Another area that I had noted, and I would commend the change, has to do with, and this taxation problem harkens back to the days of Prohibition, when there was absolute prohibition on anything that produced alcohol. That includes a still or any of the equipment that would be used either in a business or in a home or a basement or a shed, anywhere across the country to make illegal alcohol. And as a result of that structure, modern businesses in winemaking and provincial health laboratories who test and need some kind of a distilling operation to do their healthcare testing find that they have to pay taxes, GST and excise tax, when they purchase or maintain they're the equivalent of stills making alcohol. And of course that's totally inappropriate, Mr. Speaker. In the modern world, this provincial laboratory or a winemaking operation, all of which is licensed, private laboratories doing healthcare testing. These operations, of course, should not have to pay excise tax in addition to what they have to pay to set up these facilities, and that's quite an appropriate exemption. So those are 3 things that the bill does. They may seem small to the parties affected. It may loom large, but it's an adaptation of our taxation regime intended to reduce the negative impacts on these commercial and government operations. So all in all, the changes contained in this bill are not what one would call strategic. They are not large in tax implication. They mostly have to do with fairness and removing clogs or obstacles in the taxation system, which the common sense of a Canadian would say should not be there. And so on that basis, although the bill covers a number of different taxes, the Excise Act and the GST and the Air Traveler Safety Tax, the Liberal opposition is, on balance, quite prepared to support the bill, and hopefully the bill can move through the House and the other place quickly so that we don't have to waste too much time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. The member talked to us about the GST, and I would like to ask him a question. What does he think about the reimbursement of the GST for visitors? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as I understand it, that provision is not contained in this bill. There exists a GST rebate for visitors, and it actually looks quite good to visitors coming into Canada and leaving Canada to know that the amounts that they do spend on GST can be rebated. And I think that's a great thing. Now, it doesn't involve a lot of money. It does involve some money, but it's not a lot of money. And the problem we have is that the signal that we might want to remove it may seem discourteous or inappropriate when we're trying to foster tourism. So taking an overall look at the strategy of tourism and attracting visitors, it's our view that we should not be tinkering with this, and we should continue to hold out a GST rebate to visitors to Canada.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is extremely technical. It has a whole series of measures that provide necessary adjustments either with respect to the GST or different excise taxes and so on. This bill certainly is sensible. The Bloc Québécois will support it. However, this is not one that is going to give rise to a lot of enthusiasm. It shows quite clearly that this is the case. The colleague who spoke just before me indicated that there were a number of issues at stake, that this bill was necessary, but that it was not really an exciting one. I would like to first talk a little bit about the description of the legislation and how the Bloc Québécois sees it. As my colleague has already said, the Bloc Québécois, too, is very concerned about the decision by the Conservative government to challenge and eliminate the GST visitor rebate. We know that there was an opinion expressed about this. This doesn't seem to be in effect yet. The Conservatives may be willing to change their minds, which would be a good thing. All countries that want to have a tourism industry which contributes to the economy have this sort of thing. So it is a bit strange that the Conservative government wants to eliminate this measure when a lot of other countries are implementing this sort of thing to try to attract international conferences, tour groups from abroad, and so on. So I would like to take this opportunity to call on the finance minister and the government to think long and hard about their objective in wanting to eliminate this rebate.
Europeans are very familiar with this. In Mexico, they're thinking of putting such a measure into effect. So Canada and Quebec, as a tourist destination, has certainly taken on a larger role, and we know that this can certainly contribute to the costs of a major conference, for example. So what I would like to see is, in the next budget or at some other point, the Conservative government should put into effect an effective program, but one that would serve the same purpose, which is to attract international conferences and foreign tourists. A second comment that I would like to make on this legislation deals with the fiscal imbalance and the GST. As we know very well, in the election campaign, the Prime Minister first indicated that the GST would be reduced from 7% to 6% and then from 6 to 5. Now, on July 1st, we had the reduction from 7 to 6%, and we are being told that over the next couple of years, it will be dropped again to 5%. I would just like to warn the Finance Minister and the Prime Minister that they need to be careful, because the GST is not the way to reduce the tax burden on Quebecers and Canadians. I remember that when the Conservative government, or the Conservatives were in the election campaign, they were talking about the checkout counter, but in fact the measure that they took will not really achieve the result they want. It will not do anything to eliminate the fiscal imbalance. So in the next budget, I would urge the minister not to try to play both sides against the middle. That is, by reducing from 6 to 5% in the case of the GST, and also to not deal with Quebec's fiscal imbalance. I think that would be very unwelcome, especially in Quebec. People would know what the government was doing. So I would like to tell the Finance Minister and the Prime Minister right now that this would be totally unacceptable for the Bloc Québécois. Let us then take advantage of this legislation. I've given my two messages. I would like to move to what is in this bill, Bill C-40. As I mentioned, it amends both the GST and the excise tax. There are 4 parts to this bill. First of all, there are changes to the GST measures, and second, there are changes in taxation regarding certain services like medical and social services, and I'll come back to that. Then there is the excise tax on alcohol, wine, liquor, as well as changes to the rules on air security taxations, the charges at airports. When we look at the details of the legislation dealing with the GST and the HST, the harmonized sales tax in Quebec, it's the Quebec sales tax, we can see that there are 5 different categories. This bill changes the rules for health services, charities, business arrangements, governments, especially the municipalities, and certain aspects of how the HST or GST is collected. The first category deals with health. In this case, the government has indicated that from now on, speech-language pathology services would be tax-free from now on. So parents that need to have speech or language help for their child will find that this is excellent news for them, because those services will cost them a bit less. This will help people who have children with speech difficulties. So this will help a number of people, for example, who have children with muscular dystrophy. And these children find it difficult to learn to speak properly, and they need help from a speech therapist. There again, the cost will be reduced for these services.
And another aspect that I find interesting is that this bill calls for the elimination of the GST on services for professional social welfare services. This could be applicable for groups or institutions or even families or individuals who need expertise or advice, and they will no longer have to pay the GST. That will apply for insurance matters, for example. Insurances rarely cover the entire cost, so this will help for people requiring social work services. The government in this bill has got a zero rate sales and importations of blood substitute known as plasma expanders. This is needed, for example, for serious burns. So although these products don't have red globules, this substitute does offer an alternative during various surgical stages in the life of an individual who's been seriously hurt. So these products will now longer be taxable as far as GST is concerned. The government will restore the zero-rated status of a group of drugs known as benzodiazepines. These are drugs which include Valium and other types of drugs of this nature. These drugs are used to treat anxiety, and they also are used to treat people going through drug rehabilitation. So once again, this is just a humanitarian issue here, because now these products will no longer be taxed for GST. And people don't have a choice when it comes to taking these medications. They have to take it. And finally, the government will reimburse GST on specially equipped vehicles that are equipped for the disabled. So this is obviously a welcome change. We certainly will not be criticizing this aspect because it simply makes sense. Now, when it comes to charities, that's the next category. These amendments will ensure that the exemption of supplies by charities of real property under short-term leases and alliances extends to any goods suppliers together with such real property. For example, you lease a building, or you lease a photocopier or a telephone system or a computer, and now this equipment will now be exempt from GST. So for charities, this is a very welcome change. These organizations will be able to buy equipment without paying GST, and that will reduce the operating costs of a charity, and that's obviously something that's makes good sense. We all understand the financial needs of these charities, so this will be a helpful measure. So there's a little bit of openness being shown to them. Let's hope that the government will go even further in future. Now, business arrangements. These are interesting changes because a foreign bank that has a branch in Canada will now be able to restructure itself and become a Canadian subsidiary, and it will be GST exempt. So the Finance Committee and this House of Commons and successive governments have tried to make our bank sector more competitive, because supply and demand play a very important role in this sector. We need to be competitive. So there are all kinds of banking costs that have been added over the years. Why? It's because we're dealing with so much competition. There are a few big players in particular, the 5 main Canadian banks, and these legislative amendments that have occurred over time have enabled us to create foreign banks, to have 4 banks here in Canada, and we have to bear in mind what the needs of the consumers are. There is another aspect as well. The bill simplifies labeling for consumers. This was an obstacle, a bureaucratic obstacle. And this measure will make it easier now to do this labeling, and this will lead to greater environmental protection, and all this now will be GST exempt. There are a few other measures, technical measures. For example, there's the whole deduction for GST for debtors, and the people will no longer have to pay GST under certain circumstances. There are special agreements as well, which enables an agent to claim a GST deduction for bad debts. So the GST changes will be taxable. Here they should be exempt for GST, otherwise taxable clearing services that are provided by a group member to a closely related financial institution, who will then resupply those services on an exempt basis to a third party. There's also the Canada Revenue Agency will not put any GST on tour vehicles, because when they're calculating the maximum allowable value for input tax credits. And now the governments will, it now exempts the supply of a right to file or retrieve a document or information stored in an electronic official registry. That will apply to municipalities and other government agencies. That will facilitate the circulation of information, and small suppliers of a municipality will be put on and treated in the same way as a municipality that's a small supplier. The last aspect pertains to other application measures of the law. For instance, it adds a discretionary power for the Minister of National Revenue to accept late applications for the GST new housing rebate and then in case of Nova Scotia, the Nova Scotia HST new housing rebate for owner-built homes. These are measures that give further flexibility. The Minister of Revenue, who will be able to take into account the realities that are sometimes exceptional. Now, with respect to the excise measures, as far as tobaccos, I believe that we will now extend the requirement to identify the origin of tobacco products, because we do have a problem with contraband cigarettes. So now we have to identify the origin of tobacco products to all products. As far as alcohol is concerned, we will defer payments of duty by small vintners in Canada. We know that this is a growing industry, particularly in the Niagara region. There are very good wines now that compare very favorably with wines from other countries. So this is a measure that will enable this industry, which is becoming much more significant as time goes on. It will enable these vintners to develop. I will conclude by talking about the air traveler security charge measures. Le Grand 3 and Le Grand 4 there are tourists that go to these airports, but usually the people that use these airports are workers who are. So to conclude, despite the fact that this bill is not a revolution in tax terms, it does make sense, and the Bloc Québécois will therefore be supporting it. It corrects certain problems. It helps people who need to buy medical products. It helps small vintners. It helps charities. And it helps us wage war against contraband cigarettes. And we believe that this bill reflects the reality in Quebec, so I will be pleased, not because this is a revolution, but because of common sense, to support this bill. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hull-Elmer. On a point of order, Mr. Speaker. On a point of order. So the member is standing on a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Discussions have taken place amongst all parties with respect to the composition of the Standing Committee on House Affairs and Procedures, and I believe that there is consent for the following motion, that the list of members of the committee be amended as follows. Lucien Robillard for Marlene Jennings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Have the unanimous consent of the House to move the motion. La Chambre a entendu les...
The House has heard the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the presentation given by my honourable colleague from Joliette with respect to C4. He spoke about the whole issue of GST, or the reduction of GST for the foreign banks. But there's another aspect that's very important. The school boards. I know that he is aware of the problem. In my writing, the Burnaby School Board and the New Westminster School Board have both come out and said that there is a need to have the same tax treatment that municipalities get. And that's fair, and it makes sense to give the school boards an opportunity to reduce their costs by giving them more resources. And of course, it's the educational health of our children that's at stake here. So this is a very, very important aspect. Indeed, we need to reduce GST for school boards and give therefore more resources to the students. So my questions to the member is very simple. Would he support this idea that school boards should be exempt from the GST, and that would create more resources for their students and our children. The honourable member for Joliette. I'd like to thank my colleague from the NDP for his question, and I thank him for listening to me. I had the impression that only a few people from my party were listening to me, but I'm very pleased to see that someone else was tuning in. The Bloc Québécois would support categorically a request from the school boards to that effect, and moreover, that's part of that is a recommendation that was made by the Finance Committee to the Finance Minister. I can't say that all parties voted in favor of it, but most parties were in favor of it. There's also a problem. There was a decision that was rendered by the federal court with respect to the application of GST for school transportation, and the municipalities in Ontario and Quebec had won their case. We're talking about, if my memory serves me correctly, I think there was about $12 million that had to go back to the municipalities, and the former government did this retroactively. And I believe that this was the only type of decision that has been overturned by legislation. Now the school boards have to pay a contribution. They have to make contribution. Therefore, I think that we should recommend to the Conservative government that we no longer charge the GST. And the federal court, in fact, had agreed with the school board that they should not pay for it. And we're not talking about all school boards here, but there were quite a few of them that went to the to court about this. And I think it's important that we make the minister aware of this decision. And as the member has said, it's a question of the healthy education for our children. And this is all money that comes out of our pockets for anyway. We pay taxes, and this money goes back to the government through services such as those provided by the school boards. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Brome-Missisquoi. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my honourable colleague for Joliette for giving us such a good presentation on a very technical bill. But I would like to go back to a point he mentioned at the very beginning when he talked about the rebate for foreigners who spend time here in Canada. In my riding, we're close to the border, and we have, just before they cross the border, they get a refund for their money. And these people always went to this one place, and they spent all their money. Often they spent the money on regional products or even local products. So this has a multiplying effect. My riding has a very good economy because of these people that come to do their shopping. So I would ask my honourable colleague whether this factor will still take place, and does he think that this could occur in other regions other than the border ridings? Perhaps this rebate would be good for airports as well. Would it have a multiplying effect somewhere else? The honourable member for Joliette. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question because I think that he's quite right. Moreover, the Finance Committee heard witnesses with respect to the government's intention to deal with the GST travel rebate. And this concerned us not only for border ridings, but this was also going to have an impact on these small little shops that opened up and who were offering these rebates. These wickets could be found in shopping centers. Tourists who come here with cash in their pockets, they buy local products. So it has a multiplying effect, not only for duty-free shops at the border, but also in shopping centers where we find this type of shopping. I'm talking about $80 million here. I think there were it seems to me that $2 billion, $2,500,000. So I think there's the program costs about $8 million to administer. Someone suggested it wasn't inclusive enough, but if that's the problem, let's take a look at it. And Mr. Speaker, it's unacceptable that this measure has been abolished when in fact the Canadian dollar has climbed so much in the past few years, and now we're asking for passports to go across to the U.S. border, and this also applies to Americans who come into Canada. So it seems to me that if the Conservative government wants to be responsible, they shouldn't add another obstacle, and that's not even talking about the cutbacks made to the tourist strategy for Canada. So for these reasons, I think that common sense should dictate that the government should overturn its decision or come up with a more efficient program in order to help the Canadian tourism industry.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too wish to congratulate the member for Joliette for his explanation and his presentation with respect to the bill. I'm not going to speak to the bill per se, but since we're talking about the GST, the Bloc has intervened on many occasions here in the House when the Conservatives were in the opposition. They agreed with us that there should be a refund of GST on school bus transportation. There were 26 school boards in Quebec that were involved. That represented some $300,000 in GST refund. I now would like to ask what motivates the government when it refuses to apply a judgment, a ruling that was handed down by a court that said that that type of rebate should take place for the school boards in Quebec and Ontario. The member for Joliette. I thank the honourable member for his question. It's a problem. It's a struggle that we undertook against the previous government. I know that the school boards lobbied the Minister of Finance and the Conservative Party to go forward on this question. The GST had made a ruling, the court had made a ruling with respect to the GST refund for school boards. I moved a motion at the committee level to look at this issue and to make a recommendation to the government indicating that we wished it to be dealt with very quickly so that the Minister of Finance could include it in his coming budget. That, as the honourable member said, it represents a great deal of money that will go back into the school board treasuries. I would say, Mr. Speaker, that all of the GST paid by school boards for teaching needs should be paid back to the municipalities.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député d'Argenteuil.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today to speak to Bill C-40. I congratulate my colleague from Joliette on his excellent speech. I'm very pleased to speak to C-40. First of all, to tell you that the Bloc will support the legislative amendments with respect to the excise tax and the Air Travelers Security Charge Act and other related acts. I would say that there were two major parts in the legislation, as my colleague has already pointed out. So we have the cancellation of the GST for certain products and also the part that deals with the excise tax. First of all, and I won't go over what my colleague has already said to the House concerning the various sections that deal with no more GST on certain products, but I'm going to deal with something that isn't in the bill
concerning GST refunds. My colleague has already spoken about a number of issues. The first deals with the GST refund for visitors. So the visitors refund, this is something that will no longer exist. In C40, we could have hoped to see some sort of new section saying that the legislation would continue to apply. Perhaps the Conservative government could have decided to take a step backwards in time and restore the refund. You know, it's very important, Mr. Speaker, when you have the Europeans coming in here. Everybody understands, of course, that Quebec welcomes many tourists. We have the oldest city in North America, in Quebec. And so when you come along the St. Lawrence, you have the Gaspé, you have the North Shore, many, many beautiful ancestral areas that are worth visiting and which are sought after by tourists. So, you know, Mr. Speaker, when you come to Quebec City and you see the St. Lawrence, the city of Quebec is going to be celebrating its 400th anniversary. It's the oldest city, as I have said, in North America. And you look at the beauty of that city, which is going to be passed on to future generations. You can understand why we have so many tourists who come every year. And therefore, the refund, the visitor's refund, becomes extremely important. When they come to Quebec City, they go to the Saguenay, they go to Lac Saint-Jean, they go to some beautiful areas where they see mountains, lakes, where there is tourism, where conventions are held, and people from all over the world come to these conventions. Then you have La Mauricie, Trois-Rivières, and the history of Trois-Rivières. One of my colleagues here sits in the House, in the Bloc Québécois, who represents all of these ridings that are along the length of the St. Lawrence River. I can, of course, not forget to mention La Beauce, the Beauce area, and Les Appalaches, the Appalachian area, Lake Champlain, Mont Tremblant, which is a part of the Outaouais, and I have a part of my riding that overlaps that area, plus the Laurentide area. And you see from here the part of the riding which is on the other side of the river. So there are all these people who come to see this beautiful area who deserve to have their tax paid and refunded. You have these foreign visitors that I have mentioned who should expect to see a refund for the expenditures on GST. The Conservatives have reduced the GST from 7% to 6%, but nonetheless, foreign visitors still have to pay 6%. And have had to do so even though the Conservatives are now in power. Clearly, it's something that harms the Quebec economy. I'm not going to dwell on this over much, but I must say, once again, that the Quebec economy depends heavily on tourism, given the climate, the beautiful area, and then you have the whole issue of winters and the issue of global warming. Where our colleagues here, the Conservatives, are not respecting the Kyoto Protocol, and the Liberals, who preceded them in government, did nothing on Kyoto. All of this has a negative effect on tourism. The tourism industry survives and is a year-long industry, spring, summer, winter, and fall. That's the reality in my area, as my colleague has said earlier, and those visitors that come at all times of the year, all seasons of the year, expect to have the refund, the GST refund, offered to them. They want to get the money, and they reinvest it, if you like, in the local economy. The Conservatives, for administrative reasons, according to what we're told, they say that it would be too costly to reinstate the program. But, you know, we've had the Liberal governments and the Conservative governments that have dealt with this. So it seems to me that the whole the machinery of government has swollen so much that that represents the reality, a continuity in successive governments, whether or not they are Conservative or Liberal. And it is the citizens of Quebec who have to face the problem, those people who operate tourism, the tourist outfitters who have to deal with this lack of a visitor's rebate. Well, listen, the Conservatives have increased the costs of foreign tourism. It's the choice they made, and we have to live with it. But nonetheless, the Bloc is there to make the Conservatives understand that there are good ideas that come up from time to time, and those good ideas wouldn't be costly, but they would be very helpful to the tourism industry. My colleague from Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord has made a presentation and has spoken about the school boards. I pay the school tax, of course. We all know how that works, but we feel that there should be a full refund, a rebate of the GST for everything that is paid for school purposes by a school board. Because the municipalities have to live with problems, infrastructure problems, and given the cutbacks and the offloading that has occurred subsequent to these cutbacks by the various levels of government, the federal government to the provinces to the municipal government, there has been a negative effect. But nothing has been done for the school boards. Quebec took matters in hand and cut the VAQ for the school boards, but nothing has been done on another level. We want to have all of the municipalities and school boards on a level playing field. But it seems to me that this government hasn't woken up to the fact. I don't know why they're asleep at the switch on this, but nonetheless, that 6% could make a huge difference if they were rebated back to the boards, because that's 6% more that they would be able to plow into their purchases for the purposes of education. You have all of the contracts that are let by them. And, in fact, there was a ruling that was handed down, as my colleague from Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord said, that found in favor of the school boards, but our Conservative colleagues who form the government do not wish to respect that ruling. There are costs that are involved, costs that are very heavy for the school boards. They have to maintain their infrastructure. They have to maintain their buildings. This is the first part of C40, which deals with the sale tax. That should be there, but isn't there in C40. As my colleague from Joliette said, with respect to changes that were made by C40 for the sales tax. Perhaps I should just go back over some things that my colleague touched on or didn't mention at all with respect to the excise tax. The excise tax, well, let me say it's a situation where there are several measures in this bill that apply to the excise tax in Part 2 of the bill. These changes are minor, and they are there to deal with existing business practices in the industry. They deal with the Access to Information Act, the Customs Act, the Customs Tariff Act, and so on. I can summarize by saying what's in it. First of all, with respect to tobacco, that will deal with the identification of certain provisions under the Excise Tax Act that deals with smuggling. It's intended to identify the origin of these tobacco products that are for sale, say, for example, at duty-free shops or for export, consistent with the Framework Convention on Tobacco Control.
an international treaty on tobacco control, which clarifies that these products may be supplied to the export market or the domestic market duty-free. We all know that smuggling is a plague. I know that in my riding. I have a lot of wandering sellers of tobacco products. I guess I can call them like that. You will certainly understand what I'm talking about. If you go along Highway 44, you're going to see what I'm talking about. For about 500 feet, you're going to see there about 18 different vendors of tobacco products. But you have all of these corner stores and so on, mom and pop operations that exist in my riding and which deal with these products. So what we have to do is to try to prevent the smuggling of tobacco products and the sale of contraband tobacco products in any form. Particularly in my area, the Deux-Montagnes area. Now, with respect to alcohol, it is stated that it authorizes private laboratories, provincial liquor boards, and vintners to possess a still or similar equipment and produce spirits for the purpose of analyzing substances containing ethyl alcohol without holding a special license, provincial license. You know that there are vineyards in Quebec. Wine producers have developed in Quebec because the temperature is such that even though it might not be good for tourism, sometimes increasingly it's pretty good for the production of wine. So the fluctuation in temperature means that the vineyards are enjoying better times. And this particular provision would help the vineyards save a little bit of money. The government would allow for a payment of a repayment of duty by small vintners selling wine on consignment in retail stores operated by an association of vintners until the wine is sold. This new market, therefore, would promote the marketing of privately held vineyards. When we talk about our vineyards, we're talking about Saint-Benoît, Saint-Joseph, du Lac, Saint-Placide. I'm talking about these areas where there are vineyards. And there's been a real renaissance of the wine production industry. In Quebec, they sell their products privately, in this sense, directly to stores. So they've got this regional organization, they get together for regional organizations, and I would say that the GST should not be applicable in this instance. Once they sell their product to a private retail store, a boutique, which is part of our tourism heritage in Quebec now. Essentially, I guess what I'm talking about here is agricultural tourism when I speak about the vineyards. And we have people from Quebec who come in the fall, from all over Quebec, I'm saying, who go through all of the kiosks selling fruits and vegetables and all the products that are locally produced, and very often they are supported by a regional association. This allows the producers to set out their products for sale and for the appreciation of the agricultural tourists. Just to give you a little bit of history, to the colleagues who come from the other areas of Canada, there are 42 vineyards in 2006 in the region, La Naudière, Les Basses-Laurentides, and so on. They represent some 600,000 hectares of land. The principal products are ice wine, white wine, and fortified wine. So you can understand that these products are offered almost as a tourism product to the people who come by. And we want to see this developed in Quebec. We would like to see something there to help
the wine industry in Quebec. Now, with respect to the previous sections, as my colleague has talked about, this new bill would allow the Minister of National Revenue to exchange excise duty information with foreign governments that are signatories to the Convention on Mutual Administrative Assistance in Tax Matters. When you talk about contraband, tobacco smuggling, and so on, we want to be able to dialogue with other countries. That would be helpful, and that would allow us to provide better monitoring of what exactly is happening, particularly when you have bulk seizures of tobacco in certain ports. In Quebec City, for example, where there was a seizure of an enormous quantity of tobacco that was intended for the contraband market. Those products, those people who deal in that were bringing in unregistered product. This would be a measure that would allow the authorities to nip the entrance of contraband at the very source of the problem, at the root of the problem. And all of this is part of the issue. We have to be able to stop these smugglers, and I would say that these measures here are tax measures that are intended to provide that type of monitoring.
So this is a measure that will allow them to say, you are not business people, you don't have the right to have this kind of product, and so this product was seized. In this case, it was contraband, and of course we should make sure that business people that pay legitimate taxes are not penalized. We need to make sure that contraband can be dealt with, and the Bloc Québécois supports these measures. There are also measures regarding the security fees for airline passengers. And just to summarize, this is in Part 3 of the legislation, the air traveler's security charge, which includes previously announced relief, as well as technical changes to the Air Traveler's Security Charge Act. This will deal with circumstances involving resellers or where air carriers donate tickets and so on. Sometimes there are prizes that can be won. People can win airline tickets. And often this is a part of an advertising campaign to get people to travel. The GST can be paid on these in place of the resellers. If we want to encourage Quebecers and Canadians to travel, then often we have to offer them special deals and so on. Often this is done. So these measures will reduce, or rather remove, the GST on these. And then there is another change that will have it will make changes to the schedule of listed airports in the schedule. So there are some that charge the GST and will not have to. And this helps with regional development because in northern Quebec, if we can help the economy by helping airports, then this will be a good thing. So the Bloc Québécois supports these new provisions. However, there are major flaws and omissions, in particular the visitor rebate, and we feel that this was a bad thing to do. Thank you. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I will indicate the question to be dealt with in the
on home
tonight in the adjournment debate. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Yukon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just before I ask my question, I just want to congratulate the Midnight Sun Rotary Club for becoming the third Rotary Club in Whitehorse in the Yukon. That was short. You can call relevance on my next question too, though. I want to ask the effect of seniors this bill has on seniors, and just while the member's preparing to answer, just give a quick preamble. I had an email this morning from a constituent named Jennifer who was indicating the devastation that the backtracking on the income trust had on her, and it specifically related to a point that hasn't been raised much, related to RESP, the educational RSPs. And her son, basically, who's just graduating from high school, has lost 25% of the money for his university on the day that the Tories broke their promise and went back on the income trust. And so my question, and then she said that the income splitting is not going to help single women who, many seniors are single women, and it won't help them. So with that background, I'd like to ask the member, first of all, the effects of this bill on seniors, and second of all, during question period, the Conservatives were boasting they're doing more than anyone for seniors. I'd like to ask the member if he agrees that they are doing more than what the Bloc has proposed or what other parties are doing.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, my colleague for the riding of Yukon is quite right. This is not legislation that is aimed at helping seniors. Seniors need to have a little bit more leeway with their income because, as you know, people in Canada, that is seniors in particular, do not see an increase in their income as other costs go up. In Quebec, the electricity rates have risen by 15 to 20% over the last number of years, and people have not been able to adjust to that. The GST reductions are really on services and products that are bought, and so in that sense they apply also to seniors. But there is nothing really here targeting seniors. Often, seniors are in a difficult position because their income does not increase, even though their accommodation costs, their food costs, fuel, and everything else goes up, but they don't get increases in their income to match those price increases. So this is an ongoing problem. The Conservative government is not one that's going to help them, so certainly this is something that needs to be looked at.
Commentaire.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought what I would do is maybe follow up on this question. We seem to have a little more latitude on this bill. We could talk about income trusts and a whole bunch of other things, but we don't want to at this time. The Minister of Finance wants to talk about it. Maybe he'll rise and ask a question as well. But the member is quite right, and I think it bears repeating, Mr. Speaker, that the seniors have a very unusual situation. Their incomes, most are on a fixed income basis. They have no opportunity to increase their income by their own efforts. They can't go out and work some more, or there's no escalators. Many of them don't even have pension plans that would be indexed, etc. So the member is quite right. We have a situation where the income levels don't tend to follow normal inflationary pricing or cost measures. It raises the interesting question about the GST implications because, as the member knows, the GST reduction really is a function of how much you spend, and that if you wanted to get a better break on that, you would actually have to spend more. And the more that you are a consumer of GST taxable goods and services, the more the savings. And so it tends to be a GST cut, I think the member may agree, tends to be to the benefit more of those who have higher levels of disposable income, and that's generally not what the member, I think, has been talking about. Seniors in need, seniors on fixed income, and certainly we do understand it. So I mean, ask the member, just generally in terms of an approach to addressing some of the needs of seniors, whether or not we have to look at more a programs-based or subsidy-based type delivery of the needs for seniors as opposed to general income taxation or commodity taxation measures which don't seem to hit seniors very effectively.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Thank you very much. I listened carefully to my colleague. That may be part of the solution, but when his party, the Liberal Party, had a chance to deal with this provision, as I was explaining earlier, we had the situation where the school boards are not being reimbursed. If you take the situation where somebody is having to pay rent and so on, well, in fact, we could go back to the school boards if we had certain court rulings, and often we could have provided rebates there, and if people have to give up their accommodation in order to live somewhere else, then they don't get a chance to take advantage of any of the GST help. People who are paying rent, or even if they own their accommodation, it would be helpful if the GST could at least go back to the school board, and that way it would help the provinces. The Liberals didn't do this, and the Conservatives haven't either. Could this help the seniors? We feel that it could, because then we could adjust pensions for seniors. When we talk about income, we know that the needs of seniors are not the same as for a family. When we talk about the cost of living and so on, we know that seniors spend their money differently. They spend it on prescription drugs, on medication, on accommodation, and so on. So either we're going to have to make changes to the credit or to other ways of helping seniors. Their costs increase faster than the cost of living. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate my colleague for the clear explanation that he has given us of this legislation. We're talking about the GST here, and I would like to ask him a question on this. The government has decided to reduce the GST from 7 to 6%. It did so in July, and now intends to decrease it by another 1%, that is to 5%. My question is as follows. If, when we look at the fiscal imbalance, if the government decided to use that 1% in an overall universal proposal, would the government be meeting its obligation? Because we know, we saw this, there was a cash register that showed the GST falling from 7 to 6 and then to 5%. Would the government be violating its obligation or its commitment to drop the GST if there were transfers that could deal in an overall way with the fiscal imbalance? The Honourable Member for Argenté-Papineau-Mirabel, he has less than 1 minute to answer the question. I will answer very quickly. As you know, the Bloc Québécois has always defended the transfer of tax points to deal with the fiscal imbalance. But what the Conservatives did, and this was the problem, the Conservatives promised that people would have more money in their pocket. So it can't be used to deal with the fiscal imbalance. Either the GST or tax points need to be transferred directly to the provinces. They can't really use the GST for that purpose.
Debate. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
La Chambre est-elle prête à se prononcer?
Is the House ready for the question?
Question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
By Ms. Gerges. Move that Bill C-40, an act to amend the Excise Tax Act, the Excise Act 2001, and the Air Travelers Security Charge Act, and to make related amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Finance. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Carried on division. En conséquence, ce projet de loi
This bill will therefore be sent to the Standing Committee on Finance.
of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Étape du rapport du projet de loi C-26.
Fourth stage of Bill C-26, an act to amend the Criminal Code criminal interest rate.
Straw for Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Hill, moves that Bill C-26, an act to amend the Criminal Code criminal interest rate, be concurred in at the report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will please say yea. Que tous ceux qui s'opposent veulent bien.
All those opposed say no.
In my opinion, the yeas have it. Call in the members.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that this vote be deferred until the following question period tomorrow, January 31st at 3 p.m.
Order. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Deuxième lecture du projet de loi.
Second reading of Bill C-32, a bill on impairment.
For Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. Hill, moves that Bill C-32, an act to amend the Criminal Code, impaired driving, and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Debate. The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to speak on Bill C-32, an act to amend the Criminal Code and to make consequential amendments to other acts. This bill will help bring Canada's impaired driving laws into the 21st century and will greatly assist the police in their efforts to investigate impaired driving incidents and the Crown in its prosecutions of alleged offenders. I know that all members recognize that impaired driving remains the single criminal offence that is most likely to result in the death or injury of Canadians. If passed, this legislation will make an immeasurable contribution to the safety of all Canadians. Therefore, I trust that all parties will support the legislation and that we can cooperate so that these needed changes can be considered by the Standing Committee expeditiously. I can assure all members that the government is open to consideration of any improvements that the committee can suggest after hearing from stakeholders to make the bill even more effective in achieving its goals. The bill has three main components. First, it will give the police the tools they need to investigate drug-impaired driving. Second, it will make changes that reflect the great advances that have been made in breathalyzer technology since Parliament first introduced breath testing almost 40 years ago. Third, it will introduce new offences and increase penalties for existing offences. Many members of this House are familiar with the drug-impaired provisions of this bill. They are virtually identical to the provisions of Bill C-16, which was introduced in an earlier Parliament. That bill was reviewed and amended in committee and reported unanimously with amendments by the committee. However, it died on the order paper. There is no question that police and prosecutors are eagerly awaiting the passage of those changes. I will therefore confine my remarks to the new provisions in Bill C-32 so that members will understand what motivated the government to bring these amendments forward. Probably the most important change in this bill is the proposal to ensure that only scientifically valid defenses can be used where a person is accused of driving with a concentration of alcohol exceeding 80 milligrams in 100 milliliters of blood.
This is known as driving over 80. Parliament first enacted an alcohol driving offence in 1921. Our current criminal code, section 253 sub A, offence of impaired driving, was enacted in 1951. It has been known for more than 50 years that a person with more than 80 milligrams of alcohol in their system is a danger to himself and also to other users of the road. A person with a blood alcohol concentration of 90 is estimated by the U.S. Department of Transportation to be at least 11 times as likely to be involved in a fatal accident as a sober driver. Above that level, the risk increases exponentially. At a blood alcohol level of 125, for example, a person is at least 29 times as likely to be involved in a fatal collision. While recognizing the risk of collisions with escalating blood alcohol concentrations, the problem has always been how to prove the concentration. Determining BAC can be done by analyzing blood. However, obtaining a blood sample is often seen as intrusive, and it can take a long time to complete the blood analysis, during which time the accused does not know whether a charge will be laid. The problems with blood analysis were overcome in the 1950s with the invention of the Borkenstein breathalyzer, which converted alcohol in breath to alcohol in blood in a reliable, scientifically valid process. Parliament recognized the risk of blood alcohol concentration that exceeds 80 when it passed, in 1969, legislation making an offense to drive with that much alcohol or more in your system. It is a peculiarity of the law that it can only be proven by making the person provide the evidence that can be used against him or her in court. Accordingly, Parliament made an offense to refuse to provide the breath sample on an approved instrument. Advances in technology made it possible to measure BAC at roadside, so Parliament provided for the use of a roadside screening device in 1979. These screeners indicate that a person has failed, but do not give a precise BAC for use in court. They do provide the police with grounds to demand the approved instrument test, and the results from the approved instrument are admissible in court. Again, it is an offense not to provide the breath sample on an approved screening device, and it is an offense not to provide the breath sample on an approved instrument. The courts have recognized the unique nature of this law, and they have upheld its constitutionality as a reasonable limit on the charter right against unreasonable search and seizure that is justified by the horrendous toll caused by drunk drivers. Therefore, by 1979, Parliament had established a two-step process for determining whether a driver was over 80. It appears simple. A reasonable suspicion of alcohol in the driver leads to a roadside approved device screening test, which, if failed, leads to an approved instrument test, which, over 80, is proven by filing the certificate of the qualified technician in court. However, as all members are likely aware, impaired driving, and in particular over 80 cases, have become among the most complex cases to prove under the criminal code. It seems that every word and every comma in every section has been litigated. Anyone who doubts how complicated the law has become only needs to pick up Martin's annual criminal code. The 2007 edition has 12 pages of legislative text and annotations for the 13 sections dealing with murder, manslaughter, and infanticide. Martin's has 62 pages of legislative text and annotations for the 9 sections dealing with impaired driving. Section 253 sub B, over 80 cases take up grossly disproportionate amount of provincial court trial time. Often, this is the sole charge, as there is no evidence of erratic driving and few signs of impairment. If the defense can raise a reasonable doubt as to the BAC at the time of testing being equal to the BAC at the time of driving, the prosecution will virtually never have other evidence to prove the person was over 80 at the time of driving. When Parliament first adopted breath testing legislation in 1969, the operator had to perform a series of tests to ensure the approved instrument was calibrated properly and had to read a needle to obtain a reading which was recorded manually. Clearly, there were opportunities for operator error and even erroneous transcription of the BAC. Therefore, Parliament provided that the BAC reading is, in the absence of evidence to the contrary, deemed to be the BAC at the time of driving. Unfortunately, even for a new generation of approved instruments that give digital readings and have automated internal checks and give a printout of the internal process, the courts have interpreted evidence to the contrary to include evidence given by the accused that he only had a small quantity of alcohol to drink, typically 2 beer. This has become known as the 2-beer defense. The defense then calls a toxicologist to estimate the defendant's BAC based on the accused's testimony regarding consumption of alcohol, time elapsed, food consumption, etc. Essentially, the accused is saying that regardless of the BAC at the time of testing, my BAC while driving could not have been over 80, given the small amount of alcohol consumed. The accused does not have to account for the BAC reading on the approved instrument at the police station. The courts, unless they reject totally the accused evidence, hold the presumption that the BAC at testing equals the BAC at the time of testing is defeated. Without this presumption, the prosecution does not have evidence to prove the over 80 defense. The defendant is acquitted for a lack of evidence showing the illegal BAC at the time of driving. The Supreme Court considered the evidence to the contrary in December 2005, where the accused, who had blown .092, testified that he had only drunk 2 large beer. Although the conviction was restored, the decision turned solely on the credibility of the accused and whether the judge had properly considered the evidence as a whole. The majority found at paragraph 43 that the judge also erred when she stated that the credibility of the accused and his witnesses could be assessed in light of the results of the breathalyzer test before applying the presumption. Consequently, the Supreme Court has effectively found that the results of a breath test can be disregarded by the trial judge and the accused found not guilty without any evidence whatsoever that the machine has malfunctioned, at least for the presumption of accuracy for the qualified technician's certificate. Even if the court is suspicious of the accused evidence, the presumption is lost because the accused only has to meet the test of raising any evidence to the contrary. Frankly, this may be a misunderstanding of what evidence of the contrary was intended by Parliament. Parliament passed the breathalyzer law in 1969, so the calculation of BAC would be done by the approved instrument, which takes the guesswork out of the equation provided the approved instrument is functioning properly. The operator uses it properly and the results are properly recorded. The court's interpretation may have been justified when the technology was such that operator error could affect it, and there would be no direct evidence of this. Therefore, it is very much a defense that reflects the weaknesses of technology in use some 40 years ago. It was not, I believe, Parliament's intention that evidence to the contrary should be simply speculation about what an accused BAC might have been. Given today's state of technology, evidence to the contrary must be direct evidence that the machine either did not operate properly or was not operated properly. If there is no such evidence, then the BAC produced by the machine should be accepted. The accused may still be able to be acquitted if he or she can show that they could have been under 80 at the time of driving without contradicting the BAC results on the approved instrument at the police station. This could happen if, for example, the person downed several drinks and was arrested before the alcohol was absorbed. It could also occur that after driving but before testing, the person consumed alcohol and it was absorbed by the time the approved instrument test was taken. The fundamental question for Parliament is whether it can trust the BAC readings produced by the approved instruments. Fortunately, advances in technology ensure that the accused receives full disclosure of more modern approved evidence test through the printout of the internal operations of the equipment. Mr. Speaker, the Justice Department in March of this year commissioned a report from Mr. Brian Hodgson, a forensic toxicologist and the chair of the Alcohol Test Committee of the Canadian Society of Forensic Evidence. forensic science on the validity of breath testing. I will be happy to provide a copy of this report to any member who wishes it. I trust that Mr. Hodgson will be called as a witness by the Standing Committee if we send the bill for review after second reading. Let me summarize his paper this way. He wrote, "The breathalyzer is entirely manually operated and therefore the reliability is vulnerable to human error. The test results are handwritten by the operator and vulnerable to transcription error. The advanced instruments have pre-programmed functions that minimize human operator error. For example, when electrical power is first turned on, all instruments must reach a specified operating temperature, and the operator can then proceed with the testing of the subject. With the breathalyzer, this function is the responsibility of the operator. The advanced instruments will not operate until the specified temperature is reached and have pre-programmed safety checks that will signal problems by means of error messages and will abort the testing procedure. These approved instruments are highly sophisticated and they have to pass a rigorous evaluation process before the Alcohol Test Committee recommends that they be listed as approved instruments under the Criminal Code for use in the courts. You do not buy these instruments off the shelf at Walmart. Perhaps the Standing Committee can arrange to have a demonstration of the older instruments and the new instruments so we will be better able to appreciate the differences. In light of this science and the developments with the approved instruments, it is unfortunate that our courts have failed to reflect in their jurisprudence the evolution of the technology. Ignoring the BAC produced by one of the modern approved instruments and substituting for its accurate scientific analysis of breath alcohol a calculation based on the testimony of the accused is deeply discouraging to the police and prosecutors who have done everything that Parliament has prescribed. As far back as 1986, the Alcohol Test Committee expressed concern over the courts accepting testimony that effectively contradicted the approved instrument. In 1999, evidence to the contrary was discussed during the special hearings of the Standing Committee regarding impaired driving. The committee wrote, the committee understands the frustration expressed by the justice system personnel over time-consuming defenses that, at least on the surface, may appear frivolous. However, given that the accused would have no effective means of checking the accuracy of a breath analysis machine, the committee agrees that limiting the interpretation of evidence to the contrary in such a manner as recommended could effectively amount to the creation of an absolute liability criminal offense. Such a result would run the risk of interfering with an accused person's rights guaranteed by the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. In present circumstances, therefore, the committee does not support amendments to the Criminal Code that would limit the interpretation of evidence to the contrary. Mr. Speaker, circumstances certainly have changed. We now have modern technology that not only is designed to eliminate operator error, but also prints out the results of its internal diagnostic checks that ensure it was operating accurately. The accused receives a copy of that printout and can make full answer in defense. It is just as unacceptable to ignore the approved instrument BAC reading in favor of the testimony of the defendant and his or her friends as it would be for a court to ignore DNA found on the victim, which analysis shows came from accused because he or she and a few friends testified that the accused was not at the scene of the crime, with no explanation how the DNA happened to be there. As Mad Canada CEO Andrew Murray said in a press release calling for rapid passage of this bill, Canada appears to be the only country that throws out the results of the evidentiary breath and blood samples based on this unsubstantiated, self-serving testimony of an accused impaired driver. We are very pleased to see the government limit these challenges. I believe members will agree that a person who has been drinking is unlikely to have an exact recollection of the amount of alcohol he or she consumed, and it is appropriate that the blood alcohol content of the driver be established by a scientifically validated instrument that gives an exact reading, rather than by a calculation based on such a shaky foundation. The amendments that we are proposing abolish the loose, undefined concept of evidence to the contrary and list the actual scientifically valid defenses that an accused can bring forward. Mr. Speaker, we are also reflecting in Bill C-32 the advances in technology by reducing from 15 minutes to 3 minutes the time required between the two required breath tests. The old breathalyzers required at least 10 minutes between tests for the operator to set the instrument back up so it was ready for another test. The new instruments are ready in a matter of minutes, and they signal to the operator that they are ready to proceed. Although there are other technical changes in the bill, I wish to conclude my remarks by discussing the changes in the offenses and the new punishments. The Criminal Code currently provides for higher maximum penalties for impaired driving causing death and impaired driving causing bodily harm. These higher penalties do not apply to refusal and over 80 offenses. So unless there is also a conviction for causing bodily harm or death arising from the incident, a lower maximum penalty applies. While evidence of BAC is not a prerequisite in order to prove the charge of impaired driving causing death or bodily harm, it is admissible in court. There is therefore an incentive for the accused to refuse to provide a sample in a case involving injury or death, because the maximum penalty for a refusal is 5 years. Even if it is admitted the BAC reading is not necessarily sufficient to prove the offender was impaired, the Crown has to call a toxicologist to establish what has been, as I have said, known for more than 50 years, namely that a person who is over 80 is impaired. Virtually all toxicologists agree that at 100 milligrams, each person's ability to operate a vehicle is impaired. We propose to eliminate the incentive to refuse by making a person who is over 80 and is the cause of a collision resulting in death or bodily harm, or who refuses to provide a breath sample knowing of death or bodily harm, subject to the same penalties as the driver who, while impaired by alcohol or a drug, caused a death or bodily harm. As for the penalties for impaired driving where there is no death or injury, the government believes they do not adequately reflect the seriousness of this offense. We are proposing to raise the minimum fine for a first offense to $1,000. When combined with the prohibitions on driving, provincial license suspensions, and higher insurance costs, this should be enough to convince the person not to commit the offense again. However, for those who do commit another offense, we propose that they be subject to imprisonment for a minimum 30 days on a second offense, instead of the current 14 days. For a third offense, we propose 120 days rather than the current 90 days imprisonment. Mr. Speaker, I'm indeed pleased to recommend to the House that it gives second reading to Bill C-32, and I urge all members to support it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame de Grasse-Lachine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I found the member's speech very interesting. I do have a few questions, though. You mentioned and underscored the fact that there is already incidents where the driver has driven with while impaired, is involved in an incident or causes the death or bodily harm, but is not charged with the criminal offense that is now contained in the criminal code. That is, to have driven and caused the death of a person. And are there any studies that show how many accidents have occurred where this thing happens? That is, where the person's not charged with this offense, the offense of impaired driving, and which would have led to a prison term. Are there any studies that done on this? And if so, why did the attorney decide to simply not to have a charge, the charge of having caused death or bodily harm with a vehicle? The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
The honourable member for her question. I look forward to our study together on this bill at committee, and at that time we'll be able to question witnesses that may be available who have conducted studies on the carnage that has been on the roads of Canada that we're all too well aware of. And that's precisely why we brought in this legislation. It certainly increases the penalty for someone who is convicted of impaired driving. But more importantly, it provides police with the tools necessary to ensure that individuals are not being having their cases thrown out entirely because of the evidence to the contrary defense. I think that is one of the most fundamental changes in what we're doing, and it recognizes, as I'm sure the honourable member will, that since the introduction of this legislation, technology has moved on. Things have changed, and the equipment that is used to test blood alcohol level has advanced to a stage where it is probably more likely that the equipment is accurate rather than the testimony of the defense and his close personal friends that he only had a couple of beer. So it is for that reason and for kind of the perverse impact, as you alluded to in your question, of someone who has a greater incentive to refuse because of interpretation of the criminal code, refuse a blood alcohol test because of the impact that that's going to have on possible charges that they could face.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Yukon.
Thank you. And considering this bill was based on one of our bills presented originally by the member from Mount Royal, we obviously agree with a number of items in it. But I have two questions. One is related to the part of the bill that will authorize the taking of bodily fluids to test for the presence of alcohol or drug. And every time this type of taking from a person's body is brought up, of course, there's a big debate over violation of the person. And I just want to make sure that you have dealt with that sufficiently, that there's no precedent here, and that the right of the person has been dealt with is safeguarded in this bill, so that can be done without being challenged. And my second question is related to the restriction of the use of evidence to the contrary. And, on the surface, it doesn't seem fair in our justice system to maybe it's just labeled wrong, but to restrict any evidence. I mean, if there's evidence that can be brought forward, of course you shouldn't dismiss the evidence from good scientific equipment, technical equipment, but you should, nevertheless, you should allow any evidence to be brought, and it's a jury or the judge's opinion to decide on evidence brought forward. So it seems unconstitutional to be able to restrict evidence from a case.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank the honourable member for his question, and the honourable member also is on the committee that will be studying this bill, so I look forward to his input there. Firstly, on the drug-impaired driving. Drug-impaired driving presents a unique challenge because there's not equipment that is in place currently that can provide for all drugs a roadside test in the same way that we have with roadside breathalyzer test. So what this bill does is first authorize police officers to conduct roadside impairment tests for drug impairment. And currently someone can still be charged with impaired driving if that impairment is caused by a drug. But this puts in place a framework for the police to first conduct the roadside impairment test. Secondly, an assessment by a drug recognition expert. This would be a specially trained police officer who would be able to give evidence of impairment, and after finding that evidence of impairment, is authorized to take bodily fluids. So your question and your concern regarding challenges under the Charter, where certainly anything that we bring forward as a Parliament, as we've seen from the criminal code provisions in dealing with impaired driving, these are some of the most litigated provisions. These new provisions will be litigated, but we are confident that these are reasonable steps to cut down on what is the new reality on Canadian roads, that there is impaired driving, and that impaired driving is not only caused by alcohol, but is caused by drugs. And there's a much greater chance of someone becoming involved in an accident. I'm sure we'll hear this testimony at committee if they are under impairment by drugs. So, thank you.
Further questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my friend for his comments. I, too, share his concerns about the current state of the law when it relates to impaired driving. And my question has to do with the frustrations that police across this country experience as they're trying to apply our drunk driving laws. And I'm wondering if the member has had an opportunity to discuss these frustrations with his local police or perhaps other police across Canada, and whether, in fact, they are encouraged by the step that our government is taking to keep up with the changes in technology, make sure that our streets are safe from those who are going to abuse their rights as drivers.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
I think I thank you, the honourable member, for the question, and I think that what we've heard from police is overwhelming. That there's an increased frustration, as there is in so many cases involving the criminal justice system, and there's so many areas that need to be addressed, but this is certainly one of them. When we look at the disproportionate number of pages in the criminal code that are devoted to impaired driving, and all of the defenses that have come under and been developed over time dealing with impaired driving, and the loopholes that have been created in the system, there is certainly a frustration by police. What we've heard by police is often, whether there's an accident or not, the police are first on the scene. They see the carnage that comes from impaired driving. They, more so than the rest of us, when there's an accident at 2, 3 in the morning, when the rest of us may be safely in bed, it's the police that have to come out and see the results of that carnage on the highway. They want to see a reduction in impaired driving in Canada, as we all do, which is why the police support this initiative. It's why MAD Canada supports this initiative, because I think we all have the same goal, and that's to, while respecting the Charter and respecting privacy, certainly, which this bill does, we also have to equip our law enforcement and our justice system with the tools to, when someone is caught for impaired driving, to say, look, there's going to be a consequence to that. You're not going to get off because one of your friends will testify that you only had 1 or 2 beer, when in fact the breathalyzer and the equipment that is now at the police station is proven to be very accurate, very effective, and very far advanced of where we were 20 and 30 years ago.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame de Grasse-Lachine.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I should say this is the first time that I speak as official critic for the official opposition as their justice critic. I'm very pleased to do so.
To rise to speak on C-32, an act to amend the criminal code, impaired driving, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. I would like to mention, as I just did in French, that this is my first speech as the official opposition's justice critic. I look forward to working with my colleagues, be they in my party or in other parties, to provide intelligent, smart solutions to all justice issues that come before this House. Mr. Speaker, in considering Bill C-32, we must look at its history in order to understand it. The history of Bill C-32 goes back quite a few years, in fact to May 1999, when the House of Commons Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights released a report entitled Towards Eliminating Impaired Driving. The committee then recognized that drugs were a contributing factor to some fatal motor vehicle accidents. It also emphasized the need to develop better measures to detect drug-impaired driving and to obtain the proper evidence, allowing for the successful prosecution of individuals who drove while under the influence of drugs. A further study on this issue was the Senate Special Committee on Illegal Drugs report entitled Cannabis, Our Position for a Canadian Public Policy. One of its important findings was that there is no reliable, non-intrusive, rapid roadside test for drugs. In the case of cannabis, the best way to test is through blood samples. This then obviously represents a challenge that needs to be met in order to address the problem of a drug-impaired driving, Mr. Speaker. Now, in response to the 1999 report, the Department of Justice and its working group on impaired driving consulted extensively with the provinces and territories. The results of these consultations was the October 2003 release of the report entitled Drug Impaired Driving Consultation Document. This document, the result of the work, as I said, of this working group, pointed out that many drug-impaired drivers were not voluntarily participating in testing. It thus stressed the need to develop measures that would allow police to demand that drivers suspected of being impaired by drug use would submit to testing. It highlighted two options. The first option was to set a legal limit on the presence of drugs on the body. The second option was to propose legislation that would improve the ability of our law enforcement, our police officers, to demand drug tests. A certified officer could demand a physical sobriety test or take a saliva or sweat sample at the roadside based on the reasonable suspicion of drug impairment. Failure on such a test would then represent reasonable grounds to conduct a more detailed evaluation and obviously more intrusive evaluation at a police station. The bill that is before us, Bill C-32, follows in the steps of this second option. Now, Mr. Speaker, the House of Commons Special Committee report on the non-medical use of drugs, released in the fall of 2003, called for Parliament to develop a strategy addressing the question of drug-impaired driving. And so in April 2004, our then Liberal government introduced, and it's quite coincidental, I'm sure, that the present government's bill carries the same number, we introduced Bill C-32. That bill would have dealt with the drug-impaired driving in the fashion described above. Unfortunately, the bill died on the order paper in May 2004 when an election was called. The Liberals were re-elected, albeit a minority government, and reintroduced that same bill, but as C-16 in November of 2004. Bill C-16, an act to amend the Criminal Code impaired driving and to make consequential amendments to other acts. That bill made its way to committee and was reported back to the House with some amendments. Unfortunately, this piece of legislation also died on the order paper when the election was called in November 2005. Thus, Mr. Speaker, this current minority Conservative government's Bill C-32 has followed in the footsteps taken by the previous Liberal government. The Conservatives, however, have chosen to reintroduce it with a few changes, namely by incorporating stronger penalties than our own two previous bills had envisioned. Now, Mr. Speaker, on this same topic, I noted that the Canadian press reported on the introduction of C2 with the following words, and I'm quoting from their November 22nd wire, which reads, "The federal Conservatives have brought in legislation to crack down on drug-impaired drivers by resurrecting a plan first advanced by the Liberals adding heavier fines and jail terms and calling the result a Tory initiative. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, I think that this description is accurate, and I can only commend the Tories for recognizing a great idea, even when it was developed and first presented by another party, the Liberal Party, when it was the government. Monsieur le Président, maintenant...
Mr. Speaker, now that we have established the background of the legislation before us, we have to look at the changes that will be affected on the criminal code. If you look at the criminal code, the fact that a person who drives a vehicle when they possess a designated substance under the terms of Section 2.1 of the legislation regulating certain drugs and other substances. 2, C-32 will amend the criminal code to authorize peace officers having received necessary training to carry out searches and tests to see whether or not the faculties of a given individual have been weakened by a drug or by a combination of alcohol and drug. 3, it will authorize the taking of bodily substances to determine whether or not drugs or alcohol are in the person's body, and D, look to see if a bodily harm has been caused by a person or has caused death of a person while driving impaired when having a blood alcohol concentrate that exceeds 0.08. And E, given a person who is accused of driving a vehicle with a BAC that exceeds 0.08 must be the basis for reasonable doubt with respect to the offense. How much time do I have left, Mr. Speaker? Thank you. F, constitute an offense the fact that the person refuses to provide a breath sample when they know or should know that the vehicle that they were driving was involved in an accident that caused bodily harm to another individual or the death of that individual. Review the sentences for the above offenses. In addition, C-32 will modify similar provisions in other legislation. As the Liberals' critic for justice, I have to say that our party takes very seriously the issue of impaired driving under the influence of alcohol or other drugs. When we were the government, when we formed the government, on 2 occasions we brought in legislation that was intended precisely to amend the criminal code and to attack these problems. So I believe the proof is there. It is clear and evident. We take this very seriously. We also take very seriously those measures that are efficient, that are likely or highly likely to reach the objectives that are sought. What's more, Mr. Speaker, we support the initiatives that are intended to provide the peace officers and police services with the tools that they need to apply the legislation that has been given to them to control impaired driving while under the influence of alcohol or other drugs. Therefore, we are ready to support C-32 so that it can go to committee, to the Justice Committee. That committee will be able to undertake consideration of the bill in greater depth, call witnesses and experts who will be able to offer their unique
perspective on the bill. And if necessary, the committee will be able to move amendments that it feels are necessary. But, Mr. Speaker, I must also say that we have some caveats with respect to certain aspects of the bill. We hope that the government will cooperate constructively with all parties, all the opposition parties, to look at our reservations and to see that the most efficient and effective legislative tool is passed. So what are the concerns that we have with respect to Bill C-32?
Bon, d'autres l'ont déjà exprimé.
They have already been addressed by others. However, first of all, the Canada Safety Council.
Some objections to roadside drug testing. It asks which type of drugs police would test for. Is it going to be simply illicit, illegal drugs, or will it also be drugs that are legal in the sense that they're prescription drugs? The person is in legal possession of those prescription drugs, but the effects of those drugs may cause impairment. And it's clearly indicated, for instance, as part of the protocol for taking that drug. How many of us have not come down with a bad cold or a bad infection, have been prescribed medication by our doctor, and when we receive it at the pharmacy or the drugstore, it clearly says on the label, do not operate a machinery or moving vehicle while under the influence while taking this medication. So the Canada Safety Council has concerns about what are the drugs that are going to be tested for. And will there be the possibility of distinguishing between prescription drugs and illegal drugs? As well, how will we deal with the fact that there are certain drugs, like marijuana, which may linger in the body well after the initial high is over and well after the effect of impairing one's abilities has completely dissipated, but traces still remain. So the Canada Safety Council is asking these questions. How is this bill going to deal with these issues? And these are questions that hopefully will be answered if this bill goes to committee. And as I've said, as the Liberal critic, I will be recommending to my colleagues to vote in favour to send it on to committee so that we can attempt to get answers to these questions. And if it's possible, to amend the bill if we're given solid answers by experts and they say, oh yes, you could do that and you can amend the legislation in such a way to ensure that it happens, then we would hope that we would get government cooperation in order to do so. Another question that I have, which was not answered by the parliamentary secretary during the questions and comments, I asked whether or not there were studies that have been done to determine in what percentage of cases where there has been death or injury caused by a motor vehicle, and there is evidence of impairment, and let's just take the question of alcohol impairment. In what percentage of those cases has the Crown actually brought forth manslaughter charges, which includes the section of the criminal code that exists right now that deals with manslaughter, also includes death and injury by a vehicle, caused by a vehicle, including impaired driving, and provides for a maximal sentence of life. So I'd like to know what scientific studies have been done to determine why is it that those provisions have not been used obviously sufficiently from what the parliamentary secretary to the Solicitor General, I believe it was, Public Safety Minister, made when he talked about, people who are impaired causing carnage with their vehicles, etc., and that they're getting away with it because they're refusing to take the testing. Well, where are the problems? That we have provisions right now, but they appear not to be used. Why is that? What is the evidence that would show why it's not being used? And finally, we know that the government has announced that it will be placing $2 million to the benefit of our law enforcement in order to get the training and to do these roadside sobriety tests. How much money, if any, is this government planning to use to do a public education campaign? Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, history has shown that educational awareness campaigns that have been planned and carried out across Canada for impaired driving have had an excellent response from the public. And that is why today we have designated drivers when people go out to party with friends, or somebody who has a party at a restaurant where there may be alcohol consumed. Most people these days either decide in advance that they will not drink, or if they plan to drink, they make sure that they have a designated driver. So, does the government intend to earmark the human and financial resources that will be needed for a public awareness campaign on the issue of impairment, not only because of alcohol, but also because of drugs? I would like to know whether that is the case. Perhaps we will have the answers in committee if it is the will of the House to send this bill to committee. I would like to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank my colleagues around this House as well who have taken part in the debate. I will be recommending, as I have said, that my colleagues and members from all parties refer the bill to committee so that we can get the answers to these questions and, if necessary, improve the legislation.
Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This will be a point of order in Bill C-327, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, without commenting on the merits of this private member's bill, I would appreciate your consideration of whether this bill requires a royal recommendation under Standing Order 79. Clauses 1 and 2 of the bill add a new purpose to the Broadcasting Act to, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, contribute to solving the problem of violence in society by limiting violence in the programming offered to the public, including children, end quote. To meet this purpose, the bill would provide new powers to the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission, also known as the CRTC, to regulate violence on television, verify broadcasters' compliance, issue annual reports, and undertake a 5-year review, including holding consultations. These are new responsibilities for the CRTC, Mr. Speaker, which were not previously authorized by the Broadcasting Act. They would clearly require new government expenditures. Precedents clearly establish that a change in purpose requiring new expenditures must be accompanied by a royal recommendation. On May 9, 2005, the Chair ruled, and I quote, bills which involve new or additional spending for a distinct purpose must be recommended by the Crown. The royal recommendation is also required where a bill alters the appropriation of public revenue under the circumstances, in the manner and for the purposes set out in the bill. What this means is that a royal recommendation is not only required in the case where more money is being appropriated, but also in the case where the authorization to spend for a specific purpose is being significantly altered. On February 8, 2005, you ruled, and I quote, where it is clear that the legislative objective of a bill cannot be accomplished without the dedication of public funds to that objective, the bill must be seen as the equivalent of a bill affecting appropriation. And finally, Mr. Speaker, on September 17, 2006, you noted that the sections of the bill, and again I quote, with regard to the process of petitioning and reporting are also functions which would require the authorization of spending for a new and distinct purpose." End of quote. I would note that the new purpose for Bill 327, Mr. Speaker, is established by the operational obligation which Clause 3 places on the CRTC for regulating, reporting and reviewing, and by Clauses 1 and 2, which would amend the overall broadcasting and regulatory policies in the Broadcasting Act. I therefore submit, Mr. Speaker, that the bill in its entirety requires a royal recommendation, and I thank you.
Are there other members wishing to rise on this point of order? L'honorable Deputy de Ro-
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We see that the royal recommendation is being used by this government in a lot of cases. Every time the opposition parties want to come up with a private member's bill, this seems to happen. I remember very well my colleague for Honoré Mercier, this was 288, C-288. The government used the same tactic. When we read this bill, there is no mandate to fundamentally change the role of the CRTC if this bill is passed. All we are asking for is new regulations under the Broadcast Act. We're not looking for public money, additional funding, so that the CRTC can enforce the legislative amendments that I am proposing here in Bill C-327. So certainly, Mr. Speaker, under this bill, we can go ahead. We can look at the situation without necessarily having additional funding. Moreover, the CRTC has already looked into this issue of violence on television. They have analyzed reports, prepared reports, and so we can certainly keep within the mandate of the CRTC and make sure that these measures can be taken without additional funding being required.
South on the same point of order. Briefly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as the representative of the Liberal Caucus on private members' issues, I do take it very seriously to make sure that we review the bills coming onto the order paper who have been duly reviewed. And as you know, Mr. Speaker, it is the practice to do a thorough review of bills coming forward, and that in the event, Mr. Speaker, that there is any concern, a possibility, even a remote possibility, that a royal recommendation would be required, that the member is given due notice and has an opportunity to remediate the bill prior to its being in table. So I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that the member, and I checked with the member, I understand that the member has not was not given notice by the House of the likelihood of a royal recommendation being required. I also, Mr. Speaker, having looked at it, clearly I was very anxious to see this bill for our caucus. I think it's one that we definitely would like to deal with and to consider support on a very, very important issue. And I quite frankly am absolutely surprised that the government would pull this opportunity to in fact disqualify the issue of violence on television from consideration of this House. I think a very honourable and honest bill to come forward on behalf of the member. I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, that we feel that the CRTC mandate is clear, and that in the event that there was a will of the House to somehow address violence on television, that we wouldn't have to amend the legislation for the mandate of the CRTC to do that. And therefore, if that is the case, then there is absolutely no basis for suggesting that a royal rec is necessary because it's not within the mandate. They would have to demonstrate that, Mr. Speaker. Argument has not been made to that extent, and to that extent I would disagree strongly with the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader with regard to the necessity for a royal rec, and I believe that the member should be given due consideration for this on this matter simply because it is the first time that this matter has ever come up. The member has rights, and those rights have not been respected by the government.
At this time, Private members' business was supposed to begin at 5:30. I've heard three people on the matter of the royal recommendation, and I thank honourable members for their presentation. And at some point, the Speaker will rule on the appropriateness of the government's recommendation that there be a royal recommendation. But I think at this time we really should move to private members' business and to the bill in question. It being 5:30 p.m., or for that matter, just past 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Ordre du jour, affaires émanant des députés.
Orders of the day, private members' business. Second reading of Bill C-327, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act, reduction of violence in television broadcast. In the name of Mr. Bigat.
Bigat.
Mr. Bigat, seconded by Mr. Coteau, moves that Bill C-327, an act to amend the Broadcasting Act, reduction of violence in television broadcast, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Debate. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is with great joy that I stand today to speak to Bill C-327 on the reduction of violence on television. I am sponsoring this bill, and I would first like to recall the context for introducing this bill, which I did last year. In the winter of 2000, in the early evening, I was in my living room watching my television with Marie-Noël, who was just 3 years old, my daughter. And that is when I realized how much my daughter's eyes were riveted on the violent scenes that were on the public television network at that point. This is what brought me to introduce a bill a few months later on the reduction of violence on television. However, my bill was not deemed to be votable, but at least I was able to mobilize parents, teachers, daycare workers, and other groups in civil society who are concerned about the future of our children. I was able to help them send a clear message to the government, which was that they need to deal with violence on television. 6 years later, Marie-Noël is 9 years old. And we know that there have been cases, and we know that an expert in the area has said that children are very much affected by the violence on peak time television, and a coroner has felt that this was the influence that led to the death of a child, and that measures to reduce violence have not been sufficiently used. After 9 o'clock is when the programming for 13 and over should be shown. And this is the purpose of my bill, C-327, that I am speaking to today and sponsoring here. This bill amends the Broadcasting Act, the role of the CRTC, and also proposes regulations that would reduce violence on television. It would make sure as well that license holders comply, and there would be sanctions for those that do not comply with the regulations. Why do this now? Despite the revision in 1993 of the voluntary code of Canadian broadcasters in the Canadian Broadcast Association, violence has been increasing. The Laval University Media Center has indicated that there has been a 286% increase over 10 years in the violence, that many programs containing violence are shown before 9 p.m. and 29% of violent scenes in movies are psychological violence. Of course, one can always play with statistics, but violence on television is certainly present and does influence the behavior of our children. The voluntary approach that broadcasters devoted themselves to certainly did not do what it was supposed to, because 15 years after the creation of the voluntary code, the violence has in fact increased on television, as the Laval University Media Center has shown. We know that we cannot completely eliminate violence, because that would not be an adequate response in a democratic society like the one we live in. We value freedom of expression as one of the foundations of our society. We need to find the necessary balance between the freedom of expression that we value and the protection of our children. This bill would enable us to provide good programming that takes into account the needs of various groups. Mr. Speaker, last week, the Secondary School Teachers Federation in Ontario decided to adopt or to promote regulations that would have violent programs shown only after 9 o'clock, and that would bear out the findings of Coroner Tessier.
The CSQ in Quebec, which has more than 72,000 members, including teachers, and they are in daily contact with our children, and they are applauding this bill as well. The tragic story, Mr. Speaker, of the young American boy who was 10 years old and a young 9-year-old Pakistani boy who accidentally hanged themselves reminds us that regulations against TV violence are necessary, but they cannot be replaced by parental vigilance. Vigilance with respect to the content of the programming on TV and the types of video games available over the internet. This work that I've done back in 2000 was done by activists, by interveners, by daycare workers, by teachers, and the first name that comes to mind when I speak about this important war to protect our children comes from a young girl who is now older today, Virginie Larivière. This is someone you must know. She tabled a petition when the Conservatives were in power with thousands of signatures from Quebec and Canadian citizens calling for regulation to reduce violence on television. This young girl, who was 10 years old at the time, she did this because back in the 1990s, we witnessed an increase in violence on television, despite the voluntary code that broadcasters said that they would abide by. Despite this code, which was adopted in 1987 and reviewed in 1993, the figures released by the Laval University Media Center speak for themselves. There was an increase between 1985 and 1989. There was an increase in violence by fivefold. The violence accessible to children, that is programs broadcast before 9 p.m., had grown. 92% of the violent acts were shown before 9 o'clock. The study showed that there was 1 out of 2 violent acts was a completely gratuitous act of violence that had nothing to do with the scenario. These figures, which date back from 1988, which pushed people to be sensitive to this event, but it got me interested, and I wanted to find out what was going on. I realized that there had been this increase in television violence, and therefore the 2000 bill became very relevant. People in Quebec mobilized, artists mobilized. Why? Because this bill was not about hurting freedom of expression. We simply wanted to put violence on TV on programs that were aired after 9 p.m. This, Mr. Speaker, and this is still the case today, this is not a censure motion. This is simply a way to work on our television program, to respect all of our public. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that this bill, which is aimed at regulating violence on TV, I would invite you to read the bill. It doesn't even say that programs with violence have to be shown after 9 p.m. My approach is that we have to have within the Broadcasting Act regulations, and if the CRTC checks the compliance of these programs, well then they could penalize them. How could this be done, Mr. Speaker? Because we don't want to find ourselves in a situation with the situation we see in the environment, where the big polluters often have very, very tiny, tiny fines. We know that the Broadcasting Act, and here I refer to Section 32, says that an infraction or an offense against this section, if there is an offense against the Broadcasting Act, that can lead to penalties of $250,000 for a first offense to $500,000 for a repeat offense. Mr. Speaker, what we're asking, when you get right down to it, with this bill, we're asking that broadcasters conduct themselves as good corporate citizens. We have to understand that our airwaves are public airwaves. And in that respect, the public has a responsibility, as well as the broadcasters, to obviously broadcast information, but to ensure that the information is fair and does not simply vehicle cliches or stereotyping that would target or hurt fundamental rights in society. We have to ensure that this is the case. We have to ensure that public airwaves respect everyone's rights. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill, as I said earlier, will strike a balance. And I know that there are certain colleagues who believe that this bill may have a negative impact on the freedom of expression, but it's because we've tried we are trying to ensure that this violence is shown after 9 p.m. So I'm very pleased, Mr. Speaker, to introduce this bill. Just yesterday, the CSQ had a very clear position on this bill. More than 112,000 members of this union decided to support this bill, to throw their weight behind this bill. Why? Because this is a matter that is going to deal with the educational sector. We have to go around. When we go and visit schools and daycare centers, we can understand that there is a real link between what our children hear and how they behave. And this is true, Mr. Speaker, in the films. Sometimes in cartoons, you can see the way that cartoons have changed over the years, and in comics as well. So it's very important that our educators have the proper tools so that we'll be able to offer our society a way of being more peaceful. Of course, this bill will not reduce violence in our society. That's not the solution. There are other tools that we need to deal with. For example, there's internet, video games, but this is an important step to ensure that our airwaves are more peaceful and that we will have children that develop in a less violent society. Thank you very much. Questions and comments?
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? Resuming debate. The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to address this very significant concern in Canada. The bill before us today is a further attempt to address the issue of TV violence in Canada. This bill amends the Broadcasting Act by imposing a new regulatory framework on the broadcast industry. And I want to thank the member for Rosemont-La-Petite-Patrie for his efforts in bringing this legislation before Parliament. Mr. Speaker, from the outset, I want to state that reducing violence in our society is a priority for our Conservative government. Indeed, addressing violent crime in Canada is one of the 5 key priorities which we set during the last federal election. And we've made significant progress in changing our criminal laws to ensure that Canada's streets and communities are safe. The tabling of this bill gives us an opportunity to consider again Canada's success in addressing violence on television and how Canadians, especially young Canadians, are exposed to it. Mr. Speaker, this bill amends the Broadcasting Act by requiring the CRTC to make specific regulations to reduce the number of violent scenes on television. And while I believe the motives behind this bill are laudable, the bill itself is flawed for a number of reasons. It represents a veiled attempt to impose additional censorship on broadcasters, very likely violating the protections of freedom of expression under the Charter. It also imposes a new regulatory burden on government, which will cost taxpayers more money. It implies that Canadians aren't smart enough to read the required warnings and make viewing decisions for themselves. And it shifts responsibility for supervising and educating children from parents to the federal government. The good news is that much of the authority which the mover of this bill is seeking is already contained in the current Broadcasting Act. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to look at Bill C-327 in the context of current broadcasting policy and at the tools already available under the Broadcasting Act to encourage Canadians to become media literate and to then make safe viewing choices for themselves. Now, our current broadcasting policy focuses on empowering Canadians to make educated choices for themselves about what they and their families will watch on TV. Our federal government consults and cooperates with law enforcement agencies, broadcasters, parents, and schools. And in doing so, we focus on 5 common objectives. First of all, we want to educate TV viewers. We also want to strengthen enforcement of existing laws. We want to implement complaint reporting systems. We want to ensure that public and private sectors consult with each other and with their counterparts in other countries. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, we want to promote industry self-regulation. And that last objective, industry self-regulation, is key. The broadcast industry has, in consultation with the federal government, adopted a voluntary set of broadcast standards and a code of conduct, which it applies to all of its programming. Now, Canadians will be very familiar with the frequent warnings which accompany programs containing violent, or questionable or sexual content. These warnings equip parents to make decisions for themselves and their families as to the kind of programming which is suitable for them. Now, an added benefit of industry self-regulation is the fact that the financial burden of regulation and monitoring is borne primarily by industry, not by the taxpayers of this country. Now, Mr. Speaker, even if we wanted to regulate and control everything shown on television, it would be a futile endeavor. Canadians must understand that much of what we see on TV comes from foreign television signals. Canada has limited jurisdiction over these signals. We also have little jurisdiction, if any, over material that Canadians may view over the Internet. Now, both foreign broadcasters and Internet service providers are not subject to Canada's licensing requirements. They're not subject to Canadian Broadcasting's Code of Conduct and Ethics. And as technology continues to develop, our ability to control content will continue to decline. Mr. Speaker, the current media environment is indeed the global village that Canadian professor Marshall McLuhan so prophetically pointed to. Government control over content is no longer a long-term option in broadcasting. More than ever, Canadians need to be well informed. They need to be exposed to new technologies while understanding the potential harmful aspects of these innovations. Now, Mr. Speaker, we live in a world without walls. We can't be with our children at all times to keep them safe from harm. And in the same way, recent experience has taught us that we can't always protect our children and other Canadian audiences from controversial or objectionable content, especially when it originates from outside of Canada. It's even more difficult to do so if, in fact, we are to respect the Charter of Rights of freedom of expression. What we can do is educate Canadians and give them the tools necessary to discern good from harmful content. And that is what the current Broadcasting Act does. Now, the TV industry provides viewers with helpful information about programming content to enable each one of us to act positively, to become critical thinkers, and to learn to discern. And I also know, Mr. Speaker, that technology nowadays gives parents things such as the V-chip to allow them to control what their children watch on TV. Mr. Speaker, there's something troubling about this bill, and it's in the preamble. The preamble categorically states that, quote, censorship is not a solution, end quote. Yet the bill then proceeds to do exactly that, namely impose censorship by requiring the CRTC to impose regulations reducing violence in TV programming. These conflicting objectives are clearly fatal to the bill. I'd like to remind the House of some of the key policy objectives contained in the Broadcasting Act. The Act states in Section 3 that the broadcasting system should, and I quote, serve to protect, safeguard, enrich, and strengthen the cultural, political, social, and economic fabric of Canada, end quote. And then the very next clause describes that the system should, and again quote, encourage the development of Canadian expression by providing a wide range of programming that reflects Canadian attitudes, opinions, ideas, values, and artistic creativity, end of quote. To me, these words suggest imagination and diversity of opinion, something that our Charter of Rights guarantees. Any attempt to circumscribe these rights will likely result in a successful challenge under the Charter. And I, for one, am not prepared to burden the taxpayers of this country with the cost of needless and ultimately futile litigation. I'd encourage the member for Rosemont to again review the existing provisions of the Broadcasting Act, most notably sections 10C, F, and K, because these sections already spell out a broad regulatory framework which, at least in my experience, has led to significant cooperation on the part of the broadcast industry. Moreover, the Act already states that all broadcasting licensees are responsible for the programs they broadcast and that this programming must be of a high standard. The Canadian approach to maintaining high standards engages the broadcast industry instead of invoking a unilateral, heavy-handed enforcement program. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, we have to ask ourselves a number of fundamental questions. Do we believe in more government? Do we believe that government should usurp the rightful role of parents to train and educate children? Should Canadians no longer be responsible for their own decisions, for informing themselves? And finally, do we believe that taxpayers should again be burdened with additional regulatory costs that should be borne by industry? I believe the answer is no to all of these questions, and that answer must compel us to reject this bill, as well-intentioned as it might be. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm confident that all members in this House join me in genuine concern about ensuring that our children have safeguards against violence on television in this country. To this end, I am pleased to have the opportunity to speak on behalf of the residents of the Churchill riding on the member from Rosemont-La Petite-Patry's private member's bill, Bill C-327, an Act to amend the Broadcasting Act, Reduction of Violence in Television Broadcasts. Upon introduction of the bill on June 19, 2006, the member from Rosemont-La Petite-Patrie said, quote, "Mr. Speaker, today I am pleased to introduce a bill to reduce television violence, particularly during peak viewing hours for children." This quote encapsulates the objective the member hopes to achieve with the bill. Before continuing this debate, I would like to start by acknowledging my honourable colleague on the integrity of the same. As many parliamentarians would know, the bill was initially introduced in the House of Commons during the first session of the 37th Parliament as Bill C-420. And prior to reintroduction, the bill received only slight modifications. The issue of violence on television has been at the forefront of the public mind over the past couple of decades, and in fact, the issue did become a priority for the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission, the regulatory body of Canada's Broadcast Act, and in 1990 it commissioned two studies. One was the scientific knowledge about television violence and summary and analysis of various studies on television violence. The findings and recommendations of these studies led to the next actions by the CRTC towards the development of guidelines in Canada by working with the Canadian Association of Broadcasters, provincial ministers, and the cable industry. And in 1992, a significant event occurred when a very young woman, Virginie Larivière, submitted a petition to Parliament with 1.5 million signatures seeking a ban on television violence. It was a clear message from Canadians on the issue. In February of 1993, the Action Group on Violence on Television was formed, and it was comprised of the Association of Canadian Advertisers, the Canadian Association of Broadcasters, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, the Canadian Cable Television Association, Canadian Film and Television Production Association, the Association des Producteurs de Film et de Télévision du Québec, and the licensees of pay television, pay-per-view services, and specialty services. In September of that year, they released a general statement of principles concerning violence on television programming with the aim of a classification system for television programming. And numerous critical actions followed. The CRTC accepted the Canadian Association of Broadcasters' revised voluntary code regarding violence in television programming and announced that compliance would be a condition of a broadcast license. And the code designated the watershed in which broadcasters could not air programs which included violence intended for an adult audience between the hours of 6 a.m. and 9 p.m. And since that time, Canada has been a lead throughout the world in setting regulatory mechanisms and strong industry codes to ensure that viewing choices for children remain responsive to the concerns of the public. These currently include program ratings systems, on-screen icons, violence guidelines, and other content guidelines referring to language and content of a sexual nature. Required frequent viewer advisories, both on-screen and audible, and program-embedded ratings for use with V-chip technology. These are a mandatory system of codes, and adherence to them is not voluntary. This system was approved by the CRTC in June of 1997 and private broadcasters must agree to them, and licenses are reviewed regularly by the CRTC. This proposed legislation seeks to amend the Broadcasting Act to grant the CRTC the power to make regulations respecting the broadcasting of violent scenes. However, Mr. Speaker, a great deal has changed in broadcasting standards and practices over the past 15 years on the issue of violence on television and a child or youth audience. It effectively established a broad set of policies, technologies, and rules affecting broadcasters that I would argue address the concerns and even the purpose of this bill. This is largely confirmed by the member's proposed amendment to Section 10 with the addition of, quote, "The Commission shall make regulations respecting the broadcasting of violent scenes, including those contained in programs intended for persons under the age of 12 years. In an effort to safeguard children against violent television programming, various stringent measures were put in place. These policies are complemented by a series of technologies that have steadily increased in television broadcasting since their initial introduction. For example, the CRTC launched a variety of new technologies set to increase viewer awareness of suitability of a given program, and this is done so through both voice and print immediately prior to programs as well as during commercial breaks. And parent-friendly rating systems have also been carefully integrated into the suitability warnings. Moreover, the introduction of an advanced parental control technology known as VCHIP was created and put into action. It allows concerned parents to filter inappropriate content based on a rating system. Now, comparing the existing practices of the CRTC with the member's proposed amendment to the Broadcasting Act, I think it is fair to say that the Commission has ensured regulations are in place addressing television violence during peak hours and effectively monitored. In fact, in 1994, the Canadian Broadcasting Standards Council, an independent organization comprised of public and industry representatives, announced that the children's television program, the Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, violated children's programming provisions of the Canadian Association of the Broadcasters Violence Code. Their producers were forced to comply with the code, or the broadcasters were to remove it from their schedule. In fact, to emphasize the results of the positive actions taken by broadcasters, the Canadian Broadcast Standards Council has actually reported a decline in the percentage of complaints concerning violence on television. Between 2001 and 2006, public complaints involving violence have dropped by 37%, and it ranks 6th as the subject of television complaints to the Canadian Broadcast Standards Council. After taking into account the current policies and practices of the CRTC governing violence on television, and now returning to the member's stated objective, and more importantly, the contents of his bill, I do not believe the proposed amendments will have an impact in reducing violence during peak hours. Given the standards and practices that are already in place and enforced by the Commission, Mr. Speaker, Bill C-327 is redundant in terms of the Broadcasting Act. It is my assertion that the various mediums in today's market have a significant role to play in terms of the amount of violent content which is available to children and youth. And today's new media means rapid access to materials through the internet, video games, and DVDs. While I applaud the member's spirit of the bill, I do believe it is adequately covered through the current Broadcasting Act and regulatory body of the CRTC to safeguard Canadians and to protect our values, and I cannot lend it my support. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise today and speak on Bill C-327. I have to make an admission at the beginning, Mr. Speaker, for the people of Canada, that I am a huge fan of action films. In fact, my whole family is. On Friday nights, we like nothing better for the world to be hanging in balance while the good guy is, has to run out and save the planet with 2 minutes to spare while the plane's flying. And I think one of the reasons these films are successful is they are entertaining, and people can tell the difference between the reality of violence and the action film genre. So I have to put that on the record, Mr. Speaker. But I am interested in this bill because I believe that there is a difference between seeing the fantasy world of cops and robbers and action hero stuff that we're used to, the sort of comic book, very entertaining and the good guy always wins in the end element of film and television, and a fundamental shift that I'm starting to see in terms of 3 areas, Mr. Speaker. Number one is the increasingly level of abusive, degrading, and humiliating television that has become a standard staple Number two is the relentlessness of the imagery, because as you know, Mr. Speaker, our young people are not just watching it on television, they're on the internet, and there's a relentlessness that's hammered home time and time again. And I think the third issue, and I find this is from my role formerly as a school board trustee, when we talk about empowerment and choice, we're assuming that we're talking about 1950s style families. I can tell you as a school board trustee, many of the kids in my community are at home alone when they come home from school because their single mother is working or their father's out working. And so who are they home with, Mr. Speaker? They're home with the electronic child molester. That's who they're home with. And if you watch the programming that was put in that afternoon slot in the last number of years when you have Maury Povich and Springer and absolutely abusive and degrading television, I'm concerned that when young people come into class, they do not have the faculties to separate this. And so what do? We have a policy of zero tolerance in our schools. And I've seen many kids act out stuff in the schoolyard without even having a sense. And then, of course, we have to bring in the police to deal with it. And I'm not talking even so much about physical violence being acted out, but some of the abusive stuff that they see on television. So there is an element there that we can talk about empowering our young people, but if they are home alone, they do not have that choice. I think this debate today actually is very appropriate given the very disturbing national conversation that's going on. All around us, Canadians are talking about the Picton trial. And there's a really interesting debate. If you listen to the talk shows and that, what people are saying is, I don't want to hear it. I don't want these greasy fingerprints left on my imagination. Make the trial, please. But spare us the grisly gore. And what strikes me about this conversation, because I've been listening to the people phoning in and that, is that people do not want to be desensitized. They do not want to accept a point where they no longer even shrug when they hear these kind of details. And it's a very horrific conversation that we have to have, because I think it goes back, I was thinking in terms of the Bernardo trial and how I still feel such rage over what I heard about that we're being asked as a society to cross a terrible Rubicon of the imagination, whereby something that once was just the realm of Hollywood is something we have to accept as a reality. And as I was thinking of this conversation, I was watching television with my daughter, and it was interesting, Mr. Speaker, that I saw within the space of 1 hour 2 ads for serial killer torture shows that had very gruesome, very graphic, and very stylized form of the torture. And so can our children tell the difference between the allegations at the Picton farm and these things on television? Of course they can. Just as they can tell the difference when they're playing video games that seem to me to be so much similar to the Dawson shooting. They can tell the difference. But at a certain point, there is a level of desensitization. And that desensitization has a very profound impact for, I think, cultural development. Yes, now Ronald Cohen, the chair of the Canadian Broadcast Standard Panel, says very clearly, there is no gratuitous or glamorized violence on television any time of the day or night, period. That's a direct quote. Well, I was watching 24 with my daughters the other night. They're big fans of Jack Bauer. I'm a big fan of Jack Bauer, being the grandson of Tommy Douglas, the great Canadian socialist. And, Jack Bauer is always there to save the world, but there's been an interesting debate that's come up about 24, because what is coming out of it is the way that people are now beginning to accept the notion of torture is perfectly okay. Because Jack Bauer can never save the planet unless he tortures somebody. And he's very effective at torturing people. And because Jack tortures people, things work. And I was talking to an educator who was talking to a young person about notions of right and wrong and limits of right and wrong. And the issue of torture came up. And the student said, well, torture's perfectly okay. That's what you do if you're a police officer. That's a perfectly acceptable behavior. And the educator said, well, why would you think that torture was normal? The child said, well, Jack Bauer has to do it. And think of the profound shift that's taken place 10 years ago. 10 years ago, what was torture in our imagination? That was what thugs did in a Latin American prison. That's what petty gang lords did. But a conversation now where we have stylized violence, and it's very stylized, it's very over the top, and it becomes acceptable, so we become desensitized to it. Another element Mr. Cohen makes in terms of the reason we do not need standards, that we do not need to impose it here, he says, he's talking about protecting children. He says, quote, there can be no themes that threaten the child's sense of security. Well, I was watching Fear Factor in my hotel room the other night, Mr. Speaker, and I saw this show. And since you might not believe how outrageous it is, I'll read to you the plot description that I picked up off the internet. Okay, so this was a plot with families. So it was mothers, fathers, and their children on this show. So the children, this is a quote from the show, the children would be locked in a box of Madagascar hissing cockroaches that were poured all over the children. And then the parents would have to use their mouths to transfer roaches from the box to a counterbalance. Now, the parent would have to then get the keys so that the child would find a way to escape from this box where the child was screaming and covered with cockroaches. Now, the message I infer from this, Mr. Speaker, is that child abuse is okay if it's done on prime time, if it's done for entertainment purposes, and it's very clear that it's done for greed. Because you know what happens if the mother manages to pick enough of these Madagascar hissing cockroaches off their screaming child and frees them from this locked box? She will win a 2004 Mazda 6 Sport Wagon. I find this absolutely abominable. I would like to think that industry would self-regulate, but I think what we're seeing now in terms of abuse on television is that they're self-regulating themselves down to the bottom. And we should go along with this. I think at a certain point, we have to say as a society, this degradation has to stop. This idea of abusing people and humiliating people as a form of cheap entertainment is not acceptable. Because we do not accept it when our children act it out in the schoolyard. We should not have to accept it as a regular form of entertainment. And as again, I'd like to point out, they can say, well, turn it off. But I know so many children who are at home alone. And they are not reading. They're watching. And this is what they're watching. Which leads me to another point that I think has to be made. It's a more subtle point, Mr. Speaker. But it's the notion of the breakdown of the self and self-identity and self-awareness from watching abusive television again and again and again in young people. I read the book earlier last year, A is for Ox, The Rise of Violence and Illiteracy in the Television Age by Barry Sanders, and he makes an amazing correlation that what we're seeing here in terms of a culture where children are raised strictly on television is a breakdown of literacy, not simply that they can't read, but that the literate conversation, the sense of self, has disappeared in so many young children. They do not have that construct. And he said there's profound implications for society when you have children who are raised like this, because as they have no sense of self, they have no sense of the other. And he is definitely making the very clear equation in his work between this rise of cultural illiteracy and a culture of violence and a casual acceptance of violence. So I'm very pleased that Parliament has taken the measure to debate this issue, Mr. Speaker. In terms of the New Democrats, we believe that this is not an issue of censorship. This is an issue of restoring some fairness to the airwaves, of saying to families, you do not have to worry that your children are being preyed upon by the electronic child molester if you have to go out to work. There has to be some standards. If industry is not willing to meet those standards, then we have to have a national conversation. And that conversation, I believe, has to include educators. It has to include a wider, broad cross-section of our society. But clearly, it is our purview here within the House of Parliament to begin that conversation. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise to speak today to Bill C-327, a bill that deals with the reduction of violence on television. The significance of the phenomenon of violence on television is such that it has given rise to quite a variety of studies, analyses and reports, often controversial ones, but they've always led to reflection. For many, this whole issue, that television has become, within our society, an all-present medium that influences the most vulnerable in our society, our children, and we must not underestimate that threat. A vast majority of Quebecers and Canadians have at least one television set and spend on average 4 hours a day in front of the box. There are new supports and there are all kinds of new channels that are available. They keep increasing. Television is often being accused openly and more frequently of promoting the ills that underlie our society, for example, all kinds of violence. We in the Bloc, through perseverance, and the determination of the member for Rosemont, and I must say, by way of an aside, that we have heard him speak, and we certainly understand the scope of his eloquent argument. As I was saying, the member for Rosemont has introduced a very serious debate on the theme of television imagery and the violence that is contained in television imagery and its impact on young people. That's the raison d'etre of his bill. It is a bill which targets the reduction of violence on TV by giving regulatory powers to the CRTC.
Here is a summary of this bill. The bill amends the Broadcasting Act to give the CRTC the power to regulate regarding the broadcasting of violent scenes on television. And here is how the member for Rosemont introduced the bill in first reading. And I quote, "A recent study at the University of Laval has shown that since 1994 there has been an increase by over 200% in the acts of violence on television." So this bill amends the Broadcasting Act to create regulations on violence shown on television. The CRTC would be responsible for checking how the major broadcasters apply the regulations that would come under this bill. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois supports this legislation and applauds the member for Rosemont on his initiative. The Bloc Québécois would remind our colleagues that in addition to self-regulation, we also need adequate frameworks for broadcasting so that we avoid problems, especially since there is so much sensationalism that attacks the values in Canada and Quebec. The Bloc Québécois feels that young children should not be confronted in the early years with violence, which will make it more acceptable to them and with the consequences that we can imagine. As I said earlier, violence in our society is an issue that concerns the people of our country in general and legislators as well. It is our job to legislate. What are the impacts of television on children? In 1998, a UNESCO survey showed that children under the age of 12 spent, on average, 3 hours a day in front of the television. That is 50% more than they spent doing any other activity. Mr. Speaker, children who watch very violent television shows or films are more likely to become aggressive. It is without question the case. A number of reports show this to be true. Research on the effects of violence in the media have been undertaken, and we have a great deal of research in this area. For a long time now, research has looked into whether violence on television had any impact on young people and whether it made them more aggressive. After some 50 years of research on the issue, researchers like Professor Howell Husman at the University of Michigan, for example, have become convinced that there is a direct correlation. And I quote him. He says that that violence in the media makes children more aggressive and makes them more aggressive as adults as well. End of quote. Professor Huisman showed that when children imitate the actions of these imaginary characters, they develop cognitive scenarios. And over the longer term, those scenarios guide their behavior. For example, if the hero is violent, then the child will interiorize scenarios in which violence is presented as being acceptable or legitimate as a way of resolving differences or getting rid of frustrations. For other researchers, the psychological effects are less important than these physiological effects when we're talking about interiorizing of aggressive behaviors inspired by television. They have seen that children's heart rate increases when they watch violent scenes, they breathe more quickly, and their blood pressure goes up. They feel then that this simulated response to the fight given the fight response would predispose these children to be more aggressive in real life. An American study looked at the impact of violence over a period of 20 years. The results showed that children who watched these programs at 8 were more aggressive 11 years later. Boys who saw more violent programs when they were young were more likely to have a criminal record when they were 30 years of age without having any other significant social factors to show why this would be the case. To quantify this modest effect, researchers indicated that it is a little bit like connecting tobacco use with lung cancer. The facts have been established, and there is now a consensus among experts. As I have already said, Mr. Speaker, and emphasized, there are both direct and indirect effects of watching violent television. And tomorrow, we must not say that no one knew about this. Therefore, I would invite the House to demonstrate good sense and to support Bill C-327. Thank you.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the federal government, I would like to thank the Member of Parliament for Rosemont-Latree for his ongoing efforts to reduce violence on television. The government understands the strong feelings expressed by those opposed to violence on television, especially where children were concerned. The government shares the concerns of parents, teachers, and all stakeholders with respect to violence in our society. Before considering amendments to the current Act, I believe it is important to look at the system already in place. The current approach to violence on television protects television viewers, especially children, from the impact of violence. This approach has made it possible to adopt a strategy of cooperation and industry self-regulation, with the support of the CRTC and under its supervision. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the Broadcast Act states that broadcasting licensees take full responsibility for the programs they broadcast, and that this programming must be of high standard. The CRTC is an independent agency responsible for regulating and supervising Canada's broadcasting and telecommunication systems. It reports on its activities to Parliament through the Minister of Canadian Heritage. The Broadcasting Act and the expression of Canadian standards and values guide the work of the CRTC in managing the Canadian broadcasting system and in its licensing process and conditions. The CRTC may, in carrying out its mandate, suspend, revoke, amend, or refuse to renew a license in conditions if conditions are not met. Under the CRTC policy, broadcasters must meet licensing conditions and comply with the Voluntary Code of Violence, the Code of Ethics, and the Sex Role Portrayal Code for Television and Radio Programming Code developed by the Canadian Association of Broadcasters. Moreover, the Canadian Broadcast Standards Council, an independent self-regulatory body created by its broadcaster members, is responsible for ensuring compliance with codes and industry standards, including the classification system. The government continues to be concerned about violence on television and ensuring that all industry partners comply with standards to ensure the well-being of our children. Mr. Speaker, I would like to give some background on current activities among the various participants in the classification system. In 1992, the CRTC focused its activities by setting the following objectives: implement real codes of conduct at the industry level, better inform viewers through program classification, change the attitudes of public education and media education programs, and strengthen the power of television viewers through the V-chip. Canadians are at the forefront of addressing violence on TV. I would like to add that the V-chip technology was developed by Tim Collins of Simon Fraser University and originally from my riding of Perth Wellington in Downey Township. Introduced in 1993, the Television Violence Code states that Canadian broadcasters may not air programming that contains gratuitous violence in any form, or which sanctions, promotes, or glamorizes violence. It also states that programming intended for adult audiences shall not be telecast before 9 p.m. In 1997, the Action Group on Violence on Television, an organization representing all sectors of the Canadian broadcasting industry, launched its program classification system. These codes are still in effect. Broadcasting industry representatives, researchers, educators, child mental health experts, parents, and the government agencies that were involved continue to promote ongoing dialogue to help people better understand the problem and to create permanent tools to help parents make informed viewing choices for their children. Canada is also very involved in children's media literacy and educating children about the various media to which they are exposed. There are media awareness networks that are excellent sources of information about violence on television and that are still in place today. As we can see from the many parties involved and the regulatory provisions that have been adopted and implemented, such as the codes of conduct adopted by the industry, public education, and public awareness programs, we have good management tools to address violence on television in Canada. The government acknowledges the achievements of all stakeholders involved in the fight against violence and continues to believe in the effectiveness of the current system of self-regulatory codes administered by the Canadian Broadcast Standards Council and imposed on broadcasters as conditions of license. Mr. Speaker, we would also like to underline the vital role that parents and guardians have to play and the fact that they have tools available to them and can make choices to help them better control the television programs presented in their homes. Mr. Speaker, with the monitoring system already in place to limit violence on television, we have looked at 2 annual reports that include the issue of limiting violence on television, and we have found that few official complaints were made by the Canadian public. The annual report of the Canadian Broadcast Standards Council for 2005-2006 states that there were a total of 79 complaints relating to the violence code, and 6 of these complaints related to Quebec television stations. According to the CRTC's Broadcast Policy Monitoring Report of 2006, a total of 44 complaints were processed, which represents a significant decrease for 2005 over previous years. In closing, Mr. Speaker, given these results, the tools that are available, as well as the role parents can play, we must question the merits of Bill C-327. Thank you.
Order la période prévue.
The period for private members' business has now expired. And the bill now moves to the bottom of the order paper.
Order 38. A motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House to now adjourn. The honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Before Christmas, I had the opportunity in this House to ask a question of the then Minister for Social Development on the issue of homelessness. I had traveled the country at that point from coast to coast, meeting with people who were struggling with the very terrible challenge of poverty. And over again, in every community that I went to, the issue that came up most often was a question of housing and homelessness. I made a case to the Minister that perhaps we should be, as a government and a House of Parliament, declaring a state of emergency, because at that point we had upwards to 4 people who had either directly or indirectly died in a state of homelessness because of the terrible weather we were facing. And I guess I was disappointed in the response from the Minister. It was petty and it was partisan. I thought that an issue like homelessness would call from all of us here a larger response, a non-partisan response, a reaching out to work together to deal with this terrible reality that exists for way too many people. I've now been into Toronto, Vancouver, Calgary, Victoria, Saskatoon, just last week, Castlegar, and Penticton. And everywhere I go, large numbers of people come out to speak to me about poverty, but the common thread is this question of affordable housing and the issue of homelessness. In our larger centres, such as Vancouver and Toronto, we have terrible homelessness, people sleeping on the streets these days, particularly when it's so cold and in the winter in this country. There just is no housing anymore. The housing that was built in the 70s and 80s is deteriorating, and there has been no national housing program in this country, particularly under the leadership of the previous government. No housing program, no building of affordable housing for about 15 years. And so the existing affordable housing is deteriorating and falling apart. It's disease-ridden. In Vancouver and in Toronto, I heard of bed bugs and cockroaches and people with TB and pneumonia, and a situation in a country that is so wealthy and experiencing such prosperity that should not exist. And I was asking the Minister to respond to me in terms of what it is that all of us together could do to alleviate that terrible situation. In the hometown of many of the government members, Calgary, when I arrived there, I was shocked. I was alarmed at the situation that I saw in the city that probably represents the new wealth and prosperity in this country in a way that no other city does. I spent a good part of the evening at a shelter in Calgary on a very cold night where they bedded down between 1,000 and 1,200 people and do this on a nightly basis, 1,000 to 1,200 homeless people. And when they're done that, then some city buses drive up and they pick up people who are waiting outside trying to get in, and they take them out to the suburbs and they bed them down on mats again in warehouses in the suburbs. And there's probably another maybe 100 to 200 beds here and there, Salvation Army, etc., across the city for some of the remainder. But in Calgary, because they count these people every night, there is between 3,500 and 4,000 people who are homeless in that city. The rest of those folks just span out across the downtown of Calgary. They sleep under bridges, they sleep in parks. But while they are doing that, the Municipal Council of Calgary is passing laws to make that illegal, Mr. Speaker. And so many of these people are forced because there is no other choice. They have no other option, it seems.
I'm sorry to tell the honourable member, but his time has expired a few moments ago. So I'll have to go to the Parliamentary Secretary, to the Minister for Human Resources.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the new government understands the importance of housing and shelter for those who need it, and particularly those, as the member described, during bitter winter nights. That is why the government invested $526 million for two major initiatives that were announced on December 19th of last year. The first of these investments will help prevent homelessness and improve the quality of housing for 38,000 low-income families, low-income Canadians. I note and thank the member's colleague from London Fanshawe today for her kind praise for our accomplishment that she expressed earlier today. This includes the new homelessness partnering strategy funded at $270 million over 2 years, beginning April 1st, 2007. The strategy recognizes that the federal government has a role to play in dealing with homelessness across this country. Leadership, resources, and support can come from Ottawa for local solutions created by those with local expertise. Through partnerships with provinces, territories, other government departments and agencies, municipalities, and community groups, we will make significant progress in moving vulnerable Canadians permanently out of homelessness and into homes. For an example of how this new approach is working, I invite the member to talk to the member of Victoria. Just last week, residents of her riding saw the new government join with the province, the city, regional housing trusts, and the Fernwood Neighbourhood Resource Group to open 4 3-bedroom homes in a renovated 1909 heritage house. Mr. Speaker, this government is focusing on a housing-first approach, and that recognizes that housing stability is essential to self-sufficiency and full participation in Canadian society. We are not only talking about people who live in major urban centres, we are also talking about Aboriginal people and people in rural and northern communities. We have listened, and we will continue to listen to Canadians, and we will continue to respond to their concerns. The second side of Canada's new government strategy is a $256 million investment in a 2-year extension of Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation's renovation programs for low-income households. These programs will help improve housing for low-income people and those who may be at risk of homelessness, including seniors, persons with disabilities, victims of family violence, and Aboriginal people. These investments are over and above a one-time investment of $1.4 million that was in the budget of 2006, and this was to help Canadians find safe, adequate, affordable housing through the establishment of housing trusts available to the provinces and territories. In addition, this government provides approximately $2 billion a year in housing assistance across the country. This funding primarily supports approximately 633,000 lower-income households who live in assisted living projects across the country. Plus, we are creating affordable housing through the $1 billion Affordable Housing Initiative in collaboration with our provincial and territorial partners. Mr. Speaker, let me sum up this government's approach to homelessness in the following way. This government's total investment over the next 2 years will provide concrete, meaningful, and lasting results for Canadians who need safe and adequate housing. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Sault Ste. Marie.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As we speak, and as the Parliamentary Secretary talks about what this government is doing, there are 3,500 people plus sleeping on the streets of Calgary in shelters, and many of them turning to drugs, crack and crystal meth, because what that gives them is a sense of not being hungry, not being cold, and a fearlessness. The only problem is the hit lasts 5 or 10 minutes, and then they have to go after another, which makes the streets of Calgary a very dangerous place. The member spoke about a program that was unfolded in Victoria of 4 buildings with 3-bedroom homes. That's 12 people. I'm sure she's aware that there are 700 homeless people in Victoria. If the minister, when I asked her the question in December, would have told me that she was coming forward with a program and invited me to sit down and talk to her about how we might do it better, I would have been willing to do that. I was pleased today with the response of the new minister. At least he recognized that we had a problem, offered to work with us, and talked about things that perhaps we could do together. The member from London Fanshawe wasn't thanking your government for these initiatives. She was saying that it wasn't enough, that this announcement came too late, and that there are agencies out there who are working day and night, 7 days a week, to try to serve the homeless in their communities, who have no money left. And because the announcement came so late, it will be too late, and they will have to shut down before they can actually access the new money. And she was asking the minister today to commit to some bridging funding for some of those projects. So I'm hoping...
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, in response, first of all, he heard. You know, the money is starting to be delivered. I was surprised at the opening remarks because it takes me back to Saskatchewan when he talks about there are people that have turned to crystal meth and drugs. In our province, we do have that. But you know what, Mr. Speaker? We also have some groups, and one of them is called Teen Challenge. It's an international group. They have offered some of these people homes because these people are homeless, many of these people that are on drugs and on the streets. Do you know what the response is from the Saskatchewan government, which is an NDP government, which is aligned, of course, it's in line with the remarks that member has made. Do you know what the response was? They will not support a Christian-based initiative just because it's Christian-based. It's against their better judgment. Do you know where that puts Teen Challenge and all of these people? They're coming to the federal government. So the federal government this year gave Teen Challenge $50,000 for those homeless people because our provincial government refused to help them because it was faith-based. And some of these kids are indeed.
I'm sorry, but the motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.